It is 6:50 on a Saturday night, and in the theme of trying to chase my dreams is not the important thing here. The key thing is there is a extremely important. We'll see how important it is in a few weeks. The internet does have a very short memory, but it's very important that I keep a historical record of everything that's going on because that is my job at What in the World Weekly. That's why I do what I do, and you know, if I was a Sky News, I guess I'll still have to cover a case. I made one video about it, and so it's important that I guess I am a modern historian, is how I fancy myself. And so maybe probably the last video we'll do on this, we'll see. I'm not even sure what my live was going to be about today, but obviously I had a few comments to my video that's, I won't say going viral. I guess it's up to 100 and something thousand. Is that a lot of people? I know relative to the internet, it seems like a drop in the bucket, but it has made its way around Black Twitter, and so I think these are some of the things that I've already addressed today in my videos. So I think it's important to generally kind of do these things. I'll read some of the comments out. I usually make a note to do that. I think a lot of the confusion as to why you've been seeing comments like the one you can see by username 7161616. Probably the case that a lot of people don't actually know who I am. So again, I don't know if this person, the username 61 whatever is still here, but there's a reason why I'm approaching 20,000 followers. You don't think people watch what I do? You don't think people pay attention? That doesn't really matter that much. But I will do these things regardless of whether or not you guys are paying attention to me. I don't have to explain myself to you, but fuck it, you're here now, so I might as well. I've been doing live streams when I had 700 followers. Again, some people are Johnny come lately on some issues, and some people cover these issues because they are What in the World Weekly, and they're in the midst of trying to build a modern history empire. And so the opinions of random faceless people on the internet don't concern me that much. And the position I took in my video is one that is extremely defensible, and I do plan to defend that position. So what's up, YOLO? How are you? I'm going live a bit earlier than I said I would, YOLO, because it's a Saturday night, and I realized that actually going live much later on a Saturday makes no sense because everyone's going to be out. So these are the three questions I plan to address today when it comes to this. Obviously, I made a video about this, I think 5 days ago, before it was actually as much of a bigger issue. You felt misled. And so, can you guys see the picture? Can you guys see the text as well? George, you want me to zoom in? Or like, is that fine to read? Because you can see it, okay, you can see it clearly, okay. Because I can never know sometimes the text can be a bit hard to read. Amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So there are three things I'm going to be addressing today. And, if you're one of the people that's kind of been in the comments of my videos, I think someone replied to the original video I made on this and said, "We're expecting you to make a video. Don't run away now." Again, you guys don't know me. I'm new. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. I talk about these things all the time. I talk about issues no one cares about. I do videos endlessly on Gaza and and Israel. Some people don't really watch those videos. Fair enough. Some people might say to me, "Why are you always doing videos on Israel and Gaza?" I'm interested in it. If you're not interested in a topic, A, don't watch it, or B, do a video on what you want to do a video on. Salim, I'm not currently taking guests right now. I'll let you guys know when I want to start bringing people on. So let's get to the first point then. Why don't I delete my video? Now, again, if some of you are coming here from my original post, maybe I should have linked that post. I don't know if I can actually do that. But I made a video about this 5 days ago, pointing out that the racial identity. I ain't going to Tel Aviv, man. I'm good on them. I'm good on those people, man. That's not my style. Like I said, let me not get distracted. I made a video about this 5 days ago, so making the point that the racial identity of this professor has nothing to do with anything. That was basically the crux of the video. What system am I using to stream? What do you mean, my laptop or what? Now, if you watch that video, and again, I can challenge anyone in here right now to go and watch the video for themselves. I guess it's trending right now. mini trending a little bit. I don't think there's anything indefensible about what he said. My point, which is a point I make all the time about any of these issues, I make that point when I talk about the Israelis and Gaza. We don't center people's ethnic or racial identity in anything they do. What they do has nothing to do with that. It's incidental sometimes, and sometimes those people prefer to center it, as with the case of Israel. They talk about the fact that we're Jewish, that's why we're doing these things. But when it comes to a situation like this, the fact that this man is black is incidental to this whole story. And paradoxically, when people focus obsessively on racial identity, they're wrong on both ends. You have the right-wing people who are, taking a victory lap about, DEI and DNI, whatever they want to start talking about, and obsessing so much about his race, which has nothing to do with what he's done. That's wrong. Then you have the left liberals who say, like, we should just blindly defend this man because he's one of us and he's black. That's also wrong. The easiest thing to do is focus on the man for who he is. He's a person. He's an individual, independent of his race. That's nothing to do with anything that he's done. And so to answer this question simply, why would I delete my video? I had the correct take. Why would I delete my video? I was right the entire time. I'm not taking guests right now. I'll let you guys know when I'm taking guests. So it makes no sense to me that I'll delete my video. And you have people coming onto my video saying like, oh, do you feel silly now? For what? Paradoxically, I should also point out, a lot of the left liberals that insist on making this guy some kind of litmus test for black people is actually bad. Because again, whether right or wrong, you don't want to be centering people's racial identity in anything they do. If this guy was, a brilliant person who achieved a lot of stuff, etc., etc., he happens to be black, I guess you could, if you wanted to make the point that this is okay for black people. But you don't want to do that, because then when he falls down, part of the pressure he's going to be feeling is like, oh, I'm doing this for all black people, and everyone, I've let everyone down, and everyone feels really bad. Or you have people making the point that this is going to make it harder for black people. No. It's nothing to do with any of that. Stop trying to put pressure on him by assuming or by making him feel some type of like collective responsibility for black people everywhere. That's worse. Why are you trying to put that pressure on that guy? Let him do what he wants to do. Like, all the reasons why he wanted to do these things were things that he was clearly very, very motivated. He's an ambitious guy. He wanted to get to this position. He applied for that job because he wanted to try and be there. This is all very good, I guess, generally speaking. Being ambitious, trying to be what you want to be, trying to do what you want to do. That's all fine. He wasn't doing that because he was some kind of like, oh, I want to do this for every black person everywhere. He wanted to do it for Jason. That's a very commendable thing. Do you. Try and do the best you can. We love that. So if you center it in the positive, then you start to have to also center it in the negative. Like, even, Ian, I remember making a video, I don't know, a year ago, when there was an issue in Scotland where, like, I think it was something to do with like a nurse that was black lost her life. And she was like unalived by some white, like, young guy that was like mentally ill. And everyone was trying to make the point that, oh my God, this is such a troubling situation because she was black. And he was like, no. What was clearly going on here wasn't the racial identity of these people. The guy was mentally ill, which is why he did what he did. Because if you center the race of someone when they're the victim, then you also have to center it when they're the aggressor or oppressor. And you don't want to do that. Yon BH696 says, what's your point? Is it not clear what my point is, that his race has nothing to do with it? What's so hard about that point? Is that like confusing to you guys? Jazz or like whatever people? Is that confusing? Like, his race has nothing to do with it? Like, what's hard about that point? I don't really get it. Okay, so now I've said it. You guys don't understand? What do I gain from talking about it? This is my job. This is what I do. In the same way, what do you call it? Sky News or whatever. I do this stuff all the time. So I'm not going to stop talking about stuff because it's important for the historical record. Again, a lot of you that are just coming across my page, this is the first time you're seeing my videos, so you don't really know much about me. So I understand. If you think I'm wrong, I mean, I am willing to listen to one person if you want to actually come and speak to me about it. I'm a TikToker, so is there like a list of people that can talk about stuff, or Do you have to be an official? I don't understand. Why can't I just do that by myself? Do I have to be on Sky News or anything like? Again, you guys don't know what I do. There's a reason why you're in my live and I'm not in your live, right? If I wasn't that important, I guess you wouldn't be here. So that's not the issue here, though. It's important for me to continue doing what I'm doing. So it's fair enough. Jazz, you say I'm not doing a very good job articulating my point. I mean, again, I think the point is extremely clear. I said the point in like a very short, maybe 1 minute long video, etc., etc. Do I think the media is too harsh? I will get to that. But again, anyway, I've covered why I think why I'm not deleting the video, and that's that. Now the second thing is, I'm talking about what do you mean using his picture to gather views? If I'm talking, just because everyone in the comments is saying the same thing doesn't mean they're right. Again, you got okay. I'll take one person. I'll take one person to speak to. If there's one person out of all of you that actually want to speak to me about this, talking to people in the comments is actually kind of irritating. But no, I mean, part of the reason why I do these things, again, I host lives all the time and I speak to people that disagree with me a lot more than this. So this is not really new to me. Do you disagree with me? Can't triple the goal? Is that why it's gonna be what's it? Apple, do you want to come up? You're talking big and bad in the comments. Come up then. I'm willing to listen to you. So I don't mind your requesting if you want to come up. Now that is the reason why I won't delete the video. If I've gone to that, no. See, that's a terrible hot take. If it's not recorded, I mean, I might not post it to. Are you scared to come up because you're gonna start saying really bad things? Like, oh, okay, yeah, you can watch the video. Take your time. It doesn't. Jazz is funny. You're making my point. Jazz was saying, "Oh, your point is not very clear. You're not making any point." Now you're replying to someone saying, "He doesn't represent all black people." That's what I'm saying. He doesn't represent all black people. Just let him be a human being by himself. Now you understand the point when someone else says it to you. Like, you guys are just, again, I'm sorry. Let me calm down. I should stop responding to you guys so emotionally because, again, people like you don't really make sense. So why am I wasting my time? Why am I wasting my time? If you're gonna reply to someone saying he doesn't represent all black people, which is literally what I said that in my video in 1 minute. In 1 minute. Now you're using that point to respond to someone else. I'm not calling you stupid. I wouldn't say that. No, you can't see the video. The video is on my page. Yeah, you're right. It's a tough one. Who's requested? Let me see someone else requested. So you haven't even watched my original video and you just came in here making noise. Why am I wasting my time? I rage bait myself. I'm very sorry, guys. It's my fault. Someone hasn't watched my original video. They come in here. They're making noise about what I haven't or haven't said. They haven't even seen the video. I explained the point in a longer way. She said she still doesn't get it. Then someone else responds to her. Then she says, "Oh, actually, he doesn't represent all black people." Yes, I'm saying that. Anyway, let me who's in the requests? Let me bring someone up. You people are very strange, but that's okay. Who's D? Have I spoke to D before? No, not the one I made five hours ago. The one I made 5 days ago before he passed away. 5 days ago? 4 days ago? Hello?
Yo. Can you hear me?
Okay, let me bring Jazz up as well. Let's talk face to face. Jazz, don't be rude. I want to bring you up, but don't be antagonistic because there's no need to be. Let's just speak. D, do you agree with me or disagree with me?
Sorry, did you just call me strange?
Okay, just take over.
Okay.
Just take over.
Good start.
Just take over.
Yeah, D, I'll bring you back up in a minute.
It's alright.
No worries, man. Alright, Jazz, do you want to talk?
Did you just call me strange?
Did I? Did you come here to talk to me or did you come here to question why I called you or I didn't call you?
But you said things about me in the comments on your video. Now I'm here. I'm just asking. So I have.
Let's get to the conversation, please, if you don't mind.
He did. Why would you call me strange?
Okay. Okay. Bro, you request to come up. What do you think this is? What do you think this is? This is my life. I run this show, yeah? You don't come in here. It's not like I'm trying to move to you and you have like some kind of power like in this place. If you want to come to me and speak to me about what you want to speak to me about, let's talk. Don't waste my time. Like, this is my show. What do you think this is? I'm the captain here. What? She was being strange. Like, she was actually being strange. Anyway, she's a waste of time. Let me get Apple up. I like people that engage me. Okay. Did you, bro? Apple. Hello, mate.
Dude, I just don't understand
Okay.
what the whole point of this argument is. Like,
Nice.
at all.
Okay. Nice. What the point of what argument? Sorry.
Sorry, as in the point of this live, I just feel as though it's so unproductive, and I think most people agree with what you're saying. Like, the line of your argument is fine, but it's more just
That's not true.
you're basically you've kind of put his photo on your thing super large. You know,
Is
anyone
it
that
super
scrolls
large?
sees. Well, like when you're scrolling, you can see that you kind
Oh,
of like
yes,
baiting
I'm
people to
talking
click.
about him.
Yeah, but it's just like I just don't I don't see the point like
Of talking
in
about
dragging
him.
it because he's already dead. So it's like, what else do you want to happen exactly? Like that's really what I want to know.
What do you mean? What else do I
Like
want to
why is
happen?
as in what's the point in this live? Like
Have you
like
have,
why
have
are
you,
you
have you come
continuing to
across
make
my page
videos
before?
about it? I have come across your because I've
What
seen
do
the
I
original
do?
video.
What do I do on my page?
You just make like commentary videos essentially
Okay.
about things.
Okay.
But and I think and I get what you're saying, like okay, it's your job, but the thing
Okay.
is like so you need to understand that people will have a reaction to that when you're constantly baiting someone about
Baiting
this
am I
guy's
talking about stuff I always talk about?
yeah, you have. Because the thing is you're saying okay, you're making all these claims, but it's like he's dead and he's gone, so what's the point in continuing to talking about him? You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean actually. No. Is Sky News gonna stop
Why,
talking
why,
about him
do,
now
why,
because
do, why
he's
don't you
alive?
why don't you understand what I'm saying? Do you want me to break it down for you a bit more simple?
There's
or
nothing
what?
to break down. I do commentary about what's going on in the world. Sky News is
Yeah,
gonna be
and
okay. Sky News is gonna be reporting
and I
this
know
today,
I
right?
agree with your point. Okay, we
Okay.
understand that
Okay.
like you talk about people, but
I
then
don't
it's
talk
like
about, I don't
why?
talk about I don't talk about people. I talk about what's going on in the world. That can be people. That can be events. That can be all sorts of things.
Yeah, so then why continue to talk about people then? If I mean, why continue to talk about sorry this person when he's already dead? Like I
on a
don't
live,
understand like what the point
is
is.
that not a story anymore? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that like it's over, like it's finished. Do you know what I mean? So
No,
like, why not
I
just
don't
let
know what
him
you
rest in
mean.
peace?
Wait, how am I
Okay,
not letting him
then I
rest in
guess we
peace?
just
I don't understand. How am I not letting him rest in peace? Again, my original video about it, you can see the three things I'm talking about. Off the back of what's going on, after he passed away, was it yesterday? There's
yeah, it
been
was actually
it's been a
yesterday.
trending topic on Twitter regarding the media coverage and the reaction. Are all those people making tweets talking about the media reaction, are they wrong? Should they stop making tweets about it because he's dead now? Is that what you say to them as well?
Yeah, I think people should let
You sound
it's ready.
ridiculous.
It's like I think people should let him rest in peace.
No, you wouldn't. You sound ridiculous. You're in this
Okay,
live
I
because
guess
you
we
want to
just
talk about
have
it
it.
too. Like people are talking
No,
about it.
I just
I made a video about it, giving my when he originally broke, giving my opinion about it. People responded to my video saying, "How do you feel now? Are you not? Do you not feel bad about etc. etc. etc." They were telling me, "Oh, keep that same energy, respond to blah blah now." And I made a video saying, "Okay, this is what I think now."
I just think you should have more respect, honestly. But I guess you just
I
like
should have
disagree
more
with me anyway.
respect.
Yeah, like towards he's gone.
Okay,
I think
what's your
I just
point?
wish like people that had such a platform like yourself would use it actually in meaningful ways, rather than just talking about someone that's dead over and over and over again. Like
How am I talking
you
about
say,
over and over? I made one video about it 5 days
we-
ago. Then the
yeah,
man
but
passed away now. Then I'm making a video
I
to
still think
respond
this
to.
is
What are you
dragging it.
talking
Like he's
about?
literally, you know what? I think fundamentally we
Okay,
disagree with each other.
I think you're
So
right.
you know it's fine. It's fine. We're not
So
going to agree
you
with
just
each
came on
other.
here to tell me that I should stop talking.
Yeah, that I'm
Okay,
sorry, and I
alright
think a lot of
then.
people agree with me. That's all I have to say.
Okay,
So,
you can stop talking about it then. Fair enough.
okay.
This is the. You know what? Never mind. Thank you for engaging with me nonetheless. Like I said, I usually do these things. So talking about something that's happened that is literally national news, we shouldn't do that because what? I haven't called a man out of his name. In fact, like I said, I genuinely think my video on this was the best take I saw anyone have. I defend that to the death. What? Anyway. So what do I want to say now? You can see the three things I want to say. I addressed the fact that I don't plan to, take my video down. The two things about it was people are talking about the fact that the media coverage was excessive. I'm going to give my opinion about that. People are talking about the fact that they felt like it was exploited by the academic establishment. I plan to talk about that. You can see the three things I plan to talk about on the screen. I mean, that's a conversation that's going to continue to happen with everyone. Everyone's going to be talking about and debating, do you guys think the media coverage was excessive? Some people have already said that they think the media coverage was excessive. See, now you're saying go, and I thought you guys didn't want me to talk about it. You guys are too confusing. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Eddie. You're right. Sorry, you're right. It's very easy. My friend and I were talking about this. It's very easy when you do these things to just speak to people, like, or just people that you disagree with you. They're gonna catch your attention because they're very good at that. Like they're very like it got me all worked up. Like it's very normal. I gotta try and avoid that. You're right. You're right. Again, it was very clear. You can literally see on the screen what I plan to say. Now you're talking about, oh, first of all, why you call me strange? Why are you talking about it? Okay, go on then. Let's say what you have to say. What are you guys doing? Just be normal. Like, just be normal.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask in terms of the media coverage, what you thought about it. That's
All right. You're
my
right.
question.
Thank you, Deepa. Sorry about that. Let me calm down. Let me calm
It's
down.
alright, man.
Let me
It's
calm
alright.
down. The media coverage. I think the media coverage to me links to my original video about it, which is we're in this kind of culture war obsession. It's kind of spread into our politics as well. This is how anyone thinks they can make headway. So you had an initial push of this with like the kind of the BLM. When the Democrats were kneeling down in the kente cloth and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know.
That identity obsession of like this is the only way we can appeal to people. Then you have
Right.
on the right wing, they've now reacted to that and say, okay, if this is where everyone's going, we have to react in the negative to that. And so when they see a story like this, they were so excited about the fact that this is a black person who's made up these sensational stories and has managed to get to a position that like it seems quite clear, like maybe he didn't quite, get there on the merits or whatever. Fair enough. But
Yeah.
their obsession with the identity of the person is entirely wrong. And in fact, the best defense, the way to push back against that is to say, stop focusing on his identity.
I actually agree with that in
But
terms of not
unfortunately,
focusing on the race.
what
too
happened
much.
is that you had a lot of left liberal people started to say like, because he's black, we should defend him. Which again, actually, when you think about it, is to me different sides of the same coin. Some people are saying, let's just defend him no matter what because he's black. And some people are saying, let's focus on all his wrongdoings because he's black. Both those people are wrong. This is, again, an individual person
Yeah.
who's
I actually
extremely
agree with
ambitious and all that kind of stuff. So yes, the coverage was excessive because they felt like it was a chance for them to kind of milk this identity stuff. And yes, there are racist people in there who feel like, they've never had it so good when it comes to like, what do you call it, race relations, and they can just say whatever they want. We see like racism towards like Asian people. Muslims get a lot of hate nowadays. It's very normal to like just hate these people because they're minorities and, there's nothing you can do about it. And so
Yeah,
I would say, yes, the coverage is excessive. Now, on the aspect of like, I've seen some people say like they are culpable because of their coverage. I disagree with that bit.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
And like some people said like, okay, because they covered it so much, they kind of like caused him to do this. Like they kind of hounded him or whatever.
I'd say it plays a part because I just found out recently that he even had a family. I'd probably say it played a part because everywhere you go in, you're just seeing your name being put in a bad light. So obviously, I don't know much about the allegations because I've seen both sides a bit. Like some say the allegations weren't true, some say it's true, and then some bring out about marathons and stuff. And I'm like, okay, if he lied, then okay, that's calm. You can call it out. But there's a stretch, like for example, like Prince Andrew, when he was caught, he wasn't as much, put out like this compared to Jason, for example.
I mean, I don't know how exactly you would measure it. Maybe if you go by number of articles and stuff, perhaps. I don't know how much I measure that because Prince Andrew's been going on for many years.
Yeah, everyone
let's
knows
be
him.
honest.
Everyone knows him. Everyone knows him.
So that's like been happening. And again, I do agree that yes, part of the reason why they were so excited about it was the racial angle here. And if you start to talk about like how much should you cover something more or less, then you can't really put a metric on that, right? Yes, of course, they were exploiting the culture element of it, and that's just kind of what's sexy nowadays on both sides. Maybe not on both sides, because like I think the left wing exploitation of identity kind of had its day. If you think about like the BLM, the peak woke era, that was when identity was being exploited to its massive degree on the left, liberal side, not left. I say maybe not true left. I'll say liberal side. But then now it's kind of flipped where in fact, part of the reason why I talk about these things because I made a video a few days ago about this, and I was talking about how when you have such a totalitarian control of discourse in this way, it can never last that long. So right now, the right wing, they've never had it so good, right? Because they're able to be racist towards anyone or whatever, and they can feel like they can get away with it.
Yeah.
it's not going to last that long. Eventually, people are going to turn their backs against that because it's always a cyclical thing. So there will be a time where people are going to start realizing, like, hold on a minute, this kind of stuff is not really okay, and then they're going to then flip back the other way. So
Yeah.
that's kind of
I'm
how I see
gonna
it,
let someone else come
Nah,
on.
no worries, man.
So hopefully
Appreciate
they
you.
don't argue too much with you.
I mean, the thing is, I'll calm down. Generally speaking, I don't really mind a good spirited debate. I think it is more fun and also like substantive. Like I said, you guys might be Johnny come latelys into my live streams. I have people on here that disagree with me all the time, like way more. But I'm okay with it because part of what I'm doing here, I foster conversation, so it doesn't upset. Oh, Jazz wants to come back up. I'll bring Jazz back up just to show you guys how dedicated I am to true discourse. I'm new again. I'm true to this, not new to this. So sometimes people have called me names. In fact, I had an auntie in here one time, and we were talking about free speech, and she said, like, if I was her son, she would slap me. Fair enough. She wasn't actually gonna slap me physically, right? So I don't take too much offense to it. Ultimately, we are just having conversation at the end of the day, and I do think, again, some of you that are confused as to like why I'm doing something about this, I think it's extremely important for the public record, especially now that it's passed. In fact, I would say the fact that it's passed makes it more important that we speak about it, because if you think about the way, and again, maybe you guys just have a different life philosophy to me, because again, I didn't start doing this yesterday or 2 days ago. I've been doing live streams and all these things. Mr. C says we don't want to see your opinion, but you're in my live, remember? Why is that? People are talking about this on social media. We can't really avoid these conversations. Jazz, I tried to bring you up, but like, I don't know, your connection is not the best. So oh, it's funny. Okay, fair enough. Keep deluding yourself. These are events of massive, socio-political proportions. People are going to talk about it whether you like it or not. Telling people just stop talking about it makes no bloody sense. Okay, like, and again, that people don't really do that stuff. Joe, you said Mighty Gui have a question. I'll be honest, I'll prefer to talk to people that disagree with me. If you guys don't mind, I'm open to people that agree with me as well. I'm joking. You said, yeah, what's this guy's name? Hello? Mighty Gui? Hello? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Guys, just be ready, man. Just be ready. If I bring you up, be ready, please. Oh. Come on. Alright, Joe, let me give you the floor for a bit. Like, if you're not ready, just don't request, please. Like, just don't.
I'm not sure if you can hear me well.
Oh, I can hear you pretty well. How are you?
Okay. Sorry, I have a French accent because I'm from France. But basically, my
Don't have to
question
apologize
was.
for that. We like French accents.
But basically, my question was. So I've been seeing this from a French perspective,
Oh, yeah?
where in France, the British media has a pretty bad reputation. Basically chasing Princess Diana to death. Same for Meghan Markle. Bref, we have this idea, found this very specific idea of the British media as basically a travesty of journalism. And I think it's also not the first time that Black British men have been pushed to this type of acts. There was a firefighter that committed a few years ago. Basically, they were investigating if he falsified his curriculum, basically. So I guess my question is, do you think as a Black man, and that's why I ask this, I really want your opinion, do you think that when you say that the Black people shouldn't defend this guy on the basis of of his race, basically his identity, don't you think that there's a point to be made about the way the British media systematically targets over Black people that have already proved themselves? And don't you think there needs to be some community built around preventing this stuff from happening in the future? Basically that's my question. Do you think we should act like basically white people or people that are not Black
We should close rank regardless of the specific detail of the specific facts of the case? Is that what you're saying?
Can you repeat
Oh, sorry.
your
Close rank is probably not the best. I'm saying you're saying we should just stand with people that are black just because of because like the
maybe
media
not.
can be mean, and so like regardless of the thing they did, we should just stand with them anyway.
No, I don't think we should stand with them regardless of what they did. But I think that what started all of this was a Cambridge guy that was basically sacked from Cambridge. That's his whole thesis, is that black people are only of value in sports and entertainment. So just of this premise, you can understand how this whole campaign, and it was not a smear campaign because he falsified stuff, but it's racially motivated, whether you like it or not. And
No,
the
no,
same with the firefighter.
I concede that. I concede the racial motivation. At least in part because of the culture what we have going on right now. That is the unfortunate situation we find ourselves in, I guess, for better or for worse. To the extent that factored into it, should we perhaps defend people? Again, it's not even clear to say, like, I guess we'll never know, right? How much of it would he have done this regardless anyway? I don't really know. We don't know the mental, like what he was going through mentally, right? When you are someone who builds such a house of cards on so many sensational stories, a lot of them you didn't really need to say. That might speak to something that's actually kind of problematic. Like if you think about some people that, let's be honest, lie pathologically in this way, that does sound a bit like something's a bit not quite right.
Totalement, yeah.
So ultimately, if mentally that catches up with you, in a sad, unfortunate way, because of like the story starts to unravel, that can cause a lot of pressure. And maybe what he needed was mental support. I actually think paradoxically, in a world in which we're trying to rally around him, the way to rally around him would be to be like, I guess his family and stuff. We can just tweet stuff and say, we can't. There's not much we can do about it physically from an actual perspective, right? But the help he probably needed was kind of like, don't put the pressure on him about, but like, oh, you're a black guy and we all don't support you because you're black. I think that puts more pressure on him because now he feels like what he's done. Think about if you're just disappointed because of yourself, right? Because I did this thing that's really bad. But think about if everyone was now saying like, oh, this is going to look really bad for black people. Everyone, because you even had black professors, right, that signed solidarity letters for him, trying to say like, okay, we support this guy. There's a race, etc., etc. All those people kind of have egg on their face now because a lot of the things that he was accused of, he was actually lying about them. That can make you feel quite guilty.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get what your point, but basically, I think my last the gray era, and after I'm quitting this life, but I think what's bugging me is basically how do we prevent? Maybe how do we protect? I think this is not just about him. He had a line problem, obviously, and I don't think this was the necessary issue. But I think here there's a bigger conversation around how do we protect, and that's why I bring up the firefighter. How do we protect black people in general from? Do you think there's an institutional/political solution to be found? So that when black people, whether they marry into royalty or achieve in sports, I think of, for example, Bukayo Saka, I think that's his name, that, is English when England wins, but is instantly thrown bananas when you lose. I think there's a lot of examples I could go on of black people that only serve the country when the narrative fits, and then like this, the conversation can be switched. And I think basically my question is, how do we protect ourselves from this? How do we prevent this from happening in the future? Is this the necessary issue? How do we make sure that black people are allowed to make mistakes the same way white people do? Because a lot of white people are accused of plagiarism every day. How do we make sure that basically the way the media treats it is equal, and black men don't decide to of themselves at the rates they are right now? I think that's basically my question. Is there an institutional solution to that, or are we basically doing?
I don't know if there is, if I'm being honest. You can see a world in which this was going on and he chose not to do this, right? Like, we don't know what's going on with him personally. Like, how, again, we're not even his family as well, right? So how could we have prevented or foreseen this happening? We don't know. if you start getting into how much we should try to censor the coverage, there's not much we can do. Like, we talk about it less. Perhaps some people might say that. And again, if they choose to talk about it less and they feel like that might help him, again, we don't know. The way it's happened now, right? So I don't know if we can. With Bukayo Saka, I don't know if that's quite exactly the same thing. But again, when that does happen, a lot of people do rightly call it out and say like this is reprehensible, and the fact that you miss a penalty doesn't really equate to. I just said we don't know, Jazz. Leave me alone. I said we don't. I don't know. Like, I don't know how exactly the people community come together to stop people from writing stories. Cultural war stuff is cyclical, like I said. So I don't know exactly how we would come together to prevent people being able to write stories. And I also do think, maybe it is not quite related to this, but I do think it's related. The what do you call it? The initial left liberal obsession with identity, which kind of kicked all this off, maybe from like the late 2010s ish, when you have the whole like first black trans woman, fighter pilot, all that kind of stuff. The continued focus on identity, I think that doesn't help, because that just creates the eventual backlash to like, okay, if you're going to continue to celebrate identity, okay, fair enough. When it then goes to them doing something negative, then you don't want to center identity anymore. You can't kind of have it both ways. So I think as much as possible, you got to try and not focus on identity. That, to me, that's the only way. If you're asking me specifically about a solution, my position is what I said in my video, which is like, stop making stuff about people's identities. Like, I guess generally speaking, you can celebrate someone, in a basic sense for like, you're black and you did this, but like, just focus on the achievement. Like, that person is fantastic and they did that thing because they're well achieved. Obsessing all the time about the fact that they're black, again, is bad, because initially it can be good when you're getting celebrated like this professor was, and you're getting book deals. Part of the reason why he was getting all these book deals and he was being celebrated was because he was black. So if you're going to have the racial identity of someone be celebrated to the extent that they're getting all these book deals, they're the youngest professor to do this, they're all that kind of stuff, when the downfall comes and now you're asking people don't center their identity, really? I mean, you started it. Like, that was on you. You didn't have to do that. So unfortunately, that's why I don't center identity. That's why I'm saying what I say, because if his identity never had anything to do with it, he's a person that did what he did. He's Jason, and that's what it is. So that's how I say it anyway.
I agree with you, and I think that's maybe the only point where I fully agree with you. I think that there's, as black people, I think there's this. I think it's post Black Lives Matter in 2020, where basically we're like demanding representation and black people in spaces, and I feel like they basically weaponize this against us. They're like, whether it be in media or academia, they're like, okay, you want your black guy, here, take black guy, and they just show someone. I'm not talking about him specifically. I think it's just an endemic problem where basically it's called, how do you say it in English, but it's not done like with intention. It's just to basically appease the masses and just say
exactly. Or to feel that kind of specific desire for it. Like, it's like, I do politics all the time, right? The fact that Barack Obama was the first black president of America, how meaningful is that if you look at his policies? The obsession with identity is not relevant here. What matters is, did he govern in a way that actually helps the people that we're celebrating this achievement for? In what way did he do that? Him dropping bombs on this, him doing that, all that kind of stuff. How has he helped? So why should we be focused on his identity when all is like, all the focus of that is positive and negative? It's just not good. Anyway, that's what I think. Thanks so much.
I'm gonna let someone else come up, but thank you.
Appreciate your time and audience. Hope I'll see you for future live streams. Everyone's yelling at me in the comments. You guys are lucky I'm very gracious, because you're all being very rude to me. But it's fine. Mighty Gui, are you ready now? Because people only have to be prepared. You gotta stay ready, so you ain't gotta get ready. Ah! That was an accident. Sorry, that was an accident. I didn't mean to do that. Hello? Mighty Gui, this is just not good, man. This is just not good. This is not good. What is this? The light's too bright, I'm afraid. The light's too bright. The light's too bright. Can we be ready? Like, can we just be ready? Like, you've had your chance, man. You've had your chance. I'm so sorry. 2 chances is enough. Okay, like, this is unacceptable. Who else disagrees with me? Who else has been mean to me in the comments? I'm gonna start moving like, is it Piers Morgan? Piers Morgan always brings all the people on that are mean to him. I respect it. Sorry, Ash. I didn't mean to bring you up. I meant to bring up Mighty Gui because I just clicked your name by accident. Do you disagree with me? I'm being a bit of a drama queen. I have a show to run here, Maria. Nah, it's okay. I'm being facetious. I can handle it. You can be mean if you want. On some things. Okay. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Who else is in there? Who else is in here? Muslims country haven't read a thesis. My videos are named are cold and tone deaf. Okay, if you say so. Who else is it? Who else is here? Mutak, you come on a lot, to be fair, so it's always nice to diversify my audience. Let me see who else is here. Can you let me know in the comments if you disagree with me so I can see who to bring up? I'm trying to see who's in here. Tom, what's that got to do with anything? We love that. I appreciate it. We love and respect you, bro. Someone said, do you agree the right do it just as much with identity politics? Yeah, Eddie, of course. Of course. In fact, my video was calling out their foolish obsession. I don't like identity politics when anyone does it. So yes, of course. I think that, and in fact, again, you guys don't know me because I've been doing identity politics videos. In fact, I have my whole thesis on reform is that they're idiots who focus obsessively on identity. I'm not a Johnny come lately. Again, you guys are in here for the first time, talking about politics for the first time in 5 years, acting like you're so profound and clever. I've been talking about these things, so that's why, like, I should calm down. But a lot of these things don't really faze me because I'm not new to this. Like, I've been talking about these things, so I'm consistent in my position. That's all you can really ask for. Who's this guy? Bo Westwood. Why are you on mute? Hello?
Yo, what's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
Finally.
Can you hear me?
Can you speak a bit louder, please?
I said, can you hear me?
It's not the best, but I'll take it. All right, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Is it better now or is it still bad?
No, it's fine. Lila, I'm trying. Give me a second. I'm trying something new, Lila. I gotta use what I have to get what I want, and I think it's working, low key. Anyway, go on. I'm listening.
To be honest, I saw your page a while back. Mm-hmm. There's some points I agree with you on other things, but I think on this one, I disagree with your take. You've made some good points, but I think you're being a little tone deaf because you're focusing on the identity politics aspect of it, that people should just like support him because he's black, right? But I feel like at the same time, you're missing the point that this guy actually was harassed by the media. And that ultimately drove him to, unalive himself. He was clearly a vulnerable person. Even if he did plagiarize his work or he did have discrepancies in his resume, I feel like this was sort of a racially motivated campaign, right? And a lot of people who were writing articles on him were people who are against DEI and like to make it seem like black people only exist in these spaces, not based on academics.
What would your response to those people be? If you think like you have a lot of people writing stories focused on the fact that he was black, how would you respond to them?
What I feel like should have happened, right? And this goes back to the whole identity politics thing. Mm-hmm. As black people, I feel like in these situations, right? If someone says they're telling the truth, put them to the test. Let the investigation be done. If he plagiarized his work, then we can come after him then, if he didn't, then we support him. I don't think you should just blindly support people because they're black, but I feel like when there is an injustice, even if someone made a minor mistake, if it's a mistake where we're like, yo, it's not like he harmed anybody, it's not like he meant crazy bad intentions, he was just a liar. Black people are also liars. Whoop-de-doo. It's like, we can still be like, look, he didn't deserve what he got, but he was a liar.
So how's that different to the point I made? What's the distinction?
I think the way you're putting it out, the way you're talking about it, you're like, oh, we shouldn't really feel sorry for this guy. Like when that's why I said you're being tone deaf.
How did you get that from my video?
I won't lie, like from your videos, that's
Wait,
what I got.
which one? The first video I made 5 days ago?
I think it was a video you made today or yesterday when you were like, oh, I can't believe people are actually still trying to make this about identity politics. Basically, that like, oh, he didn't deserve this, and you were like, no, he brought it upon himself. He's a grown man.
So
He brought this upon himself.
That was again. Don't come on. Don't do that, bro. Don't misquote me. In the first video I made was in response to me saying, why won't you delete the video? The third video, where I said I didn't say brought it upon himself. That was in the context of people saying he was exploited by academic establishment, which is the third point I was going to talk about. That's a completely separate thing. Don't get the come on. That's an important thing to not get mixed up. The first
Sorry,
video,
I was paraphrasing.
okay, yeah, paraphrase correctly, please. Yeah, like, and paraphrase in the right context. The first video was people saying, "Why won't you delete my video? Why won't I delete the video?" And I said, "I'm not going to delete it because you and I agree." You basically said the same thing. Black people can lie too. Whoopsie-doo. That's what I said. Don't focus on his race. People do stuff. They happen to be black. So what of it? You just made the exact same point. You and I agree on that one. The second video, I talked about the fact that media coverage was excessive, and I said, in my view, yes, maybe because these people are all obsessed with race on the right wing and on the left liberal side, which I oppose. Then the third video, I was talking about Tom Cleverly, the MP, made a tweet where he said the real tragedy here was the fact that this man was exploited by all these white, academic blah 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 people. And I said, no, don't say that. This is an extremely ambitious person who wanted to try and achieve something, and he worked to make it happen. Now, unfortunately, he did that on shaky foundation through the lies and stuff, and it caught up to him. But you saying like he was somehow exploited by these white people, I think it's almost kind of racist actually, because you're implying that he has no agency here. He went to go and get he went to become the youngest professor at Cambridge. He wanted to do that. Like, he worked hard for that. Part of that was creating a sensational backstory to make it happen. But that's still his responsibility. Like, he chose to do that. No one forced him. So what's insensitive about saying that, no, he wasn't like exploited by some kind of academic establishment? He did what he wanted to do, and unfortunately that caught up to him. What's insensitive about that?
I mean, I guess when you look at the nature of events, right, that have taken place, like this guy has obviously taken his own life, right?
Okay.
From the criticism that he was getting. And I feel like there was a lack of compassion in, even though you had a point, right? I left a comment on one of your videos. I said, you have a point, but you're being tone deaf. You're showing a lack of empathy because, and the only reason I came up was to challenge you on that second bullet point that you have on your prompt, which was the media coverage excessive? Because that's the angle that I'm coming at, is like, this guy was actually harassed by the media.
I conceded that in my second video. Again, can you quote me accurately, please? Did you watch the second video?
No, you have the prompt up. I'm asking you. I don't know if I watched the second
video. So what
video,
are you talking about? I'm lacking about. I'm being told. You're not, like, you guys are not making sense. I said in my second video, like, I made 3 videos about this today, and I said in the second video, these people were exploiting the racial identity of this man to obsess about their culture war BS. I don't play that game in either direction. I don't play culture war nonsense. I wouldn't be exploiting the racial identity of anyone. And part of their problem is that they are so obsessed with racial identity. That's why they have egg on their face. That's why some of them are deleting tweets. I don't have to delete my video because I was consistent then. I'm going to be consistent now. I don't focus on those things. So that's not me being like lacking compassion. I'm pointing out, like, yeah, their coverage was excessive. But ultimately, that's just, if they choose to focus on those things, I already told you where I stand on identity politics and how I feel about focusing on that. The third video where I said he brought it on himself is a completely separate point, which is to the point of the fact that people are saying like he was exploited by academic establishment. Okay, I don't know if you guys want me to, say something more sad in the video. Maybe I can do a follow up saying that. But we're talking about factual things here, so I don't know. I don't really see that point.
All right. Well, since you cleared that up, I'll concede to that. All I will say though, before I drop, is that I don't think this guy committed the most horrible offense. I don't believe you think that as well. You just want people to think clearly. And, in this situation, amongst all the noise of identity politics and things that are circulating right now that take stories like this and make people divided in these sort of conversations. But I just feel like this guy was hard done by not only his, you're saying Cambridge didn't really fail him. I feel like they failed him in the sense that he was an employee at Cambridge, and they didn't really protect him from the media. Even if he did plagiarize, I don't feel like he had the most ill intentions. An investigation could have been done. It could have been handled more professionally.
I don't think that was what ultimately brought him down, though. And again, this is where I will slightly push back on this. Maybe some people will now say, oh, okay, you're not being compassionate again. If we look at the events that kind of led up to this, this has been going on for a few years, right? I think I actually saw the BBC ran a story on him in 2023. It wasn't just that, like, this was some kind of stuff that happened in the background. He was pushing these things to try and build a name for himself. He was doing BBC, interviews. He was doing articles. He won a book deal in part because he had such a sensational backstory. No? So you can't have a situation where you're trying to claim a benefit of something, then it blows up in your face, then suddenly it's everyone's fault. Bro, come on. No one made him say those things. No one made him lie. No one made him make those things up. Unfortunately, if you build a house of cards to try and, build yourself up to be, I guess, something you're not, if that starts to crumble and fall apart, that's your responsibility. So, Cambridge plagiarism stuff, that's separate. And again, in my initial video, I said very, very clearly, anyone can go and watch it, I didn't make a determination on the plagiarism part. I'm not qualified for that. I'm talking specifically about the lies and all that kind of stuff. That has nothing to do with Cambridge. He told them those lies maybe as part of his backstory. They didn't make him do those things. So how can they start protecting him from him saying he ran 30 marathons in 35 days or he started to write 18? How is that their job? He did that by himself.
I was talking more when it comes to the media and how it was covered, right? They could have, obviously, because he's an employee under Cambridge, I was saying they could have maybe protected him a little bit from the media coverage and the information that was going out.
How would they have done that, though?
Well, how were they getting information about his plagiarism and what was going on in Cambridge and so forth? Like, how were they getting that information?
So you think Cambridge was leaking information about his
No, but obviously someone who has a connection with them, right?
No, but remember, he did a PhD. I think these PhDs are published, right? Aren't they? And again, he was also doing media press tours, right? Trying to, sell his book or maybe drum up interest for that. So it wasn't exactly like he was hiding in a corner, not trying to be seen. The fact that he was the youngest black professor, sociology professor, that was something that was well publicized, and they ran press with it. That's how you get. You don't
even think they could have even put out a holding statement to be like, we're running an investigation.
No, I think
we're going to deal with this accordingly, right? All I'm saying, right, because I don't want us to go in a circular conversation, is that they could have handled it professionally. I think that's the best way I can summarize it, and I think we can both agree to that. I'm not coming up here trying to say that, like, oh, you're wrong for what you said and you should delete your video. All I'm saying is your delivery, and look, what I'm saying isn't right. It's not gospel. Your delivery to me came across like you lacked compassion, and you're just kind of dismissing what this guy kind of went through. That's all I'm gonna say.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess it's a crazy thing you see it that way. Needless to say, I mean, I did say in my video as well, like, it was a tragic end, and of course, no one wanted him to do this. That's a very sad thing that happened. That was something I made clear. Again, I don't know what else you'd like me to say about it. Maybe I should say it.
So you do have a heart. You do have a heart.
I did that in my video. If you didn't see that in my video, that's not on me. That's on you, bro. Everyone's very, very excited to misquote me and say something I didn't say. I said that in my video. Clearly you didn't watch the video. You guys are just coming in here attacking me.
I'll go watch it now. I'll stop attacking you. I'll go watch it now.
I appreciate your time.
Anyway, you have a heart, man. No worries, bro. Take it easy, man.
I'll see you on later conversations, man. In a bit. All right, that was a good interaction with Bo Westwood. Nice chap. Again, needless to say, I did say, R.I.P. in my video. I did say it was a very tragic end. When it comes to compassion for fellow human beings, I wouldn't do my work on Gaza, on Lebanon, on Nigeria, on the West Bank, on Iran, if I didn't have compassion for human beings. Needless to say, I believe in the sanctity of all human life. Yeah? I'm not new to this. You guys need to recognize that. I didn't just start talking about stuff yesterday. I've been about this live. So you guys are just, again, let me not be rude. I appreciate you guys being here. All right. Who else disagrees with my position? Who else? Mutak says he disagrees with me. H says he disagrees with me. Oh, H messaged me earlier, actually. Let me hear from H, because H actually messaged me earlier, and he asked me when I was going live. H, my bad. I actually made a live stream. Jazz, I'm starting to take a liking to you, I'll be honest. I'm starting to take a liking to you. And this is why I like doing these things. I know we started off on the wrong foot. Because Eddie, there's no point being triggered. I do this a lot. You have to learn, like, you know, I have like 19.5k followers. Listen, there are people that have way more followers than me that get all sorts of abuse. This one is even small. I imagine I'm going through right now. So, and again, I genuinely defend my position. So I don't need to be okay. I'll get upset sometimes, but generally speaking, I'm fine. All right. Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm good. I've just let this boil down, as obviously this is breaking news and a lot of people are now finding out about some of these things that are popping out in the media now. And one of the reasons why I disagree with the second and the third point is because there are actual counter examples of people who are in the exact situation as him without the context specific to the sensationalized story, which is probably the weakest part. Like some of these statements he said, like running 35 marathons in 30 days and stuff. This isn't something that is incredibly damaging to his greater academic profile. However, we see the witch hunt that occurred. We see some of the people internally where identity politics has influence into the context. I forgot his name exactly, but it was on Twitter. It was a Cambridge professor who organized and kind of sowed the seeds the moment that there was controversy into Jason Arday's kind of background, without any proper investigation happening whatsoever, without any sort of verified claim, just the idea of it. And then the actual information that kind of supported this partially was what stoked and fueled the fire, because at the level that he is at, being a PhD professor at one of the most well-renowned educational facilities in the world. We can't pretend like this institution doesn't have accountability for working against basic plagiarism in the modern day of AI, particularly, but before that, especially at postdoctorate level, there's a lot of checkers. There's a lot of checks and balances that have to be clicked. So if he was able to actually post some of these things and get away with it at the highest level without proper security backgrounds and stuff being done, of course, we're all human beings, but for him to be crucified as an individual without putting any proper leverage to the system that exists to counteract these things, as if it is an organization with many like minds and qualified people, would be dismissive. To just say he is entirely responsible for that and we should allow this witch hunt to happen, we should allow identity politics to stoke the fire and let identity politics on both sides have people divided, saying, oh, he never deserved to be here in the first place. To be at the postdoctorate level at Cambridge, you have to have credentials, at least at academic level. You could argue and say he cheated in certain places, but there's exams that had to be marked with criteria. He passed those and got to the level he did, to then add seasoning to his background and life story and exaggerate certain things. But people are far too dismissive of the leverage that the system has in regards to holding people accountable.
So your point is that there should be more focus on how exactly
Cambridge, yes, and its failings to allow this to happen.
But don't you see how 100%. That's a bit of a bizarre point to make, to be like, this guy did all these things, but it's the institution's fault. Is it really?
If the bank gets robbed and the bank didn't have the proper security facilities to keep your money safe, are we going to say, damn these robbers, as much as they should be punished?
Yes,
and there's a
damn these robbers.
Of course, damn these robbers. But does that mean Nationwide should not invest properly into protecting people's money when people are investing with these places and institutions based on the idea of protection? We are allowed to hold these systems account. And in this modern day and age, people completely forget that. But like having vocal power isn't.
I see your point a little bit. I just find it uncomfortable to say, like, okay, again, in a world
we've been conditioned to do so.
No,
the institution doesn't want people being able to question it as vehemently as we should.
I don't think so.
100%.
If anything, someone just pointed out to me, like, I think initially they did say, like, okay, we're looking into it or whatever. And I don't actually think like all those plagiarism things were probably what ultimately brought him down. I think. Because remember,
it's the centerpiece of the story. It's the centerpiece of the story, the plagiarism, and the fact that it can actually be provable in some instances.
I don't think it was. I mean, again, I don't know the centerpiece in terms of like what actually led him to do what he wanted to do, because like that's probably what matters here. In terms of what the centerpiece of the story was, I think people definitely found the
sensationalized comment.
Yeah, exactly. The lies were like more sensational as opposed to like because
with the plagiarism.
But plagiarism is quite hard to follow from like. Yeah, maybe. But I don't think I'll take the point that because of that. And again, I do agree. Remember, I said that earlier. I do think the media coverage is excessive. I explained it by saying like,
Certainly, it's a witch hunt
they're
in all
obsessed.
means of the definition.
I don't
And
know.
what
I don't know
makes
if I'll
this
go as far as say
particular?
witch hunt, because witch hunt will be like
It
when
is
there's no
because,
story here. There is a story here.
there certainly is a story, and why I say it's a witch hunt particularly is because we have counterexamples from white male and women who are in Harvard, who are in Cambridge itself, who have been accused of plagiarism, had actual assessments carried out, and things have been proven. They held their position. These are nothing more than tweets and small articles that didn't gain any sort of virality across several mediums where these could have been published. We don't hear about these people.
Hello? I think.
Hello, am I still there?
Oh yeah, I thought you got a call. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I went to Twitter to read the name specifically.
Oh,
but,
okay,
there's
okay.
Professor Jill of Harvard, caught of plagiarism specifically, and there was a history professor at Cambridge. No, Harvard was the woman, Professor Jill, but at Cambridge specifically, there was a history professor who was caught plagiarizing specifically by stealing students' work and incorporating it into his own. That exists, and as at the same institution, yet we have no virality around that storyline. The fact that the investigation has seen probable conclusions for him actually plagiarizing using students' work under his own name, and he goes to the same institution, and he's a white male, and none of this was recorded with the same sensationality. I think that's the only part of the identity politics where you can draw a comparison and go, white man did this, no relative noise and disruption. Black man does this, extremely sensationalized. Though he did allow the opportunity for sensationalism to happen from actually doing these various minor infractions that we can actually prove, while the actual investigation in totality remains incomplete as far as we know as the public. But the things that have been shown.
Give me a second. ID got you wrong. You guys keep saying, yeah, tell him. I said that in my video. Have you guys seen my videos? People just keep coming in here to saying stuff. I said in my video, I think a lot of the reason why it was sensational was the fact that he was black, which is then takes me to the second point, which is the theme of my I'm wrong about what? Which is the theme of my central video, which is like, his race is not the story here. I said that was a theme of my original video before anything happened. So if they're focusing on him, like H, I take your point that yes, the fact that the cultural war element was the reason why they're focusing on this so much, and my original video says stop focusing on his race. How exactly, what's the gotcha here? I don't really understand. I've been saying that. I was ahead of this before you guys were talking about it.
I feel like you didn't let those parts of your point shine as well as it did. Otherwise, I feel like a lot of people
Are you
in the
giving me
comments
critique
wouldn't
on
have
my
this
delivery?
miscommunication. Yeah, because there's a huge miscommunication from several people who didn't believe you said these things, but you're quoting yourself.
Because they didn't watch the video. A lot of them didn't watch the video. They just came in here to shout at me.
Social media brain, it happens. It's the world we live in. But arguably, there's ways to work around it. Hey, we're all imperfect. But what makes this sensationalized is the lack of accountability across comparable case studies that show completely different responses, and the media allow the cultural war element of it to shine and take precedence.
But I think the reason why I would I won't say push back per se. The reason why I would kind of counter that point per se is that I don't really think that's what's worth complaining about, because again, there's two reasons why I don't think that's worth complaining about. That's kind of how we got here in the first place, but then also B, all those stories are not that sensational, because part of what got this guy to be the youngest black professor in sociology in Cambridge is the fact that he was kind of a media darling. If you have someone that's black, that couldn't speak till they were 18, that had autism, that did all these fantastic things, that brings the eyes on you. So you can't have it both ways. You can't then use that to land a book deal with Simon & Schuster. I don't know, I think it's 1.5 billion or something is the number being quoted. You can't use all those things to get to that position. And then when people start investigating those things, then you say, oh, actually, why are you focusing on that? No, you brought that on yourself.
No one said you can't focus on it. What we're saying is that this response was disproportionate, and all the vulnerabilities for this to be contained were just left abandoned, and it let the sensationalism of the story just become so rife. Because, for example, a Cambridge professor using Cambridge professor using his students' work to then submit his own work, that sounds ridiculous. You're supposed to have this academic authority amongst this pupil that you teach and educate, but instead you're looking at them thinking, oh yeah, you might be the new bright minds that I can steal ideas from. It's ridiculous in its own self, but it's nowhere near proportional. And of course, he didn't go out of his way to brand his personality on doing certain things. But that's a greater critique of the world at large. If the world saw opportunity to utilize his position and his position as an anomaly to their benefit, because as much as it is to his benefit as well, it's also to the benefit of the institutions that are co-signing this based on this sensational or specific USP he could have.
And
So
what would be your kind of response to that then? Because like, how would you determine the optimum coverage of a story? Because like, if the argument is like, why are you guys not covering that story? Again, I'm sorry to make this comparison, but like I said in my video, I cover Israel a lot. Sometimes I'll get DMs, people saying, why are you not covering Sudan? Why are you not covering Yemen? Why are you choosing only to focus on Israel? And to that, I would say, if you want to cover Sudan, do it on your page. You can't place limits on how much I find a story to be interesting enough to cover it. Because people could make that point to me. And I'll have to say, like, if I'm saying, like, oh, okay, you guys are covering it too much, someone could say to me, why are you covering Israel so much? You're a Nigerian guy who lives in the UK. Why are you doing, why 7 or 10 posts in a day about Israel? It's a massive.
I think that's only a problem if you pose yourself. I think that's only a problem if you pose yourself as this person who will continuously branch out across all different types of conflict to have an interest on this generalized topic that can be represented in different ways. Because Israel and Iran conflict isn't the only conflict or the only destabilizing part of geopolitics that's happening in the world right now. But if you say you are interested in geopolitics generally, but you have a particular focus towards Israel and you don't label that, then it's easy for people to say you have that bias. And
so
then would that be fair of me? Would
that be fair of them to be like, so why you? I mean, because I'll be honest, I haven't looked at the numbers, but I imagine like, Israel features in a lot of my coverage. Part of the reason why I say to that is that our governments are actively involved in the crimes they're committing, which is why I focus on it. If we were involved in the crimes of Sudan, I'd be focusing on that too. So I can't see a point in which, while I do take your point about maybe perhaps on the balance of other stories, it was perhaps excessive. What would be the remedy here? Like, just cover it less, like know when to stop about covering it. I don't know when you can't really, that's a very arbitrary thing you can't place in something because people.
No, I think at the end of the day, a lot of these stories were backed by particular groups of people. My point seems incredible, not credible without me being able to reference the name. But there's a person particularly who's been pushing this story. Obviously, you mentioned some of this reporting goes back as early as 2023. He was one of the people who was spearheading the story being pushed and represented as much as it was, while letting his racial and identity politics bias creep through, pushing the suck. And because there was a basis legitimately for some of the reporting in regards to plagiarism, it only allowed him to be venerated in pushing the story and going, oh, this is what I've been talking about. I'm a person who stands for this style of injustice, this, and this. But similarly, there's an age mate who that teaches history and copied off his students' work. He wasn't so loud and vocal about that. So we can see that people have certain agendas, and we can see that necessarily that maybe the institution didn't create the agenda, but it could see benefit to pushing it.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
create the story,
I take your
but
point.
they're complicit in the fact that it's being pushed because they know the coverage, they know the eyes, they know all these things.
Yeah, I mean, the stories are gonna. But
So
again,
when capitalism comes into it,
exactly, I'm saying, don't you
the
think like
morals
that's
go to the
also,
side.
yeah, that's also kind of a
go to the
critique
side.
of like the market, right? If people are pointing out the fact that they ran ads with a story, yeah, if I write a story, I want people to read it. So yeah, if I do an ad on it, I don't think that's like crossing the line or whatever. A lot of people are only saying this because of what eventually happened, but ultimately there was a story here and people covered it, so they covered it. Someone said to me, Zav said to me, wait, give me a second. Zav said, Israel gets the most clicks. Can you just be honest? Zav, if I tell you how many of my videos have been taken down because I've been talking about Israel, a lot of people would actually say I should stop covering Israel because all it's brought me is grief, and I'll probably grow much faster. Like, I probably can't get any brand deals because I talk about Israel so much. That's a fact. So I think you're wrong, Zav. But again, unlike some of you people in here, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. So the fact that I can't get brand deals because I talk about what I'm interested in is not going to stop me. So when you guys say like, you're being so insensitive, you're just trying to use them for clicks, I'll be honest, respectfully, it doesn't factor that much into my, how I plan what I talk about. I talk about what I'm interested in, and whether or not other people want to see that or not, I'll be talking about it regardless. Again, you guys will get to know. Anyway, any final points from you before I bring someone else on?
I think the critique that you were looking for in regards to what we could have done to streamline the kind of attention that was brought to this story was allow journalistic integrity, some journalistic integrity to be president. So take precedent. So if people are reporting like this person who's pushing the story all now, and he was letting his identity politics bias into it, you should be able to abstract that and remove that excessive information, and then keep what can be seen as objective and what can be seen factual and what can be seen as a notable event. The identity politics of that person individually isn't really notable, but the fact that he was
I said that in my video. That's what I said. That's
No,
the entire theme of my video.
no, but your video ignored the fact that it could be weaponized and the fact that the
No,
system
no,
could do
no,
that
it doesn't. No,
and
it
be
doesn't
complicit
ignore
in
that. No, it doesn't ignore that. It focuses
It did-
specifically
the point
on it,
wasn't
which is why I
centered
said,
around that.
which is why even in that video I said, when people do stuff and they are incidentally black, so bloody what? I talked about it on both sides, and again, I have videos going back months and years.
That's
by the way,
you can say
making
that,
the point
but
in
we
both
can't
directions.
pretend like the world is being. You can
Wait,
say that,
but you just
can't
made the
pretend
point. But then you
from
just said
the
what I
world
just said.
presents that.
But then you just said what I just said.
No,
When I
but
asked you about like how you practically deal with
you
it.
didn't see the context of what you didn't see the context of why I was making my point.
Right.
At the end of the day, we can't say that the world is being taught from these systems and these platforms that we shouldn't see identity politics. There's money in weaponizing identity politics and divide and conquer strategy. So of course, we're not going to tell them, hey, don't utilize this to get more clicks and therefore make more money and generate more revenue. They're going to. So the journalistic integrity should be placed upon these institutions like the publishing and the reporting medias to actually abstract all the biases that exist within the person who was reporting and spearheading the story in particular, and just keep the factual information. The plagiarism should be central, not the fact that he had the sensationalism attached to it.
No, I mean, no, not really. No, I do think it should be factual, but again, people can say that to me. Some people say to me like, "You're not a journalist because you add your opinion to." Yeah, every journalist has an opinion. They might not tell you what their opinion is, but you can see in the way they cover stuff that they have an opinion. So I would disagree with the point that like, you know,
but the faction overwhelmed the faction.
Yeah, but I don't.
Underwhelmed
What
by the
was
opinion.
factually inaccurate?
And that's what
about
was happening here.
What was factually inaccurate about what he reported?
That the sensationalism of his identity and some of the stories he wrote took precedent over his achievements that would have had to been verified, i.e. people were dismissing the fact that he was a postgraduate at this institution as if he didn't go through those tests, even if after the fact he passed these exams under these conditions, he then and went plagiarized in his own released books and whatever that he was releasing at that time, articles and whatnot.
I don't really see
It was clear. We're talking about this now because we notably remember his character being attached to some of the things he used that the system also used to leverage and create this USP for him to have a broader brand image. That in the reporting
what do you
so
mean the
much more
system?
central.
He did that. He wanted to have a bigger image. He wanted to get a book deal. He wanted to be the youngest professor
Of
at
course,
Cambridge.
and no one says he shouldn't get accountability for that, but he shouldn't get sole accountability for that because the system saw that and saw it as an opportunity to gain more revenue and broadcast a greater net without questioning the integrity of those opinions greater than they could have.
That is so infantilizing.
They
and
didn't.
completely ridiculous.
They didn't. How is it infantilizing?
If he wanted to
How?
just be an obscure person doing something else, a bricklayer and a plumbing, no one would know this. If he chose not to make up these stories about what he did, no one would know this. No one made him do that. He did that because he wanted to. Like, why is he
And he was
everyone
able
else's
to do that
fault?
because he got the hand up from the system that allowed it.
Oh my
The system should be able to be held accountable. Guinness World Records, if someone says they
my
can do something
God.
and Guinness publishes it, but they didn't actually verify it, then of course we as people can go, hey, Guinness, you didn't verify that world record. The same way that system that saw the opportunity to report that information, did they actually think, did he run 30 miles in 35 days? Was he the youngest person to do XYZ? They published it, didn't think twice about actually verifying the facts or even corroborating the facts. And that is a blame on them also. I never said it's alone. I said also. And that's the difference. That's not being shown.
I mean,
that's the problem.
The idea that I see your point, and the idea that someone might then like, you know, let's say for example they saw an opportunity here to promote someone that they thought was like some kind of wunderkind, and that was super amazing and special. They should get blamed for that because they actually believed in him.
Partially.
Really?
Partially, and not entirely.
They should get blamed for believing in him. Wow.
Not believing in him, of
fair
course. Like, for example, we have the court of law to test certain things, whether it's criminal, whether it's a civil. So we have a system that can actually assess the dialectics of the facts and go, okay, let's assume this is true. Let's assume this isn't true. How would we go about assessing if this is or isn't the case? The same approach can be applied to reporting information as well, because obviously if you report something so flagrantly untrue, then you're likely to, you can be sued for reporting something flagrantly untrue, of course. So there's a degree in which the truth matters and also has the right to be investigated. It wasn't investigated enough on their behalf. That is the main central point, and that's why I disagree with the second and third point in particular.
Well articulated, H. I feel like, have you come in my life before? I feel like I remember you.
One time. I think it was the
time,
last live.
yeah. We talked
I
about
forgot what the
was it hate
questions were
speech and
about.
free speech? Was it, or was it the religion one
Yeah,
towards
that
the
one.
end? Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
it was the religion one.
good
Yeah.
chat, man. Nice to see you. Hopefully, we'll speak again
No,
on
it
another
was
topic
good. It
next
was
time.
good.
Goodbye.
For sure.
All right, that was very good conversation. Well articulated. I like that. Thank you for the follow. One love. As a reminder, if you're enjoying yourself is a wrong word to use. We're talking about something so macabre. If you like conversations like this, let me just say that make sure you stick and stay with What in the World Radio. Do feel free to follow me. Drop 1 or 2 likes. Maybe I shouldn't be hawking myself too much in this one, because before people start accusing me of taking advantage of it. But again, this is my job. This is no different than if Sky News was covering stuff. I think I'm better than Sky News, respectfully. But I value what I do, and I think there is a lot of value in having average people cover the news. Like, we don't have to always hear it from these guys sitting in their studio. Who do they think they are? We can talk about it too. They ain't better than us. With that being said, who's next? Thank you, Sylvia. Don't get this on Sky News. Who's next? I agree with you. Who's next? Zav, you made that point about Israel, which I don't really mind. But anyway, who's next? Who else disagrees with me? I got quite a few people requesting, but it's always nice to talk about people that disagree with me. I don't think I've talked much about the third point about him being exploited by the academic establishment. I think H touched on that a little bit. I don't quite love that point, just because, I don't know. Honestly, it seems weirdly racist to me to make the point that this man was just exploited by all these, ostensibly white, establishment academic people who wanted to use him for his own cynical ends. Really? He's a grown-ass man. All right, let me see. ID Gooch. J.R. Edwards. Let me bring ID Gooch on quickly. Is it Gotch or Gooch? Oh, B. I disagree. There's quite a lot of you here. MTG Pegasus. Let's talk. All right, I'll do one at a time. I'm gonna start giving you guys like 5-6 minutes, just to keep it brief, so we can have a bit faster and get through.
Hello.
Always good to share your views and get your voice said. Hello, B. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah, B is great. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing? This line is
Yeah,
so
not too
white.
bad.
I don't like it. All right, I'm listening. Oh, saturation is too high, isn't it?
Great. So I actually joined your live. That's my stuff. I actually joined your live at the point of you making a comment that really alarmed me. You were saying something you said something along the lines of the right attacking Ardy because he's black, and the left supporting Ardy because he's black are both wrong positions.
Yeah.
And I think that was really shocking, because they are not morally equivalent. There is a reason why black people must support Ardy in the face of objective criticism, disproportionate criticism of Ardy on the basis of him being black. We do not live in a world that just started today. There is historical context of racism in this country and worldwide. That means that black people are, or any other person with oppressed minorities, identities rather, are subject to systemic barriers and are subject to undue scrutiny and criticism. And because of that, if you are a member of one of these identities, it is incumbent on you to be defensive of people who, yes.
No, I was
It's
replying to a
incumbent
comment.
on you.
Sorry.
Okay. To be defensive of people who are facing unnecessary criticism, especially for something that isn't even criminal. Yeah, he told some porkies. I don't care. If Rachel Reeves tells some porkies about the plagiarism of her book that she published, I care about that. She's a front bencher in our government. I care about that, right? I don't care that Jason Arday told a few porkies about how many marathons he ran. I don't care. He could have said he ran 100 marathons with 7 broken legs and 2 broken arms. It's just not important, is it? And as somebody who sort of manages websites, and I'm talking about the largest e-commerce websites in the world, that I can't state the names of, right?
So humble brag, I like that.
When we are saying that, there is no way for us to sort of say what the reasonable level of output for a website is, or what the reasonable level of ads running over a story is. Actually, we are able to say what is reasonable for that.
Okay.
With a website like the Daily Mail, for example, they were publishing over 50 stories about Jason Arday, sometimes 4 times a day, and were running ads excessively on Jason Arday because of the nature of Daily Mail being a right-wing rag, and because of Jason being a black man. It was an opportunity for them to sort of spit on DEI, or what they perceived to be the result of DEI incentives.
Yep.
And as a result of that, they were disproportionate in the amount of articles that they were willing to publish over a 2-week period. They were disproportionate in the amount of ad space that they were willing to share or to give towards these Jason Arday stories. They were disproportionate in the amount of money they resourced to servicing these ads as well. And the whole thing that I have a really big issue with is that identity politics does have a place in our world, simply because racism is something that we are all still dealing with. Racism, sexism, ableism, whatever it is. But in this instance, racism is something we are still dealing with in this world. We have a long historic sort of background that justifies why Black people might need to take a defensive position against another Black person who is being criticized.
Okay, so well said. I think that was very articulate. I disagree with you, obviously, but I think it was quite articulate nonetheless. Now, needless to say, the reasons why some people on the left or Black people might feel the need to have solidarity with a fellow Black person because he's Black, and the reason why some might want to exploit that, the fact that they're morally not on the same scale, I don't think is relevant to the reason why I oppose both of them. And I think even when you look at civil rights movements, yeah, we can't ignore the fact that we live amongst other people that are Black and white and all these other colors. So you are gonna have differences. She did say that, Temi. I didn't stop reading the comments. It's my mistake. I'll stop reading the comments. It's not your fault. That's me. But the point about that is, I don't want to sound like one of those grandstanders, but if I can just quote even what did MLK say about these things? Judge people by the content of their character. If you like, in your world, if you keep on focusing, and again, I made this point before and other stuff, if you keep on focusing on race from identity, like we have to defend everyone because they're Black, the reaction to that, whether you like it or not, is some people are going to start saying, because you're Black, therefore this is why is this happening. The progressive position is to say no. The people stand for themselves. People are incidentally Black. His race had nothing to do with his intelligence, his ambition, the fact that he wanted to do any of these things. So the only defense that I see credibly to right-wing people writing 100 articles about this man, obsessing about his racial identity, is for us to either say we're going to just support him regardless because he's Black, or we're going to say, no, we stop focusing on his race because his race has nothing to do with it. Now, you can choose to just rally around someone because they're Black. I don't think that's a very constructive position. Because again, if you use your race...
It's idealistic.
I don't think it's practical.
We don't live in a world where we have the fortune of being able to say we can do away with sort of identity politics and just defend people on the merit of what's going on. We don't have that luxury.
Of course we do.
No, we don't, because we've got the evidence of it here. This is what we're talking about. We don't have that luxury. We've got several people from Cambridge who have been guilty of the same thing. We've got people in our own government, Jonathan something or other. He's the business secretary, I think. He lied about being a solicitor.
Okay.
That is quite a serious thing, right?
Right.
Was not subjected. I'm sure many people aren't even aware of this.
Okay. And so if you want someone to focus on that, the point you would make, if you want people to focus on that fairly for how big of a thing it is, the point you would make is that the fact that he's white has nothing to do with it. He lied about something that was extremely serious. Let's focus on the thing he did. If you're consistent in that position, it's very easy. No one can catch you out because I've been making those points. The same reason why whether it's like if a Black person was did something that was bad, like let's say a more serious crime, whether or not they're the victim or the perpetrators, Again, their race is completely meaningless here. We shouldn't just be defending them because they're black and they've done a heinous crime. No. They did a heinous crime, oftentimes because of actually other social factors that are way more relevant than their race. That is what we should be highlighting. Just support it. Because how consistent will your position be if, God forbid, this man was doing some of the crimes that involve like minors? We can't. We have to be consistent, because you can't then say like, oh, because this crime is not that deep, it's okay to rally around him because he's black. But if the crime was this serious, we're not going to do because he's black. Be consistent. The consistent thing to do is, I don't care that he's black. Focus on the actions of the person and leave his race out of it. That's the easiest thing to do to me.
Like I said, I think it's quite idealistic, but on the premise of what you're saying, ideologically, I agree. Ideally, we should just be judging people on their merits, no matter what they're sort of being accused of. Wrong is wrong, right is right, or it should be that way at least. However, it's not the case. Where Jason Arday is concerned, he told some lies, he told some porkies. As far as his thesis was concerned, it was a poor reference, right? He'd already referenced the person he was quoting about 15 times in his thesis. He failed to do it on one occasion in the same thesis. That isn't the same as sort of plagiarizing the entire work.
Right.
But that's how it's been presented sensationally in the news, because people are only going to read a headline and they're not going to bother to understand the merit. And that's what people are going to take away, that the entire thesis itself was to be discredited and that he'd copied the entire thing, and that's not the case. And the thing is, where Black people are concerned, I believe we should wait to hear the findings of an investigation. But where something is being sort of pushed out to us, and again, disproportionately antagonized, we've got to then take a position to say, hey, this is disproportionate. And the reason like the media are on the offensive position here. They're the ones who began this onslaught. Actually, it was that Nathan guy, I believe, who started it with his Substack article. He's a disgraced Cambridge fellow who was a eugenicist, basically, deeply racist person. So he's the one with an axe to grind with people like Jason Arday, who wrote that Substack because he hates people like Jason Arday and is disgruntled by having been removed as a fellow from Cambridge for being a racist. So then the media picks up on it and they absolutely go haywire. It's not okay. Yeah, he told some lies. I get it. I personally think that some of those lies were a bit funny.
I mean,
do we need to have 53 articles, sometimes 4 times a day, from the Daily Mail alone?
If the lies were entertaining, you can see why they'll be writing about it. Like that's not necessarily because he's black. But if you said you couldn't read or write till you're 18, then you went to uni and got a first. I don't know if you got a first or not. I mean, you can see why people are going to be interested in that story, right? That's not obviously because he was black. If anyone was making up a story that sensational and it all kind of came collapsing, people are going to be interested to know, like, what else did you make up, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
So again, that's why you can't be censoring.
It's the volume of the output.
I mean, fair enough, that might be the case, but that's why the right thing to say is stop focusing on his race. This is someone who's clearly very ambitious, who had places to be, things to do, and he went about trying to get to where he wanted to get to. Do you think when he was making up all these things, he was reflecting on the fact that I'm a beleaguered black man who might be attacked? No, he just wanted to do that because he's very ambitious. Maybe probably had some maybe issues as well. Probably if you're lying serially.
Yeah.
Let's focus on that. I don't know how anyone can disagree with that position, because like I said to you earlier, your position makes, you said I'm being idealistic. I think you're being idealistic because your position doesn't make sense when you start thinking about the kind of crimes that people can get upset about. You're thinking about it now because, like, right now this is not actually a criminal offense in that way. You just kind of lied and stuff like that. But do we want to start defending black people who have been accused of other type of crimes? No.
I want to defend
they're not same as us. Do your stuff.
Targeted. Huh? I want to defend black people who are being unreasonably targeted. He's not the first person who's told some porkies. And the issue is he's being unreasonably targeted because he's black. That's the problem.
Yeah. I mean, like I said,
the police actually asked a number of journalists to reel it in a little bit because they were aware of him, of the fact that he's vulnerable.
I think that's a problem as well, to be honest. I don't agree
with that. Do you think so? But it's because the police knew that he was vulnerable. They shouldn't be doing that.
No, I don't think that's why he reported them to the police when they were like trying to investigate him.
But he told them some things about himself and they were aware of the fact that he was vulnerable. So I think you'd mentioned a point previously that we don't know whether or not he would have done this
Oh,
if this
yeah,
didn't
okay.
happen or
Okay,
not. Yeah.
yeah.
He is known, I've seen other videos from people who know him personally. He's known to have been vulnerable. And I think some
Yeah.
of these lies are reflective of the fact that he might have had a vulnerable sort of mental state, right?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I think that's the reason why the police were trying to get certain journalists to sort of take it back a little bit. But, you know, that's not something everybody's going to be aware of. All I'm saying is when things are unreasonable, when things become a witch hunt, which I believe this was, on the basis of the volume of the output and the types of ads that were being run, yes, this was a witch hunt, this was unreasonable, and it led to somebody's death. And the British media has form in this regard. Caroline Flack, Princess Diana, this other girl from Love Island. Meghan Markle had suicidal ideation as a result of the attacks from the British media.
Careful.
British media has form here.
Sensitive.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. But anyway, I want to give somebody the chance to
appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. That was a well-reasoned, well-thought-out position. Hope you're able to join me for future conversations on other topics.
Lovely. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. That was how we do it. Eddie said we said we're both right. I guess so. Hunter 68. I said, AJ, you're being pretentious about 500 million times. I don't even know what I'm being pretentious about. Who's next? ID Gooch. Let me get him up. And I don't know how long that was, but I want to try and speed this up. Actually, Hunter, I'll get you up. You've caught my attention with your pretentious BS. I'll try and make this pretty short. 6 minutes or less, please, if you don't mind. Hello, ID Gooch. What do I call you?
You can just call me ID.
Oh, it's a
Well,
lady.
hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. First of all, I just wanted to say, before your earlier videos about Jason, did you actually have any evidence to prove that any of the things that he claimed was wrong?
Like the fact that about the marathons and not being able to speak and stuff like that?
Yes. Did you have any evidence to prove it was wrong?
Yeah, actually, I think one of his schoolmates from secondary school said he was a chatterbox actually in school.
And did you verify that that was his schoolmate?
Did I verify that he wasn't lying about that?
Did you verify that?
I guess not. No.
Because you're really talking about people's life. Life is very complex. You can't just take a camera to start just judging people without actually understanding. And we're looking at somebody who, and this is the reason why I really don't like people who have ableist view. We're looking at someone who is autistic. Like, life is not always straightforward. I know that I have heard of some research around that people who have autism can tend to be very black and white in how they overestimate and underestimate situations. And this is an active research. Have you looked into research like that?
Wait, sorry,
you also understand.
Is your point that he was lying, but he didn't say it properly, or is the point like he was
My
actually telling the
point is
truth about
that
all of
there
it?
isn't evidence that he was lying. What there
Really?
is evidence is that his facts, hold on, hear me out.
Okay.
What there is evidence is that his facts are improbable. We don't know if he is lying, but we can suggest that these things are something that we would want to see evidence for if we are going to believe it.
So he's not lying, his facts are improbable. I mean,
yes, and needs to be fact checked. And then I remember just earlier on someone called Hedge. He literally what's it called again? He talked about the fact that the role that the institution played, and you downplayed that. You said you don't think it's the institution's fault. I have a question for you.
Yep.
If someone comes up with a degree on, say, I don't know, for a course like, say, medicine, and it turns out that they learned nothing, they know nothing about medicine, would you hold the institution accountable?
Yeah.
So why is this case different? Jason Arday made some claims that a professional body should have vetted to say, oh, this is what I believe. This is some of the claims this guy have made. If we're going to put this guy on the screen, if we're going to show this guy, we obviously need to do our due diligence. We need to fact check.
Wait, sorry.
That's why we have...
Just to correct that. If you're talking about the plagiarism, I didn't take a point on the plagiarism. I think that the plagiarism relates to his professional work. I was talking about all the claims outside of...
Well, even his lies as well, like I'm not even gonna say lies. Even his like in quotes lies should have been vetted as well. For example, when people make claims, you have to. That's why we have things like onboarding. You have to, for example,
Why would they look
ask
into the
for
fact that if you ran
either.
marathons? Who cares?
Well, that's
What's that got
what
to do
you're
with his
running
job?
with.
Huh?
That's what you're running with. You're running with the fact that he is a liar.
I didn't run with that. He was the one that was lying. I didn't make him say those things.
Your first video, and like even what was so like annoying about your first video was also the fact that you were shooting on the black community for trying to stand up for him. You were asking us that why are we trying to stand up for him just because he's black?
I don't do that.
But now that is an issue because who are you to judge black people's response to a particular situation?
I'm a black person.
You're a black person,
Yeah.
yes, but like that doesn't give you monopoly to decide how people should react to what, however they feel about something.
I gave my opinion. If you don't like it, you can give your opinion. Is that what you're doing now, no?
Sure, but like you're giving your opinion as a standpoint that your opinion is right. You're not just giving
Yeah,
an opinion.
I believe in the correctness of my opinion.
And
That's how opinions work.
And you're giving an opinion about somebody's life. Also, this also comes back to the place of empathy. Like you keep laughing about this stuff. People have made so many serious points to you. I even heard you, for example, I think the earlier speaker said something and you were like, perhaps about maybe he had some tendencies that could have made him prone to suicidal. Maybe I shouldn't put that word, but like that were putting him at risk of certain things. And you were like, perhaps, like,
yeah, wait. According to you, we shouldn't be making generalizations about people without checking the facts first. So why would I agree with it if I haven't checked the facts? Is that what you said? You wanted me to check the facts about all the truth? Why would I agree with it then? I should check the facts now.
Hold on. The issue is not the words. Perhaps is suggesting that it could be probable. Like language has never been just saying what she said. You said perhaps with the body language, which means that you were like, oh yeah, whatever. It's exactly what she did. And like, if this video was,
I don't know him. How would I know what he was going through? I can't say yes, definitely had that. Do I know? Was I there? Am I the one that was checking his mental health? What are you talking about? She made a throwaway comment about it. Sounds like he had a.
And be like, you could have just easily said, "Well, I have no proof to like to."
Isn't that what perhaps means as a word? Like, do you know what the word perhaps means? Respectfully, do you know what that word perhaps means? That's what it means. That literally means like, yeah, maybe I might be true. I don't know enough to know about it.
I hate arguing with people who still argue to today that just the definition of a word is exactly how a word can come across to a certain group of people or to somebody. Even your body language and how you say certain things can matter, which is why, for example, parents raise their voice to tell kids to go to their room to sort of like administer or to let them know that what I'm trying to say to you is not a suggestion, it's a sort of like an authoritative command. And this is just me being lay on the example. That's way aside from what we're saying. And even you saying that you do not believe that the media were hounding him, you don't believe that there was an excessive representation of the media. I think there was someone
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Can you guys watch my video, please? Stop saying that.
You literally even asked somebody, I think it was H, you literally asked him, so how many coverage will be excessive? That's literally what you said.
I said their focus on him was racially motivated because they're obsessed with identity nonsense. But I have to concede that.
I know you said that, but you also did say with Hedge, what would be considered excessive?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a fair question. Like when would you what would you put the line?
Saying that and that's exactly what I'm saying. That you literally claiming that the media coverage on this was not excessive.
All right. Okay. I'll let you make
exactly
your. I'll let you make your final points.
And we have seen this because we've contrasted people who have done similar things, and we have seen that they did not get the disproportionate what's it called again, representation on this particular matter. And the fact is, he even said that he was stepping down from the limelight. When things like this are investigated, where was his sort of confidentiality in the matter? Where was this sort of like, okay, maybe we shouldn't have all the. Yes, people should be given some bit of like privacy to certain things because you don't understand what people are going through. You don't understand, and this is what I'm saying. Ableist mindset. You do not understand the complexity of lives. People have real problems, and it's just true.
So when he was
People
when
have
he
no
was going
problem.
in the BBC and Newsnight hyping up all these stories, we shouldn't give him privacy then. But when the claims
Thank
start
you
to
for
fall
just saying
apart,
that.
and then now
I
we should give
thought
him
earlier
privacy.
on, I thought earlier on you said that you had nothing. You had like you literally were not going against his claims, but you're literally pointing that out again. Do you have evidence that any of the things he's claiming is wrong?
All right, thank you for your time. I really appreciate your insight.
It's not just about listening to different people, but it's also understanding where they're coming from, reflecting on it, and thinking maybe I should have taken another approach to covering such a thing or to talking about somebody's life. Because you've not even fact checked. You haven't even you're not even telling me, okay, I've done some research. I literally pointed to you like autistic people have a way sometimes there is research in this that they can underestimate and overestimate. You know nothing about this.
So
You don't even have
have you fact checked it? If you fact check, can you tell us what the facts are then?
this is just your opinion piece, and you never made it clear that it was.
I never
And
made
even
it
the
clear that
fact
it's my opinion when I'm talking about something
and
on my
even the fact
TikTok
that
page.
today
What are you talking
is
about?
literally today we're getting all the news and stuff that this man has passed away,
Mm-hmm.
and you're still on live trying to be, I don't know, trying to score points or whatever.
Score points?
That is exactly what your debate is like. Because if you're not trying to score points, are you actually taking what people are saying to you?
I've had loads of pleasant interactions with loads of people. H and I had a very fine conversation. Before you came, we had a very fine conversation.
When people say we've taken
Oh, yeah,
pleasant
you're right,
interactions from what you're saying, they're literally just saying, what you're saying sounds nice, but we don't really see a point to that. You've not actually admitted that what they've said is actually true, or you haven't
Oh
said,
no, I don't think they're right. I just think
So
I
exactly.
respect their
So why are
position.
you trying to argue with me? That's what I'm saying. You're not taking anything that anyone is saying to you. Like
I don't know what
in
you
the
want.
debate, you also listen to the point of your opposition. And if you're not taking anything we're saying, then isn't it? Are we not supposed to say that you're not listening to us?
I can listen to you and
In the sense,
I can listen to you and disagree with you. We don't have to agree. I just
listening
disagree
is
with
not the
you.
word. Are we happy to say that you're not taking our point?
Again, I can listen to you and disagree. We don't have to agree. You have your opinion. I have my
So
opinion.
you're not taking our point.
Why don't you take
Can I say that?
my point?
Well, I have taken some of your points.
No, you
I
haven't.
think some
Which
of your
one?
points is actually
Like which
true.
one? Like which
Your
one?
point about the fact that we should always not look at color when someone does something wrong.
Okay.
I think that's a genuine point. I actually think that point is actually very good. But this case is not just it. This is not that case of we should not just because the way the media has viewed it is not just in the lens of like this is just any individual. The media has clearly stated a black man. It's a race war in the sense that they've literally started bringing DEI.
Oh my god, it's been 11 minutes. Okay, I go. All right.
Literally, they've
Thank you
brought
for your time. It's
DEI
been
in
11
every other
minutes. It's been 5 minutes. We'll catch you run over massively.
yeah.
So thank you. I appreciate ID Gooch for coming up nonetheless. Her and I don't see eye to eye on that one, but some people saying I'm being contrarian, I'm being difficult. Again, you guys are Johnny come latelys when it comes to these conversations and these topics, but it's okay. I forgive you because you don't know me, you don't know what I'm about. When I did my video, there's a reason why this is not like, I didn't have a over the top dramatic take. It was just a very simple thing. Let's not censor race. A very basic, rational, logical position. I understand why that might be confusing for a lot of you race hustlers who want to obsess. I respect B, but when I made the point to her that if your position is that we should just stand with every black person who did a crime, suppose a black person did a crime of the kind of child nature, we should be standing with them because they're black. Do you see how ridiculous that would be? Why would we do that? The right thing to do is to say their race has nothing to do with what they've done. Focus on their crimes, why they did that, who they are, all that kind of stuff. If the right wing were making it about race, that would be wrong. If we were making it about race, that would also be wrong. How is that hard to understand? I mean, again, fair enough. If you disagree with that, I guess we're just so different. But the point is not that plagiarism is a crime. The point is that his race has nothing to do with it. I've said that like 1,000,000 times already. Like, what the hell? Oh my goodness. All right, let me see. Who's up next? MTG Pegasus. You're top of my list. Did you agree with me or disagree with me? So, to clarify, I'm not saying that you have valid points. Fair enough. The point is not like the point is not that the media didn't highlight his race. Again, I concede that point. The point is that they shouldn't be. Give me a second. The point is that they shouldn't be. And the best way to counteract and try to reduce that, because ultimately what we want to know is a world in which this came up next time or whatever, God forbid, and everyone just says, this man, call him Tom Jones. He did these things and he might have plagiarized and he did this, and we just focus on that for what they are. That's the ideal world. How do we get to that ideal world? We get to that ideal world by always telling people, stop looking at the color of someone's skin. MLK said this. Was MLK crazy when he said we should stop focusing on the racial identity and the content of people's characters? Was he just being contrarian for saying, actually, you know what, it makes sense if instead of just always focusing on the identity of people, we just look past this completely superficial difference? If it's a lie, he told it. If he's crazy, I guess I'm crazy too. MTG Pegasus.
Hi there. I thank you for letting me up. I enjoyed the conversation so far. There is something though that I don't agree with you on.
Okay.
That is not about race. I mean, first and foremost, I'm sorry this young man died. He was only 40. Apparently, had 2 children, and I'm a father myself, and I'm really sorry that he felt he had no other way to escape the situation than what he did. Okay. However, the reason why he's dead is definitely his race. So he was massively unqualified. He was absolutely not up to standard. His PhD will be discussed in the months to come and will come out massive shortcomings from Liverpool that granted him a PhD. Hilary Kremin, the head of education at Cambridge, when she hired him, she said in front of the world that he's the best in the world at what he did. That was absolutely bullshit. The man was hired because he was a DI hire. He was hired because he was black. And as a consequence, when everything blew up, all the massive sequence of lies upon lies and upon lies he told, unfortunately became too much for him to deal with. He had a book coming up. The book probably was cancelled because the publisher...
I don't think it's been cancelled yet.
Yeah, but was too late to cancel, was too late not to release it, because obviously the publisher let him write a work of fiction. They didn't check that what he was putting in the book was an actual fact.
Yeah, but you don't know what's in the book, though, to be fair.
Well, it's been said what is in the book.
What's in the book?
Some people, pretty much everything what he said was disputed.
Was it an autobiography?
It was not verbal till he was 11. That was a lie. That he could not read and write till 18. That was a lie. He actually got 2 GCSEs. He went on to university to study PE. That he was diagnosed with late development autism. That was not directly challenged, but this will be challenged. That he ran 600 miles from Edinburgh to London in 6 days and apparently arrived under my house in Piccadilly Circus. That was a lie. That he ran 330 marathons in 35 days with a fractured leg. That was a lie. That he raised 5.5 million in charity. Absolutely a lie. That was proven to be a lie. That he was sent to South Africa for water aid was a lie. That he played semi-professional football at university was a lie. That he won substantial money at snooker was a lie. The man was a gambler at gambling debt. That has been proven.
Gambling debt? How do you know this?
I know.
Let me
go and check.
I'm looking now.
You will find it. That he won substantial money, plays snooker. That's absolutely untrue. Then the 2 masked men they came into Cambridge and they threatened his life if he would not resign. Absolute lie. There was no CCTV. There is no police report. Nothing whatsoever. That somebody sent him a pig's head. Another lie. There is not a picture of the pig's head. There is no police report. He was a colossal liar, unfortunately. And when everything came down crumbling on his head, because he was hired simply for being a black person, grossly not qualified, unfortunately, was a clear example of DEI. And in my opinion, on a smart guy like you, DEI shines absolutely bad, because if you ever were to get a great job, people could say you got it because of DEI. You won the job because you were qualified, you work hard, you had what it takes. And as long as there is something out there that might put in doubt that you got a position because of your own merit, but because of the color of your skin, it does you a disservice, AJ. Because you're smart, you put together, you have structure. But again, if you were to get a job at Sky News, which ex-boss is a friend of mine.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, our kids went to school together.
Oh, hello.
Exactly.
I
Now
know.
he's the head.
Are you gonna message me after, or should I message you after?
Now he's the boss of Disney. So in Europe. So the idea is this: as long as DEI is out there, every black person that gets a good job, everyone else can say you got it because of DEI. You don't want that. You want to get the job because you are the most prepared, the better qualified, and you deserve that job. Does it make sense?
No, I mean, the people making the point about it being DEI, I mean, the sensational story, I wasn't there when he was getting hired, right? So how much of it was the fact that the story was sensational?
100%.
Does it help that you're a minority? Probably.
Cambridge used him as a poster boy. They sent him on 20 TV shows, okay? And he was going out telling this incredible story that he couldn't read and write, disproven, that he ran marathon, disproven. There are more than 120 passages in his thesis that were copied by somebody else, not even from a brilliant university, from Brunel University, a very average low-tier university. So
what do you have against Brunel University, bro?
He didn't. He's not a top-tier university. He's very much to the bottom of the pack, okay? In the UK, it's very important that you study at least Russell Group or in the top 20. Otherwise, it's not worth the degree you're studying.
I mean,
we need to speak fact. And then Nathan is the guy that started this fire.
Nathan Kaufman.
Whenever he was exactly Kaufman, exactly. He was fired, the guys, for reporting a tribunal truth. Okay, so to say, Harvard was taken to court by a group of Asian students. Why? Because they felt they were getting discriminated.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
So Harvard in court had to admit that if they were to base their acceptance criteria simply on test scores, there would be only 0.67 black students at Harvard. At the moment, they are 18%. So they are 35 times overrepresented compared to their entry grades. And the way they do this, and I can tell you how they do it, they give two scores. One, your grades, that is your A levels. And then there is another score for your personality. They were giving 100% on personality on black people, 0% to Asian people, but Asian people had 100% SAT scores, so AAA, A star, A level. And they were marking them 0 on the personality. And on the back of this, go and check. Is it tribunal case? It's not my opinion.
I remember.
This is Harvard.
Listen,
this figure is Harvard telling the world that if they didn't use this personality scoring, they would only have 0.67% of black students at Harvard.
What's the point you're making here? You make this point about DEI more generally. Then is that what you're saying?
I would say that he was hired because of DEI, and he died because of DEI, because he was hired without merit, without being qualified for the job he was given. He was pushed by his boss, Hillary Kramin, as the best in the world at what you do. The guy didn't know how to open a beer can. That's reality, unfortunately.
I mean, that seems a bit of a stretch, don't you think? That seems a bit of a stretch to say that.
Have a look. All of his academic career, unfortunately, was a fraud.
Again,
obviously,
I would say I haven't looked back. I haven't looked into enough to know
Liverpool University will not
I'm not making
that they granted somebody a PhD
all right, one second,
that wasn't supposed to be granted. You understand what I'm coming from?
One second. When I did my original video on it, and on this video, on my subsequent videos on it, I've made a point to not talk about the plagiarism. Okay, if you have facts on that, I can't check that right now. I don't know that for a fact.
Yes, I'm just
talking
110 passages.
I'm just talking generally about, again, why I wasn't talking about, which is like why the video staying up, because I think regardless, I've made my feelings very, very clear on this. That I don't like focusing on people's racial identity. The point you make about you and I probably don't see eye to eye exactly on that, because I do think there are, even for people from disadvantaged background, I think in the UK we have different schemes.
But you know
where,
what you need to
wait,
account
let,
for,
let, let,
AJ.
let me finish one second. In the UK we have different schemes where they'll be like, if you come from a disadvantaged background, the idea is that you can get in with maybe slightly lower.
Yeah, but remember,
but that's
every time
I think there's value in that. To be fair, I'll be honest.
AJ, remember though one thing: every time you get into Oxford and Cambridge with grades that you don't deserve, like the guy that was elected president of the Oxford Union, he went into a PPE course with ABB.
Right. Okay.
While the minimum requirement is a AAA star. Okay. So this is the eye. There is somebody that had a AAA star that applied at Oxford PPE and didn't get a place because
I don't really like that
That
argument.
is not acceptable.
I don't really like that argument. I see your general point, but I don't really like that, because again, I think there is merit in. And again, that would work. In the UK, we have socioeconomic factors as well, right? So you can be white or wherever.
Yeah, but you're shattering the heart and the expectation of a person that deserves to give it to somebody that doesn't have the same grades to get in.
I don't know.
That's not acceptable. As long as this exists, there will be racism between groups.
No, that's not why.
One way and the other way.
That's not why. Anyway, I appreciate your facts and stuff, right? Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Have a good one.
You too.
Enjoy. Bye-bye.
I don't really like the entire anti-DEI crusade, if I'm being honest. I do think there is merit in having people that have less grades or come back from less socioeconomic backgrounds. I think there is value in them being able to, be in these elite institutions and kind of rub shoulders with people. If you're the first person from your university to go to uni, there are some of the poorest neighborhoods in the UK, in the country. A lot of them are majority white. In a world in which one of those people did really well, overcome those circumstances, and that is part of their compelling story, to be able to get into your Leeds and your Bristols and all that kind of stuff. Is it fair to be like, no, but because you're taking a space from, like this person that got AAA stars? I can see why the person that got AAA stars might be a bit upset and say, like, let's just do it by grades because that's the fairest way to do it. But I think positive discrimination is not all bad. So, that person clearly sounds like they're totally anti-DEI. So I oppose that. Anyway, Seven says, how am I not tired? It's only been 2 hours. Oh, you mean... I thought you meant how you're not tired, as in like how are you still going and how long does it take you and stuff like that. But no. You're asking it in a different way. All right. Who's next? Usually down to the interview. Yeah, exactly. Like you being likable should count for something, because again, if you don't say like everyone has 10,000 people have A stars and there's only 500 spaces, they're gonna have to do something else. They can't just go by just the grades, because I think a lot of the things that these elite institutions also do, which is kind of why they like people like this, Did they lean into the fact that he's black and that would look good? Probably. But what you have to understand about these institutions is that they try to predict the next superstars. So sometimes it's not like these people are always so fantastic and amazing, but it does look very good if the youngest black sociology professor at Cambridge, that does look good. Like if you can go to superstardom, write a book, become a national celebrity, and you went to Cambridge or Oxford, that is good for them. So they always try and promote stars. That's kind of what they like. So I think that's the biggest thing they try and pick. Like, let's try and pick people that will be stars and represent us very well. Jazz, actually, yes, I do. Jazz asked me earlier, am I still here? Again, Jazz, I did a live stream yesterday that was 4.5 hours. So if someone comes in and says like, it's been 2 hours, you're still here. Again, you guys don't know me. I'm like this. I've been about this life. Oh, Jazz, I went to my my dentist, my local dentist. I live in Essex, so I just went to my local dentist, and they were the one that I got the kit from them, the one that you wear overnight. Paul said, what does Paul have to say? Let's see. Oh, Samson Dubois, nice name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Good. Is it okay if I can start?
Yeah, please go on.
All right, perfect. So I think there's a lady that was before the MTG guy that came up, and I think she was bringing up something that I think you dismissed a bit too quickly.
Okay.
And it had to do specifically with the fact that this
Can
guy.
you speak up a bit? I don't know. I can hear you, but like it could
All
be
right,
a
my
bit
bad.
louder.
Can you hear me better now?
Excellent. I'm listening.
A bit. All right. So I was saying that the point that the lady brought up that I think you dismissed a bit too quickly was, I think we have to recognize that this guy did not get into the position that he got into strictly because of his merit, right? He got in not just because he was, the smartest guy that they could find, right? But also the fact that he overcame a certain kind of adversity that, like, a lot of people did not,
Yeah.
right? And if the story of him overcoming that adversity followed him on the way up, right? I think it is a bit, forgive, kind of my terms, but I think it's a bit nonsensical for us to say that it will not follow him, all the way down, right? In the sense that, the story was, oh my God, he's the first black man to do this. He was 11 when he did this, right? And again, he's a black man. And then again, he's a black man, right? So I think it's a bit, tone deaf for us to ignore that there was a bit of a disproportional, yes, I am American, sorry, I was just reading the chat. There was a bit of a disproportional response, right, by the media and the coverage, right? Not just because, this guy had an academic disintegrity case, right? He plagiarized something, or even because he lied. But it's also because of the kind of enigma that he was. And he was that enigma because, right, he went through all this adversity, right? And that was the story of him coming up. And that adversity had a lot to do with him and his race, right? So I think if you say that, I think everyone who's saying that, like, he was disproportionately, like, attacked because of his race is, he's not making a clear point. I think it's just, ignoring the obvious. But also another thing that I want to say is, like, back to the point of it being a bit of a witch hunt is, I think you have to think about the plagiarism thing. I'm not going to attack him because you've said time and time again that, hey, I don't know the facts of this, right? But follow with me a bit. Let me land, right? So if you want to investigate plagiarism directly, right? And say, okay, is this person's professorship legitimate?
Yeah.
Right? And then the scrutiny or the line of scrutiny, the magnifying glass that you're putting him under starts to, like, expand from, what's his dissertation or what's his publication, right? And then it goes into things like, what would his childhood classmates say? Or, what were they talking about him? Was he actually autistic? Right? What was his sporting events in school? What were his achievements when it came to fundraising? Right? What's his medical history? Right? What is his, alleged threats?
Does that go into your PhD dissertation? I don't know, but I'm genuinely asking.
You're right, right? And that's exactly what I'm trying to say is, like, the search started to expand to a thing that was larger than, right, his plagiarism and his academic disintegrity, and became a thing of, like, let's witch hunt him all the way to his home, to where he grew up, to his medical history, right? And we as humans, we have our own kind of, like, we deserve a certain kind of privacy when it comes to certain things, right? Even if he lied. So I really do think that, like, saying that, like, all that happened because of who he was and simply because he was a professor and not because he was a black accomplished professor, right? Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying. I think also the other aspect is, like, it's a bit like a core. If you lied about these other things, then maybe people might want to look at your plagiarism again and be like, if you've been making these many sensational stories, and again, some of them were incredible, like, I couldn't read or write till I was 18, then I went off to university. If you've been making those kind of claims up, I'll be honest, if people are accusing you of making stuff up in your professional work, I probably would check that as well and be like, well, the kind of person that says all these things might be the kind of person that might also make something up. And again, I don't think plagiarism was ultimately what brought him.
Right. And but I do think to that because of how sensational that claim is, it shouldn't have been him specifically being witch hunted. It should have been Cambridge and the institution that continued to advertise, right, the accomplishment of them hiring this guy that was, like, had overcome all this adversity. And I think that's exactly where the problem lies, is that we're all kind of turning our eyes and saying, like, oh my God, it's this guy, he should be investigated, he should be held accountable. You know what I mean? The media's response was not disproportional, right? But then we're not actually looking at the institution that, like, went out and their entire story. if he was just another guy at like Cambridge, right, that had gotten a job and he was black and he hadn't been advertised like billions of times, does that make sense, right? If the
No,
institution
I kind of see a point there,
we
but
would not
like
be here.
Again, you are right, and I do think that's probably the biggest thing. A lot of people are making up about the fact that he's black, but he clearly is someone who they felt like, yes, we could, this is a good story for us, a good feel-good story, because he does sound kind of, incredible and amazing. But also, you had to consent to that, no? Like, you had to want the fame, because you don't make up all those stories to try. He could have finished his PhD at Liverpool John Moores and try to get a job at Liverpool University. There's a reason why he went to Cambridge. Is it crazy to say
that? You know what I mean? We don't like. You're right. Like, sure, anyone who wants to be an academic wants to be recognized for the work that they've created, right? And more than that, the situations in which they have, produced that work, right? But we don't know if like, he went and said, yeah, go out and like tell the story in this certain narrative and in this exact same way. But the issue at hand is, because of the kind of person that he was in the position that he was, not just because of the fact that like he was already high up, right, in the institution, right, and he was succeeding, but because he was doing all that with the fact that he was also a person of color, I think is exactly why we have that much attention on this story. I don't think it's just a thing of like, we should ignore the fact that he's a person of color. So I think that's exactly where a lot of these stories are kind of like missing the point. Is like we're trying to pretend like, oh my God, no, anyone else would get this treatment, but no, we can't be that biased. We know that like the system in a way is. There is biases, right? Every place you go, right? Like people will be biased.
Think about it. Like you said, that bias was working for him initially, right? That bias was what allowed him to get a book deal.
We have to recognize that, right?
So it goes both ways, and I think this is why I'm an advocate for just removing race. People think I'm crazy, and I keep saying this. Always try to say to people, no, I reject your race essentialism. If that's what you're trying to do, no, I'm not going to
be
like.
So you think that at the very start, when Cambridge was trying to say, okay, this guy overcame adversity. It shouldn't have been this black man overcame this adversity. It should have just been a man that we hired at Cambridge overcame the adversity. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, what's the harm in that? Because then it's just fair for everyone, right? You might not have wanted the spotlight or that kind of stuff. Just say, like, let's look at your work. If you're qualified enough to teach here, and I don't know what their process is or whatever, if you're good enough, because, if you're doing your work and you're teaching sociology, I mean, I suppose you overcoming stuff is okay, but what's the relevance of that to how good of a teacher you are?
But you see I really want to agree with you, because like I really do, but I still think that when we get back to the issue of like, we're trying to pretend like people of a certain race don't have it a certain way worse than other people. Maybe you guys across the pond, it's different. Maybe there is no racial bias. Maybe there's no marginalization that comes with race. Right. But like I've tried to stick by that argument for such a long time in my life, especially since I moved to America. But like it's clear as day. You just walk up to Wall Street and you see the kind of demographic that's there. And sure, you could say maybe people of a certain race or a certain color, they don't want to go into Wall Street. But really, then you enter those rooms and you hear the kind of discussions, right? There's attractiveness bias, right? There is racial bias, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that, I see what you're saying, in that, we should just take it away, but then it would still be ignoring the fact that, like, if a man of his color, go to the position that he is, it is an enigma. You know what I mean? It's not something that always happens. So I think even on the other side of things, it should be celebrated. You know what I mean? And by way of that celebration, it will follow him coming down. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say,
I appreciate
I don't
it,
even
man.
think I'm that qualified to talk about this, because I'm not from you guys' area, but I appreciate you engaging in this
No,
discourse.
not at all. Anyone can give opinions.
Oh, please.
All
right, have a great rest of your day, man.
Bye. Hope you can stick around for future conversations and stuff. Yeah, TikTok is very sensitive. It is just a pen, by the way, TikTok. Can you see that? You can see the point of the pen. I've got ADHD, man. Sorry, I've got to be fiddling with stuff. Should apologize for being American. LOL. All right, who we got next? Samson. 229 articles in 12 days. I mean, 22 days, Denny. You've got my attention.
There we go. AJ, good evening.
How are you, man?
Not too bad, not too bad. I'm going to... I've only been here for the last 30 or 45 minutes or so I don't know what the conversation was like preceding me. I think from what I've heard, what concerns me is that we're having the part of the conversation that we're having is the conversation that we could have had 3 days ago. What I mean by that is I feel like there's been a heavy focus, and obviously
his life story up until that, or at least the part of the life story that is truthful or not truthful, will be very hard to define. Obviously, part of his academic career, all up until, you know, he resigned from his position. But for me, what I find particularly interesting is, well, but the real reason we're having this conversation right now is because a man has passed away.
Yep.
So with that being the focus, my thing would be, okay, well, what are the steps that led up to his untimely death? And I think a lot of the times with whatever argument that we're going to have to present to describe that, it will be, okay, well, can we find alternative examples of academics, people that have held similar positions, that have had the same scrutiny, not same scrutiny actually, have basically been quote unquote guilty of the same thing. I'm pretty sure I did read that he was found not guilty of something, or not guilty of the original charge, but yeah, people in the comments could obviously verify that.
Yep.
My thing would be, and my question to you or anyone in the comments, can we find any other examples of people that have been dishonest in acquiring a position, or have plagiarized, or whatever the case may be, and we've seen a similar media reaction?
I can't think of any right now.
Okay, fair. Again, people in the comments, please drop your sources. What I find particularly interesting is in the last 22 days, there have been 229 articles. I'm unsure if it's both print and digital. That's more than 10 articles per day.
Yep.
On a story that I cannot find relative comparisons with. And I think even beyond mainstream media, because I think a lot of the times it's so easy for the public to point the finger at mainstream media outlets. And obviously they're hugely influential. But we speak about media as if social media isn't a part of that ecosystem. And we speak about social media as if it isn't regular schmegular people like you and I that are driving the discourse just as much as the people behind the major media outlets that we demonize.
Yeah, good point.
That's a real part of the conversation. And I think when you look at the history of race in this country, institutionally, disproportionate sentencing, disproportionate treatment is a part of the equation, unless we want to make the argument that it isn't anymore. And what I find particularly worrying, that even outside of just like numbers crunching and whatnot, a man, as the body is barely cold, and then we had the young gentleman, MTG earlier, 80% of his words that came out of his mouth was about DEI policy. And I'm like, okay, let's say he had done everything that he's been accused of. Let's just assume that. I'm not going to assume innocence. Let's assume he's guilty of everything. Is that proportionate to the media blowback, both mainstream wise and social media wise? I'm happy to hear your thoughts on that.
Proportionate. Again, I don't know how you would define the proportionality of, there's some stories that get covered. Like, for example, the media covered remember the story during COVID when Dominic Cummings was having a drink and they had a party, the COVID party. I didn't care for that story. The media wouldn't stop talking about it. It annoyed me to no end because I felt like this is a completely useless and waste of time. So you do have stuff all the time where I agree, I guess they cover stuff incessantly, maybe might be the right word, but proportional is like an impossible measure, right? Because sometimes some stories... Yeah, I think
my counter argument to that is, and to be fair, I reflected it at the start of the conversation. I said, if we can find, obviously you may not off the top of your brain, I'm not expecting you to, that wouldn't be fair. Anyone else, look at similar cases, because unless we're arguing that Jason Arday is the first person.
What would be a similar case to someone saying they couldn't read or write since they were 18?
But that's not the charge. That's not the reason why he got resigned. That's not the reason why he resigned.
No, but it wasn't about
the charge. We have to speak to plagiarism.
No, we don't. If he was just some guy that plagiarized and didn't have any of this story, we probably won't even know about him. Part of what made him so big was because he was big before, because part of the story that brought him to this prominence was the backstory that now ultimately unraveled. So you can't say let's just focus on the plagiarism. He didn't focus on just on his work. He was the one that was hyping up, all the other stuff, right? That maybe was the reason why they thought it was such a hero, right? If you genuinely couldn't read till you're 18 and read or write, then all of a sudden you have a PhD. I do want to know that story, actually. I'm very curious. I'm going to want to know that story than some regular person who just got a PhD and was, got his A stars at Brampton Manor or whatever. That wouldn't be that sensational to me. People do that all the time. So I don't think you can divorce it and say it's hard to find.
I'm not divorcing it.
Yeah, it's hard to find
it. What I'm saying.
Yeah.
No. What I'm suggesting is, of course, the lies or alleged lies, whatever element of truth or lack of truth, of course, that's a part of the story, right? I'm saying is that enough for the media blowback from a mainstream perspective, traditional legacy media, but specifically the way that drove the social media feedback from regular folk? Because to put it into perspective, I don't know the details of the story, so I want to be very careful. I don't want to speak out of turn. The lady who just got done for unaliving her 3 babies.
Ah, okay.
Right? That story. And if you want to look at specific figures, this is for people in the comments, look at newscord_org, their Instagram page. They'll have, I can literally name all of the mainstream media outlets: The Times, The Telegraph, Daily Mail, The Independent, The Spectator, The Guardian, Daily Express, BBC News, Times Higher Education, The Sun, GB News, Sky News, Metro, Daily Mirror, Daily Star. At the end of the day, it's not to say that you cannot speak about something, but at what threshold does things become dogpiling?
Oh, okay, if I ask you that question, what would you say the threshold is?
Sure. I think, again, for me, my thing would be, I do not think, in terms of the actual crux of the issue, allegations of plagiarism, right? Or even lying to get the job in the first place, or whatever you have to do to get there. Again, I would have to do my own, I have to go deep into the story. That is not the first time this has happened. So my thing would be, I'm even going to side with you. Let's remove race. Let's even remove the disability part, right? Him not being neurodivergent, or him being autistic. Let's see if there have been similar cases, removing race, removing the disability, and see if the reaction has been the same by similar outlets that I've just named.
But again, I wouldn't.
That's the easiest way to test it.
No, it's not the easiest way to test that, because again, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Like, even if I asked you, give me a number. Like, how many articles do you think is enough? Like, when would you stop talking about? Would you stop like once he resigned?
Honestly
Because
speaking,
again, him resigning, like, I don't think.
Yeah,
Okay,
go on.
of course they probably didn't love the fact that he had the job or whatever, but that's not really their job to like say like, oh, now we've resigned, we've got our outcome. If they feel like there's more of a story here, you know, some of the stuff that came out that we haven't even really talked about was like, I think they talked about some of the fact that like, some of his students felt like he was marking them unfairly or whatever. Again, are they all just lying as well? If that's a story, that sounds like a pretty big story. Like, if you're now, you know, not doing your job competently to the point that some students felt like when they complained about you, you would, you know, retaliating against them. That's all part of a story that can make stuff longer and longer and longer. And maybe there's a chicken and egg stuff here where like if the people were not interested in it, maybe the media wouldn't write so much about it. I mean, sometimes I feel like media just write stuff about stuff that people don't care about, but like, again, it's not, they don't just write stuff for the fun of it. Like, they write stuff because people read it. And the fact that we are in a right-wing climate now where people are obsessed.
I want to stick to that point, but let you finish.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
No, because Kafima, I find it interesting, right, that like there are stories of, it can either be severe, either a little bit less severe or more severe in this particular case, or just outside of the academia, where for me, from what I've observed, and again, I'm more than happy for people to disagree, like open dialogue.
Yep.
It's, well, there, of course, it has to be disproportionate for a reason. If you're making the argument that it's only disproportionate because of the quote-unquote lies that he said prior to the allegations of plagiarism, stuff about like him running a marathon, all the stuff that you've mentioned, that is a different question. But let's keep it a buck, man. I feel like we can be not just intellectually like honest, but also from a human level. Let's actually be honest. There are multiple reasons why it could have been disproportionate. If we cannot find other cases that are similar with a similar reaction, and again, I'm taking out the lies that don't apply to his actual role, right? His actual position, right? If we want to talk about dishonesty or deception specific to his role, that's more than valid. But the reaction, for me, is just another case of social media lynching. And a lot of it is just like, okay, let's speak about DEI policies as opposed to the fact of, hey, maybe all of these 12 different mainstream media outlets across Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, people are dogpiling on a vulnerable human being. That's just a fact.
No, I mean,
go on.
No, I'll let you finish.
No. Just literally, I was going to say, part of, even when I named out all of these outlets, so I'm naming the source, newscord, CORD_org, Instagram page, it's all up on there. The proportion, even the proportion of those articles, the large majority of those articles started coming out after he resigned. They were very much in the minority before his resignation. And interestingly enough, since he's passed away, there are barely any articles about that from those same same outlets that I've mentioned. Why is that?
Why did they stop writing about him after he passed away?
Why is the response from even the mainstream outlets not at the same vigor as they did when he was going through the actual situations with those institutions?
Sorry, I don't understand your question. I'm so sorry.
I'm saying there's pre-resignation, post-resignation, post-death.
Okay.
Along the timeline. There was little to medium coverage prior to resignation for obvious reasons. Obviously, they broke the story, etc., etc. The vast majority of the discourse from the mainstream outlets has happened post resignation, and obviously it's only been a few days, so it would be like the maths.
Yep.
I can't expect it's only been 2 days as opposed to 22 days. So let's use common sense.
Yeah,
but my point is that the volume, even in these last 2 days, do not match up. Or let's just put it very simply. If you're the gentleman that broke the story in the first place, or any other writer or editor.
Right, So, I get your overall point, and again, I don't disagree with you per se. I make that point in my video as well. Like, these people are identity drunk. We see it with everything. What's the biggest identity craze nowadays? Anti-Semitism. Everyone's identity. That's what they want to talk about. Is my identity this? How dare you say this? My identity, blah 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 blah. So I do think yes, you have a point that they felt like there was a story here to push because, we finally got this guy and he's there's this black guy, and so yes, let's get him down. That's not like, I think Mr. C, funny point. That's not a point that I disagree with. I already made that point in my video. You guys just don't listen to me. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, I think my remedy to that, my response to that would be like, in as much as that's unfortunate, my response to that would just be like, we just gotta stop focusing on race. That's kind of how I see it. So I don't disagree with you that, like, of course his identity and his color had a massive role to play in it, because we are living in some kind of identity obsessed world. Immigration, reform is an entire identity movement. Trump, you get people having,
of course, MAGA,
exactly. Like, it's a whole, like, anti woke this, anti woke that. All they care about is identity stuff. Like, we see openly racist policies, even the language they use. That's just the culture we live in. I critique that culture all the time because that's not how I run. That's not how I roll. But unfortunately, that is what it is. And maybe they obviously, in hindsight, they couldn't have predicted that he was gonna react to.
Yeah, of course, that would be unfair. That would be unfair too.
Yeah, like
but I do
to that in that way. But yeah, you and I are largely in agreement on that point.
No worries. All right, appreciate it, dog.
Excellent, man.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much. You too. That was a great conversation. As always, make sure you're following me if you're not already, if you're enjoying the conversation. I'm getting a bit tired though, so I'll probably look to wrap not so long now. I'm getting quite hungry as well. I've only eaten one meal today. If you guys want to join the club, please feel free to do that. It helps me grow. I'm guessing that it's been 2.5 hours now. You guys see that this is not something I just decided to do because I wanted to like live off the fame of one video. 100k video is nice, but trust me guys, again, that's nothing to me. I've been doing this for a long time and I really enjoy what I do. I talk about these things because I care about them, and I fancy myself to be a modern historian. That's why I do what I do, because we have to archive history. There's no reason why these kind of stuff of major social significance will happen and the only place you can go to talk about it is to watch Sky News or Question Time. No, I can talk about it too, and I do post a recording of this to YouTube, so you can watch the full recording and hear yourself in all your glory if you've come up on the YouTube. Probably tomorrow I'll post it. All right. Am I the guy that disparaged Jason in the video? No, you got the wrong man. Because I didn't really disparage anyone in my videos. So I think you must be in the wrong live, buddy. I got two people requesting. I think after that we'll see. Maybe we'll have to wrap it up if there's no one else interested in talking. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, AJ?
Not bad. How do I pronounce your name?
It's Buwak. So
Buwak.
It's an Irish.
I was gonna say that sounds like a. I'm not gonna lie, I was half expecting a white man to come on the stage.
It's not conventional, but
I like that. I like that. Embrace it. Sounds good, man. Nice name, bro.
Perfect, thank you. But no, I've been on, I think, probably past maybe 30 minutes to an hour. I think everyone is right in some format. Obviously, there are some takes that I totally disagree with. But one thing I'd like to highlight is this is all part of the quote unquote, and I think a lot of people have seen me sort of input it within the comments, culture war. This is, for example, I tell you this now, if this wasn't linked to, oh, this person is left wing or because DEI is sort of like attached to, left leaning, and that, and so, another topic is right leaning. If this didn't have these sort of those type of annotations or tagging, I don't think the media would be that heavy on it, especially like right-wing media. They always want to, gotcha moment, same
exactly,
as,
exactly.
The Guardian is left-leaning. They always want to, let's target this right-wing. Like, for example, you had a couple of weeks ago, you had the Nigel Farage and accepting a 5 million. And the Guardian ran with that. You had so many investigative journalists on that.
You'd agree that's a major public interest story, don't know?
Well, 100%. Like for someone that's saying, "Oh, I'm the man of the people," etc., etc., and then you took 5 million in a brown envelope, that disqualifies you automatically. Not to say he wasn't already disqualified, but but I just feel like this is sort of it's sort of like pouring sort of petrol to the fire in terms of race relations. And what I think what people need to do is take a step back and understand that the media feeds off this sort of anger, this sort of craze. For example, Daily Mail, The Guardian, the Daily Telegraph, or whatever, Sky News. They don't make their money in any other manner. Like they don't sell magazines anymore. They don't sell newspapers anymore. They sell on public outrage.
Exactly.
So what do they need to do is sow in the minds of people to say, okay, this person, black is a black man. If we caught him out for maybe like educational fraud or whatever it is, whatever you may call it, what we're going to do is we're going to tag it into left DEI. Look at what DEI means now. We told you guys that DEI was a bad idea, and look at it, it's infecting our campuses. That is exactly what the media ran with. And as a sheep, I'd say the general public is sheep. What we've done is we've latched onto that and said, oh, you know what? Let's get the pitchforks out. On the right wing side of things, everyone's like, oh yeah, see, I'm proven right now. DEI is rubbish. Yeah. And on the left side of things, it's like, hold on, no, you can't. And although they were sort of, how would I say it? They were dishonest about their, accreditations or their intellect and all that sort of stuff. I want to flip it. I want to say that if this gentleman was a right-leaning professor and this sort of situation happened, anyone who's left-leaning, would they have the same fury that, oh, this is a black man that has been targeted? I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it as, I don't want to see. It's a big point.
If this was like, remember the black academic guy that co-authored that report about race in the UK with David Cameron years ago or something like that? There was one guy like that.
I'm not as much of a historian as you are.
Fair enough.
Certainly not.
I can't think of any black kind of right wing UK figurehead.
Well, I think
that's the best point anyone's made. If he was a black guy but in the right wing side, I don't know if people will be so excited to defend him.
Let me flip it over the pond in the US. Clarence Thomas, who's in the Supreme Court. If we found out tomorrow,
who's that?
Yeah, Clarence Thomas.
Clarence. Yeah.
If we found out tomorrow, that he faked his degree or he engaged in plagiarism, I'm pretty sure folks on the left side of politics will say, hold on, he plagiarized. How dare you get him off the Supreme Court right away?
They would.
I think what we need to do is we need to take our sort of cultural war, race war lenses off and look at it as what it is. This is a black gentleman. That's who he is a black gentleman who, unfortunately, I don't want to really say unfortunate, he was dishonest about his achievements in life. And as most things, your lies will catch up to you one day, whether we like it or not. I think Bayer said, it doesn't matter if he lies. Okay. And then I posed a question to herself. I said, would you associate with somebody that lies in terms of business? Would you even live under the same roof under someone that lies consistently? You wouldn't.
Like a pathological lie. It's very dangerous. You don't want to be around those kind of people.
It is extreme. Imagine I present myself to you in this manner, but but behind the curtain, I'm a totally different human being. In fact, I am below what I say I am. You know, for example, if I was to court a woman, yeah, for example, and I said, oh yeah, I'm an extremely successful executive. You know, I have multiple businesses. I'm an entrepreneur, and then I say that. And I lie to you, you know, I lie to the woman to say, oh yeah, I'm very successful, but behind the scenes, I'm not as successful. Would she say, oh, he just lied, so it's okay, you know, he means well? No, what's going to happen is your name will be on Twitter the next day, you know, maybe given to other outlets. You'll be on Shade, bro.
Look out for that thread, buddy. Look out for that thread.
But look, I think folks that are dismissing his lies are dishonest, you know, and he presented himself in this manner. We took him as, okay, this is, you know, they said he's the first black, you know, it came from a difficult background, which is totally, people come from difficult backgrounds and do great things. I'm not diminishing that whatsoever, but do it in the right way. You do not need to lie on, so that you can work in Cambridge or whatever it is. You know, if he settled for, you know, if his achievements were only good enough for University of Sussex or something like that. I'm just making an example.
No shade to the University of Sussex. Of course.
No. Well, look, it's Cambridge, and so you know there is a grading there. Well, what I'm essentially saying is that if his achievements is only to, like, for example, if I got a 2-1, you know, in my degree or in my master's, and that only got me a certain level of work that I can attain in my professional career. Well, that's what I get for having a 2-1. Nothing wrong with a 2-1. Now, however, if you get a first class, you know that a first class opens up far more doors to you, you know, in terms of the
business,
corporate world. In business and whatever you do. So I just feel like he should have stayed true to himself, true to his achievements. He still did a fantastic thing. You know, I think you said, for example, there that he didn't learn to read or write. Was maybe 18 or something like that. He maybe came from an impoverished background.
That bit was also a lie, by the way. The 18.
Oh, well, see, there you go. I'm even believing a lie. Can you believe that? Do you understand what I mean? But what I'm saying is that it's okay. It's like he came from an impoverished background. We can agree with that. He came from an impoverished background, but he still made something of himself.
Yeah.
If he doesn't go to Cambridge, it's not the be all end all. You know.
Agreed.
Look, I would love to work at Goldman Sachs, but I don't work for Goldman Sachs. I maybe work below Goldman Sachs, and that's okay. I don't need to go to a Goldman Sachs interview and said, "Oh yeah, my CV, I got a first class in mathematics, and you guys should make me a trader the next day." No, I don't need to do that.
I think that point you made is like he chose to step in the crucible. So that's why that third point about him being exploited by the academic establishment, I disagree with that, because after his PhD, like you said, if he just applied for the University of Sussex and lived out his life in relative insecurity, we would do your thing, bro. We don't even know you.
Yeah. Do you know what has like sort of increased the scrutiny? It's the institution that he works in, which is Cambridge. You know, when you get, you know, when Cambridge make you a professor or whatever, you're seen as the best of the best.
Yeah.
You are seen as the lead amongst your peers. So you should be above scrutiny, you know? And if you open yourself up to scrutiny, be it lying, I'm sorry, but in life, if you lie and that lie catches up to you, you've got to hold it.
You've got to hold it.
And
exactly.
That's accountability. And I don't want to hear anything about, you know, in life, there are folks that have autism, you know, and folks that are living with autism on a day-to-day basis. But should we attribute autism with lying on a consistent basis?
What the hell?
Anyone who says that is being extremely dishonest. And if anyone has, I think there's a few folks that linked it with research. Please, when you mention research, reference the research so at least we can go and view it. You know, if you're saying, oh, it's part of the research, what research? Tell us. Reference the book, reference the page. You know, if you were doing an essay, for God's sakes, or a dissertation, and you're going to say something about research, you would be compelled to include all the, you know, where you sort of got the research and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Exactly. So when people say, oh, it's linked to autism, okay, prove me wrong in my thinking. Maybe I'm being dishonest. Prove me wrong, you know, in that manner. So
I think ultimately, I actually think paradoxically, that kind of statement actually does him a disservice. If you combine it with the whole, like, he was exploited by the academic establishment. I think that's actually kind of offensive to him. He was an extremely ambitious man who wanted to achieve something, and he somehow made it happen. Now, of course, he did that in a fraudulent way that kind of co-opted him, but like that's kind of on him to own. So anyway, any final thoughts?
What I'll do is I'll just quickly touch on a point in terms of maybe attributing blame to Cambridge. A bit of blame can be attributed because first things first, as an institution, you have this gentleman with this story, impoverished background, came from nothing to become someone, and you hired them to this high position. I'm sorry, but if I'm Cambridge University, I'm going to shout about it. I'm gonna rent out billboards and show you that yes, we have this person. Look at the person. This is an exceptional human being that we've got on board. I just feel like maybe I don't know the Cambridge processes. Maybe they should have done a bit more work in terms of understanding. Did he actually do these things, or did a bit?
It's funny you mentioned that. Knowing this guy, if he tries to look into it, you might say that's them being racist.
Oh well, look, that's speculation. Maybe we shouldn't speculate on that basis, but. I don't know Cambridge's pros, but I just feel like sometimes you have, glitter. Something shines so much, you just grab at it and say, oh yeah, let me take that without doing your due diligence. What I have to say, Cambridge, I don't want to really say that did they do their due diligence or not. The facts will, look, this is a developing story. The facts will come out 1-2 months, but ahead of time. We'll actually maybe change our perception on things because there's more to come from this.
My perception won't change because I think my position is one that is consistent and is always going to be true, which is that I wouldn't focus obsessively on his race. And I think all these right wing
100%,
like you mentioned, 100%. I think the best point you've made, which I really, really like, is that it shows you how entrenched this culture war is. Because like if this was a right wing, person of color or whatever, or black person, a lot of people might be celebrating the fact that so you thought you were blah blah. Now look at you now. They wouldn't be saying, he's black, let's just all protect him. A lot of these people are also just ideological, which is why leave all that out of it.
Yeah. And maybe if I say Clarence Thomas, most folks won't know who Clarence Thomas is. If this was James Cleverly, who's part of the Tory party here, if it was found tomorrow that he was dishonest about his, achievements and whatnot, oh my God. It'll be all, on the left-leaning side of things.
It'll be Christmas for a lot.
I'm telling you, like, it'll be like on the left side of politics, they'll be like, oh, this is, Christmas came early.
You got your ass, got your ass now.
Look at it. So look, it's just in this case, right-leaning publications and whatnot got ahead of a story. They grabbed it, and maybe it's a bit bad of me today. They caught their W. Further on down the line, later on down the line, a left-leaning organization will catch someone out on the right, and it'll be their W. This culture war is nasty because it's out to sow division and it's out to destroy lives. Not a life has been claimed because of it. We need to focus on culture war has claimed a life. That's what's happened. What he's done is what he's done or may have done is bad, but I don't think that it deserves the scrutiny that led to his death. I really, really don't think so. People lie every day. Me, I lie. You lie. Everybody lies. A big lie, small lie. We all lie. But I just think that because this was linked to right, left, culture war, it amplified at 10x. And that's what led to his demise. So I don't want to hold any more time. Thank you for holding this session. And very interesting topic.
I appreciate it. I hope you're able to join me for future conversations. Really, really loved hearing you talk. I think you've made the best point so far, which I hadn't reflected on, but I really, really love about the fact that, it is actually, even on people on the left, it is just an entrenchment of the culture war. Because if this was someone of a different ideological persuasion, they probably would be reacting differently. That's a fantastic point. So thank you so much, Black. Love hearing from you, man. And hopefully I can hear you in future lives on other topics. Where are you from ethnically, if you don't mind me asking?
Nigeria.
Yay! One of us. Hey, I hope you're able to join for my Nigeria conversations, man. I talk about Nigeria quite a bit. People are always coming here saying like,
sir, I've increased my knowledge of Nigeria, and Yoruba and tribes and stuff like that. So yeah, I can join you. One day. I'll send you a follow there.
Sounds good, man. As you say in Yoruba, carry.
Oh, carry.
All right, Odabo. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, look at us. We're like hippies in a loving. I love it. This is why I do what I do, by the way, guys. This is why I do what I do. Making connections with like-minded people, having intelligent conversations, sharp guys like Boak, learning, schooling me, give me knowledge, information, ideas, bringing the Irish perspective, the Nigerian Irish perspective, mind you, speaking Yoruba. You guys are keeping in on some hate, you see? This is fun. I'm enjoying myself. I know you're enjoying yourself. This is why we do what we do. Anyway, I'll go for a couple more people. Hey, Beyonce's secret account. How are you? I think you've missed all the fun stuff. I'll be honest. I'm gonna wrap up in like 15 minutes or so, maybe 2 hours. I'll do 20 more minutes so I can get to 3 hours, and then we'll call it an evening. Atili or Ati. I think it was Atili. And my South Africans, Apiwe Jantis. Who else do we have? Incubus, Succubus, Ati, Ifa. Oh, just gone. FE News. Let's see what FE News has to say. These comparisons are very weak. Actually, I'll bring you up after FE News. Maybe Incubus Succubus has been waiting for a while.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. First time here, I just heard what you were saying, and I thought, okay, stop by. Because
thank you for stopping by.
I was so screaming, like, no.
You were screaming? You saw screaming?
Yes. Screaming by myself, saying, what are you doing? What did you say the professor lied about? It's just, what did he lie about?
Oh, he lied about not being able to speak till he was 18, for example. He lied about a lot of things, but that was one of them.
No. The accusation about it was plagiarism, it wasn't it?
Amongst other things, yes.
No, but what was beside that was just a private thing. But we're talking about the plagiarism that got the media attention, isn't it?
I don't know I don't know what exactly got the media's attention, because his story was quite well publicized. So I think the BBC ran a few interviews on him, and in those interviews he talked about his backstory. So I don't know if you can say I personally don't know exactly when it started, but that was one of the things that I'm aware of that got him down. So which one came first, I couldn't tell you, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but if you read the whole thing, he didn't lie. It was just an accusation, and it hasn't still been established yet.
Okay.
So you can't say he lied when there hasn't been any, because plagiarism can happen when you write. He was a professor already, but then he wrote a book, and they said the book was plagiarized. So then it's still under investigation before he died. So you can't say he lied.
No, so I didn't, but I didn't.
I know the other gentleman was saying if you lie because, but he hasn't lied because they haven't said.
I mean, he has lied though about other stuff.
Yeah, like the 6. Okay, that is just private saying things. We don't know why he said that. But the men don't ask. You see, that is my problem with most black people. That honestly, most black people that think we are all being treated nicely because we are here, and that sort of perception.
What?
Because if you look at the coverage of this professor, and then if you look at the same, there was another professor that was also resigned in the same faculty. His name is Simon Goldhill, I think. He was a professor in Cambridge, and he was also he resigned based on sexual allegation. And although look at his, but nobody seems to know him at all.
I mean, it's just not a very sexy story though, right? Like professors being taken down for misconduct allegations. I'm sure right now in some university somewhere in the UK, there's a professor right now that's going through disciplinary procedures for that. Should the entire media be there?
Exactly. It's so common.
Okay, you're gone.
Yeah, even when I wrote my thesis, it's just once you put that, because academically, you have to use other people's.
Yeah, but again, I'm not talking about the plagiarism. I think you keep making a point about plagiarism. I said multiple times that I'm not making a determination of plagiarism because I don't really. I said that in my video on here as well.
That was the whole. But beside him making a personal statement that he ran 6 kilometers and blah blah blah, that was different. What got him?
It's not different though.
Resigned? No, but what got him resigned? You tell me. What do you think? Why did he resign?
I have no clue.
Yes, he resigned because of the what's it called, plagiarism.
How do you know? How do you know that?
Because he says so. Read it. Look.
So that's up to him then. That's if the plagiarism doesn't have merit, but he resigned because of it. Why did he do that? That he didn't have to do that. They will investigate and they'll find out. They'll find out.
No, but that's
his choice.
No, but this is a person. It's not that his choice. He was forced to.
By who?
This is a man who had a mental health issues already, and he had the police to say, "Okay, back off," because the man. And then they made it. If you listen to the news, because I'm telling you this, because when I heard the news the first time, I was thinking, oh, probably a black man, he got into Cambridge, because Cambridge is not a joke. And for him to go there and be a professor there, it's an achievement that no black person, as I know, have gotten there.
Wait, what? No,
but,
okay. Wait, I mean, I'm sure there's loads of. No,
how
loads.
Many? You tell
I'm sure
me.
there's quite a few.
Tell me
black
how many Cambridge
professors.
We're talking about Cambridge, you know.
Okay.
Tell me how many
black people go to Cambridge all the time.
Young black is in the news that he is the only young black person.
No, youngest.
Youngest.
Sociology professor. The youngest black sociology professor.
So tell me, I'll do a search now, and I will see if there are other. I promise you won't even have.
No, there are others. There are. I'm sure there's more than 2 black professors at Cambridge.
You can't.
But anyway, just make your point. Make your point.
My point is, you can't just say he's lying when the case is being investigated still. So it's an alleged offense, and he said he didn't do it. So if he said he didn't do it, you can't just say he did it and then he lied. He didn't lie. So that is a point I don't want you guys to make, because the case is still being investigated, and he said he didn't lie so many times.
I mean,
so
like I said, on the plagiarism point, you haven't heard me make that point that I'm not an academic. I don't even know how to study or judge plagiarism. I never made that point, and I made that clear in my video, which is why I didn't talk about it. And I wasn't even talking about the veracity of the claims I've talked about, because I was like, clearly, you can't divorce his backstory from how he got into Cambridge. He didn't just get there off the back of, clearly it seems like, off the back of just like, my work is so amazing, that's what I said. He got there off the back of like, my work is good, maybe very good, I don't know how good it was, but in addition to that, look how I overcame being 18 and started to speak at 18 and go to university. These people want stars. Like, that's what I said in my previous thing, like Harvard, Cambridge, MIT, they try to pick really good people, but again, so I disagree with MTG, Pegasus or whatever on. What they also try and do is pick stardom. They want people that are going to be in the biggest spaces in the world, representing them like, I'm a Cambridge alumni. So they definitely looked at a story and be like, this story is extremely compelling, and that adds to the lore of the man. So if he's now resigning, again, I don't know what was going through his head when he did that. Part of that is because the story was unraveling. Because if you said in your job interview, like, it's a bit like me going to a job interview, and yes, of course, my CV is very good, it got me there. But then in the interview, I start telling the hiring manager, who's going to be my direct manager, for example, oh, I can speak Spanish fluently, I lived for 5 years on the Himalayas, I climbed Everest, I did that kind of stuff. Yeah, maybe like my CV was what got me to the interview, but probably they also found it very impressive that I am very multifaceted, diverse guy. If all that starts to fall apart and define me because of that, or like that, that brings me a lot of scrutiny, which then leads me to resign. Yeah, that makes sense. Because why was I saying all that stuff? Who sent me to be saying I climbed Everest and I did what? No one sent me that. I was the one that made people now not trust me. Because remember, again, you have to work with this person. If you have to work with someone that's a serial liar about every aspect of their life, do you think that's a good working environment? Like, that doesn't even make sense. If you have a colleague that just has lied about everything about them. Everything you know about them is a lie. Do you think that's going to be very good for them to be working there when
But
once
he
we find that out?
hasn't lied. That is what I'm trying. The point
He
I'm
has
trying
lied. He
to
has
make.
lied. He was speaking before 18. That was a bold-faced lie. He didn't run no 30
Yeah,
marathons and things. That was a
yes.
lie as well. That was all lies.
Oh no. But listen, you see, that is the point I'm making, and you seems to be talking about what we're talking about, the academics that the newspapers took and then made it seems as if he got there by not lying. He didn't get to Cambridge by lying.
He did.
He
He did.
did an
He did.
interview.
He
No,
did. He lied.
didn't.
Yes, he
No,
lied. He
no, he
lied.
didn't.
Yes, he did.
Anyway,
Yes, he did.
if you think he lies, but according to all the evidence we've got, he never lied, and the case is still being investigated.
I don't know what evidence you're talking about. Anyway,
The lies,
all right, fair enough.
the lies you're talking about was an interview he was doing, and that has nothing to do with him working
What
in
do you
Kenya.
mean? So you think they never asked him that when he was interviewing? You think that just never came up in his
No,
interview?
that is not an interview question at all.
Really? So you were there when they were interviewing him to know, like, it never came up. It never came up that
No. When you're going for interview, you see, that is where you get
Even at a job interview, they ask you, tell me about yourself, and people just say, you can say personal stuff.
but this one was not. This one was a BBC interview in a studio. It's different from his interview because listen, he was a professor already.
I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. I'm not buying it.
Check your anyway.
Right,
Let me go and somebody else come. But I thought he's not lying. Please don't make him. And beside that, what I'm saying is, if two people, one person has a sexual allegation, and one person has a plagiarism allegation, and they both resign, why are you scrutinizing him like? You know how many times they were featuring his story, even though the police said to them, this man has a mental health issue, and they were showing it. I think the Telegram showed it 44 times, which is like 5 hours every day. Just for what?
Okay, fair enough.
And that
Anyway.
is where we have a problem.
Okay.
It's not that they are saying because he's black, they intentionally made sure it portrays, oh, this is another black person that got to Cambridge by lying. But he didn't lie through it.
How do you know?
Because he said so.
Really?
Check
A lie didn't lie.
Go
Okay,
to
that
Google.
sounds credible.
Go to Google and check whether it was through an interview on BBC or what was the reason why Cambridge said this man, the man resigned. He resigned based on the plagiarism allegation. He didn't resign because he said something to BBC.
Okay, respectfully, you're making an irrelevant point. But anyway, thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Really appreciate
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
That was a distinction without a difference. I'm sorry. When the lie happened, if he was why he resigned, that has nothing to do with it. No one made him resign. He chose to resign. Is when you voluntarily decide, right? Like they didn't fire him. Like that's his choice. How do we know exactly if it's because of plagiarism specifically, or it's because his lies were catching up to him? Clearly, it's more likely that it was the second one. It feels like his lies were catching up to him, and I don't even know if he felt like he could beat the plagiarism charge. So I don't know. Could he beat it? Perhaps. Like I said, I've made a point not to comment on that. So thank you, Lauren. I agree. I appreciate you. All right, I've got 3 more people. Okay, I think it's Incubus Succubus. Sorry, Ati, I forgot. Incubus Succubus is before you. Incubus Succubus is such a strange username. I need to have a private account actually, because I think my account is getting a bit too big for me to be going on other people's lives and comments and stuff with my. This is my professional account ostensibly now, isn't it? So I'll make a banner.
Hello AJ, how are you?
I'm hungry and tired. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I think the girl said it all.
Jeez. Oh, you agree with the previous caller?
Where is that? Where is the lie?
Where is the lie?
Yeah, but what is the lie? What did he lie about?
He lied about not being able to read or write until he was 18. That's one.
Yeah, but that doesn't affect his work.
If you ask me what's the lie and I tell you what the lie is, then you just pivot to like that doesn't affect his work. You just ask me what the lie is, so that is a lie then, right?
No.
He was 18, I'd say. He was 18. I just checked the salmon.
Let's say
I was 18.
I'll go for like an interview, right? And I tell them I have 40 wives and 400 kids. That's a lie, but that doesn't affect
So
my
this,
performance.
give me a second.
So
This is some Simon and Schuster, guys. So you can see they're putting it in the about for his book. Learn to read and write at 18. So
yeah, but that is I don't think he was the one writing the book. So we
come
cannot.
on, you sound now you sound
that's
ridiculous.
the publisher.
Now you sound ridiculous. Come on, bro. Come on. Oh, first of all,
Yeah,
where's the
I'm
lie?
saying,
How
right?
did it affect his work? But he didn't write the book. Is the man gonna have any responsibility for his own actions and his own life? Like bloody hell.
No, because we are dealing with there's a difference between morality and legality. We are dealing with legality, not morality. If I drink 20 bottles of beer after work every day, that's my personal life. That's my private life. It doesn't affect my performance. We are talking about his professional life.
That doesn't
The
make much
issue
sense.
is plagiarism, not the other things,
No.
running,
The other
marathon and all this.
the other things are an issue. They absolutely are an issue.
It's not because you cannot go to the court with that.
Yeah, you can.
It's the plagiarism. That's the issue here.
I mean, he published several. Okay, all right, never mind. All right, thank you for your time, though. Appreciate it.
No.
All right, next caller. We got 4 more people. I'm getting hungry. Oh, this guy again with his bro. It's enough, man. PJ, it's enough. Stop spamming. You're getting muted for the rest of the chat. I'm tired of you, bro. Like, I just hate the spamming ass niggas, man. Come with some sense.
Hi.
Hello, mate.
Yeah. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm not bad.
So basically, what I'd like to argue and talk about is that I genuinely believe, right, that even though it was not an organized effort, right, it was an implicit effort by all these different organizations to basically just be racist against this professor. I do not actually believe that overall these guys were trying to be genuine and actually find the root cause of the matter.
Yeah.
Because let me explain.
I agree with that.
So currently, right now there are 2 investigations on plagiarism. Right, the first one was resolved. They said that no, he did not commit plagiarism, but there's a second one taking place. Right, there's a second one taking place right now. Right, so that one is still ongoing, but we still don't have the full facts on whether or not he actually committed plagiarism.
Yep.
Right. Anything you've heard so far is hearsay. But then you had multiple articles from different, and it's not like it was just fringe, like the Sun or some random tabloids which peaked in the early 2000s. No, you have the Times, you have the BBC, you have the Telegraph, popular British institutions, right, which are well respected, right, by different authorities, both in government, both in schools, right. These are resources which are used by children, right. I used them during high school when I was in high school.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that what we are seeing is that all of these different institutions, they all came together and repeatedly kept on sensationalizing this story over and over again. And the question then became, right, how exactly can you do this and act like this, right, to this point when you're not receiving new information? Because they're not. They
were though, and I think that's probably part of what I'll push back a bit slightly about. I do think again it was a culture war push, right? But what these people do when a story is sensational is like, if you can be the first to publish the fresh, exciting new claims and allegations, that is what journalists do, right? They try and find, go beyond the other one. There's no point of me just reporting what you said. If I can find a better source, if I can find some contemporaneous, what do you call it? Referencing or whatever. I forgot what I'm looking for. Referencing, I guess is the best word for it, to confirm my story.
Yeah.
That kind of happens, and then it just becomes a race to the bottom, I guess pejoratively, of like who can find the best source first and who can add that. So I don't know if I would say, I think that's what it was.
No, but what was happening here was that the type of information they were releasing were just like filler articles, right? It's not. They're simply capitalizing off a story. And the funny part is, these are the same guys who are arguing for journalist ethics, right? They're arguing currently they're saying, oh, we're losing free speech, our rights as journalists are being lost, people are becoming illiterate, right? They're arguing for these concepts of being dignified, of being able to access literacy and being respectable journalists. That's what these companies are arguing. But then you go, and I believe they published, what was it? They published hundreds of articles, right, in the span of a few days, right?
I mean, again,
like,
I can't critique that because I published hundreds of videos in a few days about Gaza, about Iran, about Lebanon. Someone could say to me, "Why are you publishing so many articles about them?" I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. If you want to talk about something else, do that on your page. So I see that, but the fact that someone can use that argument against me, I can't then co-sign it because
no, but here's a funny part. Here's a funny part. You are an individual, right? You have never claimed to be an official government source. You have never claimed to be
the Telegraph hasn't claimed to be an official government source.
No, what I mean, you've never claimed to be a dignified, trustworthy,
Excuse me. Yes, I do. But don't insult me.
No.
I absolutely do claim that.
No, let me explain, AJ. Have you ever claimed to be an institution and a company with high levels of resources able to access high levels of
nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. You're either.
No, but have you ever made those claims?
That has nothing to do with it. It is because we're claiming you're fraud.
But it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. A journalist is a journalist is a journalist. Anyone can be a journalist. Like
no,
you have some of the biggest journalists in the world nowadays actually just write Substacks and make their own videos, so they don't have to work in an institution. We can all have to abide by ethics. If you're doing a story, obviously you don't want to be lying and all that kind of basic human journalistic stuff. But I don't think the fact that you work for the BBC now means you just have some kind of moral responsibility to cover something less or more. If you're interested in a story and you think there's a story there, cover it.
No, but what we're saying is that we have high standards of these companies, right, to behave properly, right? With these companies have access to a lot of resources, right? The British taxpayer has funded the BBC since basically its inception. The BBC. The BBC success is based off the taxpayers' money, right? And so you have these resources. A lot of these news companies are owned by billionaires. So you have a lot of money. You have funding there, right?
To do
so
what?
You have all these resources to go out and actually properly do research and function ethically and dignified as a company with all your different journalists, right? And not only this, but let me explain. These journalists, they sign contracts with these companies to behave in certain ways, right? But so what we are seeing is that what I'm trying to argue is that this was an institutional level, right? These companies institutionally they are so anti-black, right? That they just over-sensationalize a story and push a man to his death. They pushed a man to his death.
I mean, okay. Again, I don't think they knew he was gonna unalive himself. I don't think that's their. I don't think like they can be held responsible for what he then ultimately decided to do. I think.
But we know what happened. But we know what happens when the media has done. Like we've seen before, like in America. But back in the day, in 2010s, early 2000s, right, when they were out here attacking celebrities and paparazzi was going around taking pictures of them in privacy. We literally saw people with. These celebrities were now doing drugs.
So on the one hand, again, I think your points are a bit all over the place here, I'm not going to lie. If your point is that, why did they not investigate properly? They were doing that. Then you complain that they're writing too many articles. Yeah, because they're finding fresh stuff that they want to write about. I do think that was an agenda behind that, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say, why are you talking about it so much, but then say, like, you're so well funded, why are you not doing investigations properly to find out the truth of the matter? Unfortunately, people are going to cover what they want to cover. Yes, I do think a lot of these people, especially the ones that covered it, and wrote like a million articles, they were excited because of the cultural war, impact of it, and a chance to kind of, dunk on the left, as they like to say. But ultimately, I can't then, like I said, say like, oh no, because they shouldn't cover it so much. Because like I said, I cover stuff I'm particularly interested about as much as I want. I do live streams on entire topics because I care about it. If you care about it and you want to talk about it, knock yourself out. If there was no story here, there was no story here. If he didn't say all those claims, there will be no story to write. So, maybe they exploited it for their own cynical ends. Yes, but the reason there's a story here is because he was making all these claims. No one made him do that. No one made him want to teach at Cambridge and have to make all. No one made him sign a book deal. No one made him go on the BBC to talk about all these things and say about all these other things. If those claims were not claims he made, there'll be nothing to investigate. If you make the claims and then someone starts investigating and he's asking, why are you covering me so much? Why are you making the claims then? I see your point, but I don't really see your point. Anyway, thank you. Any final thoughts?
No, my final thought is that like the guy who made this became popular because a race realist, right? A guy who genuinely believes and argues that black people have less IQ than white people simply because they are black. He brought forth the plagiarism claims. This is how this became popular, right?
Right.
And did anybody question this? Were people actually saying, okay, what are we handling this in an actual properly ethical manner? They just continued that hate and socialization. And what I'm saying is, when we're seeing these big companies do this behavior, how can we say this is okay? Because now it becomes a question of so, like, of course he lied. Yes, I'm not denying that he lied, but I'm saying, how is this really okay for such big companies, right? Who claim to be bastions of paragon and virtue, right?
I don't think they claim that. I don't think they claim that. I don't think they make
the
that
BBC
claim.
has claimed this. The
BBC doesn't claim
has
to be a
repeatedly
paragon
claimed
of virtue. Stop it. Anyway, I gotta go. Thank you. I appreciate your thoughts and stuff. I do have to go. I'm very tired, so I gotta go. I gotta get the rest of the people. Thank you for your time. All right. I know. Like we've talked about this multiple times, so everyone's points are kind of converging now, which I appreciate. There are 3 more people in the audience, and I think that's going to be the last 3 people. As always, thank you for your viewership, membership. If you're enjoying what you're listening to, don't forget to like, subscribe. No, not subscribe. Follow. Sorry. You can join my club if you like as well. So you can. I'm gonna start making it to give people that in my club preferential access to come and give their opinion, just because it's good for me. So if you want to get preferential access, do make sure you join the club. I also need to make some money. I don't make any money from you being in the club, by the way. But eventually I can, because I'll continue to grow and stuff, right? Can you provide a steel man? Really, what's a steel man? I don't know what that is. Drip and watch this space. Okay, got it. Hello.
Hi, hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot of people saying that they have to separate race from the situation, which I don't think is going to help people have a better understanding of the situation if we just discredit race from it. Because generally, I do not think that this story would have amassed such and been such a good story for journalists to bring online if it didn't link to race, if they didn't link it to DEI and the racial tensions in this country. Because we all as human beings have an implicit racial bias, and that's when people be like, oh, it's not all about race. In a way, a lot of the times race coincides with a lot of things that happen in the world. The attention behind this story, when they put it out, even if they didn't speak about DEI or the racial intentions, the journalists did know. That's why it was a good story for them to push out and keep pushing out. That's why it did kind of benefit them. That's why they carried on going. Because if it was just he was a white man that had these these quote unquote lies, these same things that were kind of like inflammatory about his lifestyle and his upbringing, and people thought it was like crazy and different, it wouldn't have reached that much attention. But because of the racial tensions and the DEI, that they're trying to like push the agenda that DEI affects white people in a negative way and upholds black people. Because of that new idea that's coming to the UK, that's been more coming up in the US politics as well. That is the genuine reason why this story did so well. And I feel like to remove race from it is not going to allow people to actually understand the multi-layers to how we are as people. When we watch the media, when we understand the media, journalists kind of know why they're doing this, you know, when they're putting these things out, because they know it's a very good story for them, but because they want a story that people are going to read, that is going to incite feeling in them, especially when we live in a time where there's racial tensions and the DEI conversation is getting higher and higher. And to remove race from it when, well, it was like investigated by a lot of different people in 2023. But the most recent one that really brought it to our attention in 2026 was generally by a race realist during his Substack. So I see a lot of people saying it's not about race, it's just about because he said all these inflammatory things. No.
I think most people agree that there is a racial element to it. But I mean, I guess that, in as much as I see your point, what does it really change? It is true. Like, yes, if you are of a say, if you fit into what makes a good story now, then yeah, it makes it more of a story than if you didn't fit into it. I don't know. Is that like, that doesn't seem that spectacular to me, if I'm being honest. Because
It's
like,
not that
what
it's like
happens?
spectacular or like it's worldwide. It's just that we can see that in the media, especially in the British media, when you are a black person or a person of color, you are not afforded the same sympathy or the same empathy as a white person is time and time again. When we see such comparisons between people like Meghan Markle and Princess Kate, when we see comparisons between black and white people that have done similar crimes, like even with the whole immigration and the grooming gangs, we see a lot more of it because they kind of know that it reinforces that into minds. This situation kind of really shows that when people say I don't have a racial bias, you do. Because most people do have an implicit racial bias due to the social conditioning that they had.
Yeah, I think it fit. Jazz, I'm gonna go soon. I think it fit what's going on right now. Unfortunately or fortunately, that is, and I hear the point. But it's always quite an uncomfortable thing to be saying. Like, if fundamentally this person did, and it wasn't like, again, like he got a harsher sentence per se. Like, it was just covered more because the climate and culture we live in. If you did something that like brings eyes on you, and then again, I'm not saying he made this point, but then your defense is like, oh, why are you focusing on me as much as this other person? When they did it, it was okay. It's not really a good argument. It's not very compelling. Like, ultimately, you did do the thing you're being accused of, or whatever. So like, you didn't trying to say like, yeah, but you guys didn't see when the other person did it. Like, imagine if a child said that, like, oh, why are you not focusing on that other person that also did the exact same thing I did? Yeah, but no, like, you just take responsibility for yourself.
Yeah,
Like that.
well, the difference with this situation is that at this time he cannot take responsibility because he's no longer alive. There is not really a situation where he can really take responsibility. He did resign from his position. He did leave where he was. Did he make statements? I'm not entirely sure about it. Did he take accountability? He did. I did see him say accountability for something. That he did say that some of the things that I have said were a little bit inflammatory, and he kind of linked it to his autism and stuff like that. But I'm not entirely sure the full things that he was speaking about. I'm not entirely sure. But the different situation is he cannot take accountability for a situation. It's just a situation for us to look at as viewers and kind of understand how the media can perpetuate things. And because even when we're in a situation where we haven't had the full facts given to us about everything, we haven't really seen everything, we haven't seen the full of everything come to light fully, and we have seen this is now going to be used to basically excuse this DEI idea, this race realism. And I'm even seeing it on Substack. Even the same day when he was on a live, I'm seeing pictures of people like photoshopping his picture on George Floyd's unalived body. I'm seeing people call him the N-word. I'm seeing people saying, this is why this happens. This is why we don't let this DEI happen. We're just allowing this narrative to perpetuate if we don't see it for what it is, and how the media, certain things are pushed to us to make us believe a certain way, and we cannot ignore that.
I don't think we can ignore that. I mean, I have a whole separate, just to reply to Napo as well. I have a whole separate thesis on why we are living in the climate we are now. So maybe this is probably not the time for that because I'm very tired and I'm about to leave very soon. So I have talked a lot about what I see, and I do think if I just give you the 30-minute summary, 30-second summary, sorry, I think the reason why we're living through what we're living through now is because it's a reaction to the extreme racial obsession or identity obsession of the liberals not so long ago. When you have people continue to focus on, the first black president is okay, cool, interesting. The first, black trans, RAF pilot, the first drone operated as a black trans, binary, non-binary, whatever. That pointless obsession with identity, if you keep on doing it in one direction, you can't then complain if people start to use it in the negative direction, because you can't have it both ways. If you keep on focusing on the identity of someone when they achieve something or when they do this or when they do that, you can't then not want to focus on the identity suddenly when it's negative, because in both cases the identity wasn't really that relevant to why they achieved that. Maybe it was a little bit sometimes because of like how you grew up or whatever, but oftentimes your achievement stands alone for itself. But you can't have it both ways. And if what you're going to do, which is what I think was happening, is that not for a very long time, but like for the past maybe pre-Trump second term, maybe a year before that, there was a massive identity obsession on the, I won't say on the left, I'll say on the liberal side, where everything was about identity. When you do that stuff, it's only a matter of time before people turn their back on that. And I always, the modern example we have for that is Israel. You know, I talk about Israel a lot. Right now, the fact that Israel is able to successfully weaponize their religious identity and use that to shut everyone up, to get people fired, all that kind of stuff. Give it a few years. What you're seeing now with this anti-woke, anti-DEI stuff, you're going to see the same thing with Israel. And then everyone's going to be like, oh, why is everyone so AS all of a sudden? Why does everyone hate these people? What did they do to blah, blah? They just are these people that just want to... No. You had it coming because you kept on centering your identity all the time. Every time we want to talk about this issue, all you keep talking about is identity. If you keep talking about your identity so much, we're going to then take you at your word and say, okay, let's use your identity and put it front and center in everything you're doing. Oh, shit. Okay, sorry, guys. I was disconnected for a bit, I could tell. I think I'm back now. And so like now you're seeing this backlash, right? You know, like, and a lot of people, you know, we had the whole conversation recently about like, oh, is it biphobic for women to not want to date a bi woman, blah. And you have a lot of women saying like, I don't care, you know, call me whatever you want, like, because people are tired of that extreme identity obsession. So now some people are saying like, wow, there's such a prevalence of like an increase in all these women being transphobic. No, I don't think it's an increase. I think it's because when you keep on shoving your identity in their face, you're forcing people to take a side one way or the other. And some people are going to take a side on the side of like, yes, let's just, like someone said earlier, let's just support this person because they're black and it doesn't really matter because it's not that deep, blah, 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 blah. Some people will take that side. But if you're forcing people to take a side, the people that don't want to take that side, what's the other side to that? To say, okay, because you're black, that's why this is happening. And now they're loving it. Now they want to focus on the racial identity of people in every case. When, again, the right thing to do is, regardless, just ignore their racial identity, because what does their racial identity have to do with the achievement? He's a smart guy because he's a smart guy and he was able to do this and do this and do that. That has nothing to do with racial identity. If you keep on making that a center point, people are going to have to take a side. And some people are going to take the side you want, but a lot more people are also going to take the side you don't want. That's kind of how I see this. Anyway, I know I rambled on for a bit there. Thank you for your time. I've got 2 more people and I'm gonna end this. Really appreciate you joining.
That's all right.
All right, you got 2 more people. You don't have the range. You know, I actually had you don't have the range as one of my my woke takes from before. Wait 1 second. Let me see if I have it on here. Oh, it's not that one. Is it this one? Oh, it's not that one. Damn it. I had a list. I did a list of woke topics recently, and you don't have the range was one of them. You don't have the range. That was a favorite of the woke crowd in the late 2010s, early 2020s. All right, let's move on to the last 2 people then and wrap this up. Hello.
Hello?
Oh, I can't hear you. Hello.
Hello.
All right, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. How are you?
I'm tired and hungry, but listen, talk to me.
Mate, what I wanted to say, to be honest, is not going to be too long. I just think you've kind of seeing your opinion has been quite a breath of fresh air to what we're used to, and it's just so frustrating. I mean, the response is always the same, whether it's a guy shot by police in Streatham who's evidently done something in the past, or a guy called up for whatever. The first narrative is black. It's because he's black, and it's just tiring, bro. Yeah, that's what I had to really add. To be honest, keep on doing what you're doing. You're a voice for a lot of people who sit there and hear this nonsense and be like, bro, get over it. Like, get over it. Whether it's work harder or do this better or do whatever, is not always the black thing, bro. Just it's tired.
I think it's important to be balanced, right? Yeah, it's important to be balanced, and I think it can be a knee jerk reaction for sure. And I again, you guys might disagree with me, but I genuinely think the more the left people, okay, I keep saying left. I don't think they're true left or whatever, but the more the, I guess it's just called it liberal side, make that an issue. You guys don't understand how basic of a fact it is that if you're making a point about someone's identity in one way, you're opening yourself up. It's a bit like, you know, when you're on the stand and they were like, you have to plead the fifth to everything, because if you answer one question, you have to answer all of them. It's kind of the same thing. Once you make it an identity issue in one thing, if someone then makes an identity issue in another way, you can't then say no, you can't use it in that way. But you just used it.
Of course.
You just can't do that. So, you know, that's what I strongly oppose, and that's kind of, appreciate you. I guess you and I are kindred spirits on that point.
I mean, and I just want to highlight, based on the comments I'm seeing, is nobody's saying that race doesn't play a part. It's just, it's not always.
Hello? Oh, what happened? Oh, always under. I think it was trying to say, no one saying like it's not always the issue, and you have to look beyond that. Always on the right side is my position. And I should also point out, before I bring the last person on, you guys probably won't like this, but I've made this point about many identities. You know, race is just one. We're talking about race now, but I remember when there was an unfortunate incident that happened on a bus with this schoolgirl that she got, you know, stabbed by this guy, a boyfriend or ex-boyfriend or whatever, on the bus. And this was the height of the Andrew Tate's, you know, manosphere obsession, and everyone was talking about this is because this guy clearly was Andrew Tate whatever watcher, and he was so excited, blah blah blah. And I was like, I mean, if you start looking through all the practical reasons why someone of this age would commit this crime, it's very unlikely that manosphere influence has anything to do with it. His parenting, the influence he has around him in terms of like parenting primarily, to be honest, that's where you have to look to start with. If you start making a list of all the reasons why someone is kind of exposure to violence on a day-to-day life, if you look at all those things, Andrew Tate might not even be in the top 20. But the natural reaction, what got everyone so excited, was to, you know, obsess about the fact that he was probably, they had no evidence of this, by the way, but he was probably watching Andrew Tate, which is why he did what he did. Again, I'm always going to oppose that kind of, you know, simplistic, you know, ridiculous way of viewing the world. I just don't view the world in that way. I mean, yeah, Elias, I do remember that, actually, Elias. It's funny you mentioned that's a good point, because even then I'm sure people will call me or whatever, but why don't you understand, like, this is just the voice of the unheard? I don't see it that way.
Hello.
Watch this space. How are you?
Good, thanks. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to talk about one of the TikToks you made on this topic, because I thought it was really problematic, to be honest.
Oh, okay. You've actually seen the TikTok, and this is good.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one was it?
It was the one with the picture where you had the graph of the amount of newspaper articles that were made on Jason Arday before he passed.
Yep. That was my second one today. Okay. Yeah.
I was listening to the narrative, and it was very much a tone of, that's just the way it is from my perspective, because you were using phrases like, that's just how the game is, that's just the business in this type of area. I feel like that style of speaking in these situations is very counterproductive, because, I mean, you can use that line of argument for any atrocity in the world, like whether it's war, someone losing their life, whatever.
You cannot. But okay, I'll let you continue.
But it doesn't really get behind the point, which is that it's obviously unfair. Obviously, historically, for a long time, the media has used identity against people disproportionately. such as in the case of a black man like him, for example. But just because that's the way it is, it doesn't change the fact that it's unfair. And I feel like that's what should be the focus in this topic.
So the point I made about that's the way it is was in terms of like their culpability. So I guess the first thing I would say to that is like, would you say there should be some kind of legal limit on how much you can cover a story?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? If you think the government should
Yeah.
impose legal limits on the number of articles the media can write about a certain topic?
Actually, maybe not so much just the number, but I think there needs to be a reviewing of like the racialization of topics like this, because it's not just the number that's the problem. It's the actual like contents behind them that keep on focusing on this narrative around his race.
I'm sure like there were some people that like, you know, maybe implicitly, clearly inferred or tried to make the connection. But I'm sure none of them had like any like overtly racist, like nothing that you couldn't publish in any kind of news organization. I don't think there was anything of the sort that was published.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
I said I'm sure it was implicitly like, you know, done, but I don't think there was anything that was like, oh, you can't say that legally because they called him the N-word or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then the thing becomes, if you're within the legal bounds, if you're within the journalistic bounds, because again, there's no rule on how many times you could cover a story. If you choose to cover it multiple times, you can. If I say that's just where it is, what would you change about that? What would you change? Sorry.
I'd cover it from a more balanced perspective, especially with the plagiarism bit, because there was a lot of context missed out about how he plagiarized. For example, the woman he supposedly copied from, he actually mentioned her 14 times in his essay.
Where did you find that?
He would. I can't remember, but you can search it up.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong, but the point would be that someone covered that, right? You had to read it from someone because someone covered it. So yeah, okay. So someone covered it.
But it wasn't but it wasn't the consensus. Do you get what I mean?
But again, you can't put like, you know, restrictions on. Some people might cover stuff in a way that like it's biased. Some people might come like I said in that video. I'll say it to you now. Some people can look at the way I cover Israel and say, like, for example, why don't you get, you know, the official spokesman of the Israeli whatever to comment and like give their perspective? They can find that elsewhere. If you want to go on Sky News and watch that, you do that. I'm choosing to cover it in giving my perspective because that's how I feel about it. No one can telling me like, yeah, but like if you want to be balanced, why don't you get what Netanyahu said and add that to it? If there are people covering it already, they can do that. If you think that's
the same.
You mean that's the same thing?
I think that's a false equivalence, because if you like translated that analogy to this case, obviously rest in peace, but hypothetically, within the time that he was alive, that would mean getting him to speak out on the story. That's not what I'm suggesting for. I'm not even suggesting that. I'm just suggesting be objective, because the people that reviewed his plagiarism issue, they didn't confirm that it was actual plagiarism because he mentioned her 14 times. That's what they should focus on, because that's the actual objective verdict.
The objective, he mentioned her 14 times, or like, so
he mentioned her 14 times, and then there was a paragraph. He used a big chunk on one of her sentences, and then he did it again in the same paragraph. But he can't steal from her and then hint at the same person 14 times. It wouldn't make sense.
I mean, again,
just disguise her altogether.
This is being investigated by the people that know about this more than you and I, right? So I don't know if you can just come out and just be like, okay, then clearly that means they didn't plagiarize. If they're investigating it, they're investigating. And again, I didn't make the point about plagiarism. I clearly said I'm not qualified to decide on plagiarism. So I can't start telling you that, you know, if it's being investigated, obviously they went on to sensationalize and talk about it from the perspective of like, it's an exciting story for us. How fair they were to him. I mean, you can make a fair point about that. Maybe they wasn't exactly so fair because they wasn't on his side, right? And they wanted to kind of embarrass him and kind of also kind of dunk on the left. I can probably take your point on that. But again, that will be something. And maybe if Ipsos comes out, is it Ipsos or is it Ofcom that review these things and say like, okay, this article was, you know, clearly like what's the word I'm looking for, like libelous or, you know, over the top or whatever, or it wasn't done in the proper journalistic way. I'm sure they have editors for these things that will decide and look into it. But again, so far, I don't know if I've seen any of that. They just were really extremely interested and excited about it. So they wanted to look into everything and cover, as much of it as possible, interview the students and the former students and, this person and that person and look into all that kind of stuff. Again, I don't think any of that is outside of, unfortunately, the journalistic thing we sign up for. I would oppose there being any restrictions to what maybe you kind of walk that back, but the idea of having restrictions on like how much they can talk about stuff, what angles they can take, I would completely oppose that. Like that's not what free press is about. If they want to cover whoever, they can cover them as many times as they want. Unfortunately, if that person's a public interest, there are laws or rules regarding like covering people that are not in the public interest. But if it's a public interest story, you can't really place restrictions, nor should you in a free society, on how often they can cover something or not cover something. That'll be my take. So that's just me being consistent. That when I say like that's how it is, I recognize that that's how it is. I have gripes with, like, for example, the obsession with certain topics, like not covering certain things, and I do think that's wrong of them. But again, clearly that's not like breaking the law. That's just my opinion, that I think you could cover this more and this less. If in a theoretical, hypothetical world they were covering I don't know, someone that we all disliked or whatever, and we all were excited to see them brought down, would a lot of us be sitting, maybe not us, but like, would you be sitting here saying like, nah, they've covered it too much? Probably not. You might just be enjoying the fact that this person's finally getting their comeuppance. So I think the fact that that is opinion as well, like how much is too much. If they are like ripping into, I can't think of someone that's not like someone that's not very popular right now, but like if they were ripping, I don't know, Katie Hopkins or whatever, and they started exposing all the different things, and every time you check, there was actually another story. Do you think most people in the UK will be like, oh, this is too much now, I'll leave her alone? Not really. They'll be like, yeah, okay, fair enough, knock yourself out. And again, if the claims had like, let's say for example, we didn't say a lot of these things, there just would be no story there. If it was genuinely like a pure case, plain and simple, of plagiarism, it wouldn't be this serious. It just wouldn't be as fun of a story. What made it fun from their perspective was the fact that there were all these other claims that this is subject to a book that you can pre-order right now. I don't know if they have copies of that book.
I disagree with that.
You disagree with that? Okay.
You think what made it fun was the fact that there were other claims, as in like what I said about him not actually plagiarizing.
100%. Plagiarism it's not a very sexy story, purely from the fact that it's like a lot of us don't even really understand the minutiae of what plagiarism and what isn't. So if they were running stories, if they ran 229 articles on the specific ways plagiarism is, I promise you people are not reading that story 229 times. There's nothing sexy about that.
I think it would have been more sexy if they covered what I'm talking about, which is the fact that he mentioned her 14 times, because that actually creates tension.
People don't want to read that, man. You think that's more interesting than like I learned to write at 18? Really?
100%. You said in the video that you said in the video they did this because it struck a chord with the already polarizing climate that we live in.
Yep.
That would have exploited that.
Really? The minutiae of plagiarism?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
If, as in like the tension between the fact that he could have plagiarized, but there's this other claim like I'm giving now, but he didn't. I feel like that would have been a hot topic.
I guess we'll never know. I just, again, I make content for a living, right? I know.
Yeah.
I get a sense of like what people enjoy and what they don't. There are a lot of stories I'd love to do and talk for 6-7 minutes about. I promise you, I don't do them because people wouldn't watch it. It's not very sexy. People just, sensationalism kind of drives. That's why Trump is popular. If Trump's thing was just about like how good of a president he was compared to, Ronald Reagan or John McKinley, come on, no one cares. The fact that he's an orange man and he says stupid stuff and he looks silly and that's why Trump drives so much media and engagement. People actually want to hear that. Like, maybe it's bad because someone will say like, why is the people not focusing on the minutiae of his healthcare policy? People don't really pay attention to that. It's true.
Hold on, wait. Devil's advocate point.
Yeah, go on.
If you look at what Lauren Jade said, she said in the comments, but he was all over the
papers years
ago with these claims. Why not now? It's not new.
I don't know. I guess that will count against a point then, right? Like, if it was like just out to get him when the claims initially came out, why wouldn't he just like feast on him there and then? Why was he famous for a few years before it eventually happened?
because they were waiting. Till we had enough exposure with this
Really?
plagiarism thing.
So
to jump
they
back on it.
cynically
That's
held the
that's
story
what's being
back
implied.
for 3 years. Just that makes no sense, because there'll have to be incredible
I think
coordination.
that makes perfect sense,
No,
because
no,
it
it
would
doesn't.
that timeline would have benefited them. Okay,
No,
cool.
but
So
there'll
you have
have to
this
be
young
incredible
black kid.
coordination, right? Because think about it. We would all have to decide collectively to not cover the story. Why would I decide with you to do that? If there's actually more story there,
That
me
makes perfect
covering it 3
sense.
years ago is better than you because I got ahead of the scoop. No, I
Yeah,
don't.
but no one's going to listen to it because it's out of the consensus. It's like Nash equilibrium. So you have to converge. That's why they all reported like this at the same time within 9 days. 280 stories. The same thing.
I mean, I don't know if I personally see that. I concede. I agree
It's
with
like
you that
jumping
like
on a trend. It's gonna
yeah,
boost
but
the
exactly,
hype
yeah.
because you're
So
all
that's part of it, right? So I wouldn't even say like I do stories because sometimes if a story is big enough, like I'll cover it, like because people are interested in that story. Clearly, that's why it's so big. So again, I don't know how much I can blame them on that for so much, because if people are not interested in the story, they probably would have like dropped it. But people are interested in it, so like if you keep covering it, and people keep watching and keep paying attention, then the BBC is not going to cover a story like this just because the Guardian's done 50 articles on it. No, they're the BBC. They haven't done an article, and people go to the BBC to find stuff. So if I have a What in the World Weekly audience, I'm not going to be like, well, everyone's already seen it on the Telegraph. No. I have my own perspective that's different and unique, and I'm going to share that and cover it. So when I started this live stream, the first few people in here were all saying, why are you talking about it still all the time, blah 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 blah. I'm sure a lot of them are still in it enjoying the conversation because they're all phonies and liars, and they also enjoy the story too. But I don't think you can then say like, oh, why are we all deciding to cover it because someone's already covering it, or like they've already covered it enough? Because again, those are not like objective metrics you can. And to go back to your central point about the fact that I said that's just the way it is. That unfortunately, that is just the way it is. Like you can't put restrictions in the media and say don't cover this one. You've covered it enough, or it's enough now. Blah blah blah. Like you just practically you can't do that, because of course, if that was the case, then I'm sure the government, there's a lot of things the government wouldn't want them to cover that they could just hide and bury, right? But part of the freedom of the media is that sometimes they're going to cover stuff you don't like, and it's not like, and I think again, the best way to quote unquote have helped this guy is to like, part of the reason, and maybe I'll probably end on this in a few minutes, like to me, the best way to push back against any of what these people were doing was to keep on shouting, we don't care about his race. If someone is trying to weaponize racial identity, the way you combat that is not to lean into racial identity in the opposite end. The way you combat that is like, I don't care about racial identity. Just focus on.
But how can you do that in a scenario where it's inherently about his race? Like we can't ignore that fact. We know that his race is stapled all over this.
No, but I think
it doesn't seem
just because they're identity hucksters doesn't mean we have to be. I don't buy that. Like just because someone's focused on identity all the time.
Do we have much choice?
I mean, I made a video about it. Obviously, everyone's coming at me, but when I made that video, part of the reason why it got so many views is because everyone wants to make it about race. If they were all agreeing with me and saying yes, it's okay for anyone to lie and blah blah because their race didn't make them do it, I think that would be a much better climate, and I think that would blunt a lot of the effect of this. Because the reason why, think about it, the reason why they're able to prey on this is because there's interest on both sides. On their side, they want to talk about it because they want to use it as like a rallying cry. On the other side, those people want to just instinctively fight back and defend. Imagine if they were trying to come at black people or whatever, saying, "Oh, look at this black guy that did all this stuff. Ah, ha, ha, ha. This makes all the black people look bad." Imagine if we were all like, "We don't care that he's black. I don't even know that man. I've never met that man before in my life. He just did what he had to do. I don't even know."
Do you think
no
that
one
would
cared?
help?
Yes, 100%. Because that's the
I don't think it would help
if no
at
one
all.
cares, I disagree. I disagree with you. If no one cares, it will just completely blunt it, because now you're just arguing against yourself.
No, listen. Surely that would just incentivize them to continue. Look at Shade, they were literally jumping on the bandwagon of this as well.
I mean, again, people are coming at Shadeborough now. If personally, I'm going to defend Shadeborough a little bit here. What they do is cover what's going on. They don't even add opinion. They just literally put screenshots of like, news stories and say this guy is under fire, blah blah blah. Why people be coming at them for doing that? This was a massive story in the entire bloody country. Everyone was talking about it. So the fact that some people now think, and again, people are saying this to me, the fact that some people now think they have a right to talk about it, but other people can't. You notice how everyone always says that they can talk about it, but you can't. You can't. You guys, and why you guys rinsing it? Why you guys milking it? But I can make tweets about it. I can retweet stuff about it. I'm not listening to you. And Shady Bro, the fact that they apologize again, that's on them. And I would never apologize for covering a story that the whole country is talking about. If you don't like it, fuck off. Like, block me. Don't watch. Like, no one has a monopoly on talking about stuff that's going on.
You have to strike a balance. You have to strike a balance between integrity and ethics, and then covering a story that everyone is talking about. And it's Shade Borough. Like, they should be in tune with the black community. They should. They
don't have to be in tune with anyone, because there is no consensus black opinion that like we should all just like either bury the story or just defend him because he's black. Don't do that. There's no black consensus here. This guy is just a human being.
There is a black.
No, there is. I'm not in that consensus.
Why do you think so many people are disagreeing with you?
They're wrong.
Why do you think so many people are disagreeing?
Because
there's clearly a consensus.
I mean, that's a bad consensus. It's a bad consensus. It's a terrible consensus. I'm telling you, because all it does is perpetuate it on both sides. The more you lean into it, the more they lean into it back. Don't you see that?
That's such a privileged, like.
No, it's not, because okay. So, bro, why do you think MLK says judge people not by their race, but by the content of their character? What was he trying to do there? He was trying to decenter race. Do you think if he had said something like, "No, focus on like, amazing black people"?
I'm not supportive of MLK.
You're not supportive of MLK? Okay, fair enough.
No, I don't agree with MLK.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Fair enough.
No.
Fair enough. I mean, people are saying to me like, "It's a utopian world." The point is not like they're not gonna focus on that. They're wrong. It's a bit like it's literally a bit like a racist person. Like, think about it. If someone's being racist, right, and they're saying like, the core fundamental racist thing, which is like, you are bad or worse than me or whatever because you're black. What's the only response to that? No, my race has nothing to do with this. That's true. That doesn't mean you're being utopian. That doesn't mean the person is not being racist. But I'm not gonna let you play that game.
Do you know what's ironic?
Go on.
Do you know what's ironic? To even say the words, my race had nothing to do with this, you still inadvertently have to involve race, which shows that it's inevitable.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying you're not, like, again, racial constructs and stuff. That's a whole completely different different conversation. I'm not gonna say you're denying the fact that you're black. That's not what you're doing. But you're not tying it to your actions, because no one should be tying their identity, to their actions. Like, the identity had nothing to do with it, and I'm gonna say that till I'm blue in the face. That is the only real defense here. If people now want us to now be saying like, someone said earlier, let's rally around him because he's black. Why should we do that?
When you say his identity had nothing to do with this, are you referring to the backlash he faced?
No, I'm saying that like, he didn't do any of this because he was black. He just happens to be a black man who does
as in like the lying.
Yes, his identity is
like
incidental. Yeah, his identity is incidental to all his actions. Like, yeah, it's not because he's black. He just happens to be black. So if that's the case, then why am I focusing on his identity? I don't care. Again, Jason. Okay. Yeah.
I feel like that claim about his lying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cambridge. Okay, I'm not too certain on this topic,
right.
So someone else might have to help me in the comments. But I'm pretty sure Cambridge was aware of the claims he was making as they were making it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of people listened to him until he started to look a bit silly.
But they didn't come out and say to him, "Oh yeah, by the way, you're kind of over exaggerating, or you're fabricating this." Blah, blah, blah.
The way you said that, by the way, bro, you're kind of over exaggerating.
Well, like, should they not?
I mean, perhaps, but no one told him to say these things. I mean, the most charitable thing to say about it is like, they took him at his word. Is that so bad? Because they were like, well, I guess we trust you because you seem like you know what you're doing. I suppose the counterpoint to like would have been like, if they were not believing him because of something, someone could then make the argument that, oh, actually, you're not believing him because he's black. You can't think black people can do, etc., etc. If someone says something, I'm gonna take them at their word. I don't think that's so bad.
Saying they took him out his word is a disingenuous take, in my opinion.
Why is that?
because they had all the resources to investigate what he was doing. So they were either lazy or they knew and they didn't care.
I mean, Simon and Schuster also, took him. They published it in a book. So again, it's like, it's either you say like he deceived these people, or they had a responsibility to check and make sure that he wasn't just making stuff up. Again, he's not a child.
But
he's a grown adult. He just doesn't have to lie.
If he was white, would they not have been more rigorous with his claims?
So you suggesting that they actually gave him a pass because he's black?
Yeah, 100%. They capitalized off that. That's like their little spectacle. Like,
that's the point that the DEI. That's the point that the DEI.
Oppressed little black kid.
Yeah.
It's like that's like their mascot in a sense. Like, look at this oppressed little black kid that has, this neurological issue, and he's done this and he's done that. Like, he's so fantastic for us. They knew they could have investigated it, or they did, and they didn't care.
And that's the point that a lot of these anti-DEI people are making. That there's the kind of incestuous relationship between people like him who really want to be in these positions and these academic groups who want to champion these people. Why? Because of identity. Do you see why we need to let go of this identity rubbish? Do you see?
So do you think DEI is bad?
I don't know. I don't think like trying to make it a bit easier for people that have not been privileged to get into like institution that we haven't got in for. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that can really help. I think if we focused it maybe more on like, I think again we already do a good job in this country. I think of like focusing it more on like the socioeconomics as opposed to the race. I think there are some schemes that are racial and stuff like that, but overall we have a good balance of like schemes that are meant for like people from a socioeconomic background that's kind of underprivileged. And again, a lot of some of the poorest places in this country are actually loads of white people there as well, right? So I can't then say like we shouldn't do, like we should help those, because if the kind of people that can go to a university that can really change their life, they'll rub shoulders with people that like them, start to belong. That's really important. So the fact that they don't have let's be honest, the difference between like A*, AA and like AAB, it might be a bit, but I'm sure you can probably go in there and still get a 2-1 or whatever, right? So like it's not also that deep to be like you need 3 A*. Maybe some courses, like if you don't get like an A* in maths, low key shows that like engineering at Cambridge, maybe you're not built for that. But again, if you're not built for that and you manage to kind of make it in, I guess your results will speak for itself. And if you get 2-1 or you get 2-2 or whatever, then it was what it was, isn't it? So like again, from that perspective as well, I wouldn't say like we don't need that. Some people say like, some people that got the grades can't go in. I think it should be a balance, like, because again, these people try to pick stars, and part of how if you don't go to Cambridge and you end up going to like Bristol or Durham, you're gonna be fine. Let's be honest. And it doesn't sound good, but it shouldn't just be about grades. So I'm definitely not like an entirely anti-DEI thing, but I do think, like you said, if you're making a point now that Cambridge wanted to exploit him because he's black, they were also doing identity obsession, but on the opposite scheme. Do you see what I'm saying? These right-wing people, they're obsessed with identity because they want to say everything's race, and why are you promoting these black people? The Cambridge people, these are the liberals I keep telling you about. They're obsessed with identity because they want to make this whole youngest black professor stuff. What does his blackness have to do with anything? How impressive is that, really and truly? If you think about when someone says like this was the youngest black sociology professor in the history of Cambridge University, is that like an achievement for all black people? Not really. It's an achievement for Dr. Jason and his family. It's a life achievement. It's a bit like trying to become the first black prime minister, like Kemi Badenoch right now. If she became the first Nigerian black woman prime minister, does that benefit you and I? Not really.
It does. It definitely does.
No, I don't think it does. How does it benefit us?
It does.
How?
Like, socially speaking, like it changes the way we're perceived.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Not substantially. Not substantially.
No, it doesn't.
Not substantially. I'm not saying it.
I'll let you finish. How does it change the way we're perceived?
Minorities being able to access certain privileged spaces, especially the top ones, like the prime minister position, that gives them a certain level of respect.
It gives Kemi Badenoch a certain level of respect. How does it give you and I more respect? So you think someone's like looking at you differently because now a black Nigerian woman is prime minister? And by the way, if they are, then they're racists. You see my point? Because the identity is completely irrelevant. Kemi Badenoch, I don't even know this woman. Her background, her being black, the only thing it helps her with is having a good story. She went to private school. She went to a very, very good university. Her parents have money. I'm a first generation immigrant. I came to this country in 2009. Her and I are Nigerian, but that's about where the distinction ends. She's female, I'm male. Our parents are more wealthy than mine. All that kind of stuff. So looking at our black identity to explain some kind of like shared desire between us is completely like on the list of the things we have in common. It's not in the top 30. And that's why, again, identity obsession is completely ridiculous. If someone is looking at Kemi Badenoch achieving what is for her a fantastic life achievement for her and her family, achieving a position, it's a bit like celebrating the first black CEO of Goldman Sachs. That's good for him and his family because he gets loads of money. How does that help me? Am I getting the money? Is it my money?
I feel like it does help you.
It doesn't help me.
Let's say you were in Goldman Sachs and you wanted that role. The fact that he has now done it, it makes it more possible for you to do it.
I mean,
before it was this one entity, like no one has ever been there before. Like up until now, it's not a thing. Now it's a thing. You can do it. Do you get what I mean?
I mean, to the extent that I take your point, it's one job. Okay, it's not exactly like being Jesus or whatever. It's one job. So I'm sure that probably the black people in Goldman Sachs or the black people that want to be the CEO of Goldman Sachs, again, it will be extreme 0.00000% of people. If you look at all the issues that are actually facing black people in the UK, the fact that a black person can be CEO of Goldman Sachs is like a bit like someone saying like Obama being president makes it easier for America to have another black president. Actually, some people could say the opposite because there's been a lot of backlash, some of it racial, to Obama being president. So that's actually not a very clear point. But if you look at Obama's policies, what actually matters, in what ways did he rule that helps black people, or some people could say minorities, or underprivileged people? Obama ran out of bombs to drop in countries. Obama was supporting ISIS in Syria. Obama helped overthrow Libya. Obama was bombing American citizens in Yemen. The subprime nonsense happened under Obama's watch. Obama was the reason why millions of black people, their homes got foreclosed on and they became homeless because he bailed out the banks. So if someone is now making the point that, well, this helps black people because it makes it easier for us to have another black president, what does that fucking matter if none of the policies benefit me? I mean, again, this is the identity obsession I'm talking about. Just focus on the fact that a black person looks like me, is doing that thing. I don't care. Show me the job. Like, if you're helping black people as a collective, that's a more sympathetic argument. If all you're doing is just having a black face in one position, this is the liberal identity obsession we have to completely do away with. The black people that lost their homes, or the people of Flint, Michigan, whose water's poisoned till this day, was it a good thing for them that Obama was president because another black person can one day be president when they don't have drinking water? So what does it matter then if the whole point of you being black and you can help me? If you're black like me and you don't give a fuck about me, because Obama doesn't give a fuck about being a black president, it was good branding for him, but he just wanted to achieve a life achievement, a career goal. Now we're all subplots in the career goal of Jason Arday or Barack Obama or Kemi Badenoch. I'm not a subplot in your goal. You achieve what you want to achieve and do that on your own volition. If your policies are going to benefit people like me, I'll support you. If they don't, I'll vote for Jeremy Corbyn before I vote for Tom Cleverly. I don't care that Tom Cleverly is black. I don't care that Kemi Badenoch is black.
Something interesting about. Can I say something interesting about that? You're not a subplot in their role.
Yeah, go on.
I feel like, okay, ideally, this sounds like a good take to have, but realistically, if you look at the case of Obama, obviously there's mixed opinions on him. But let's just assume there was this general consensus that Obama was this bad president amongst Americans, especially white Americans.
Yep.
Do you not think that would reflect on how they see average Americans?
Average black Americans, you mean?
Yeah, average black Americans.
No. Well, if they're racist, they would. If they're not racist, they shouldn't.
But I think, regardless, on an unconscious level, it would.
I mean, I guess it would
especially the racists.
Yeah. But I guess it would to the extent that Obama made him being a black president so core of his identity. No one made him do that. If you choose to make your identity a core part of why you're in this position. If you're now doing badly, you can't then hide away from that. Does that make sense?
So if Obama didn't base his branding around him being black, do you not think somebody else would have?
I don't care who does that because I don't subscribe to that nonsense. I think
the point is, it's not. It doesn't occur.
Go on.
It doesn't occur in isolation, though. Like the same thing with this, like Cambridge and Jason Arday interaction. He didn't just say, "Oh yeah, blah," and then that was that. Cambridge let these claims slide, knowing they were fabricated, because that's their black poster boy.
Like I said to you, that's why I oppose this black poster boy rubbish. You're making my point, buddy. Like I don't subscribe to that.
Your point isn't inseparable from mine, which is that it's part of a racist agenda. It's benevolent racism. It's racism disguised as being nice.
So that's why we should do away with the racism thing. That's why we should do away with the race obsession, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you for agreeing with me. I do appreciate it when everything comes together. And again, I don't know where you're from, but on a more, maybe a separate point, we have something not so dissimilar happening in Nigeria, where I'm from. Oh, the president has to be Yoruba. Oh, it's time for us to have an Igbo president. Tearing the country apart. Completely meaningless, foolish rubbish. If the person has good policies, you vote for them. If the person has bad policies, don't vote for them. If Jason is a great professor, he's a great professor because he's a great professor. If Jason is a bad professor, he's a bad professor because he's a bad professor. Or Jason is great because as a black man, he overcame this fantastic blah, 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 blah. We don't care. He does not represent black people. He's not a referendum on black people, good or bad or indifferent. Because if you keep on saying like, this is a fantastic achievement. Think about it, bro. If the point they're making, which is the point they were trying to make, I agree with you, that this is such a great story because he's the youngest black professor, which is like his blackness is core to the achievement. Why would the other people not weaponize the blackness when it turns out that that whole thing was completely fraudulent? Why wouldn't they? You're the one that set it up. Now, again, I guess it's a matter of fact that he was the youngest one, so maybe that had to be a thing or whatever. But like, they set it up. They didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that.
I think we're focusing on identity. The most important thing is not doing away with it completely, but the intention. That's the important nuance. When it's in the case you and I agree on, which is the fact that they wanted him to make him a poster boy and obsess over his identity, so they ignored this clear fabrication that would lead to his downfall. I think that's bad. However, at the same time, for the purpose of equity, for the purpose of intention, I don't think there's a problem with commending that someone from an oppressed group who generally has it at a disadvantaged point has made it to an esteemed position like being a Cambridge professor.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I don't know. I'll let you finish. I don't know if you're done before I respond to that. Go on.
Same thing with Obama. Like, I don't think it's crazy bad to say, wow, this is this excellent thing that a black person who has been historically marginalized within America is now the president. It's the intention that matters.
I think no. Yes and no. Yes and no in the sense of like, sometimes there is a correlation between the fact that you're from this race, right? And then you've had to have some challenges and difficulties. Sometimes there really is no correlation. Like, think about this. Imagine if Ben Carson's son, you know who Ben Carson is, right?
The doctor?
Yeah, the doctor guy. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Imagine if his son then became a famous neurosurgeon, but maybe now he was now the first one to own an entire neurosurgeon hospital, or he then went on to develop like some kind of insurance system or whatever. And everyone's like, wow, this is the first black CEO of a neurosurgeon company. Is it really that impressive? Given that his dad was also a neurosurgeon genius, and he probably had all the best training and advice and technical experience and all that kind of stuff to become just like that. How impressive is it that he's black? No, not that impressive at all, actually. So sometimes you have a situation where your race helps you, but sometimes you have a situation where, the class is actually more important. And if you look at your class and maybe you're the son of two professors, or your dad was managing that, a partner at EY, and then you now become the managing partner of EY, how impressive is that really? Not that impressive at all.
That's a reasonable take. That's a reasonable take, but all the same, it seems to me it's a niche example.
No, I don't think it's a niche example. I don't think it's a niche example in the sense of like, oftentimes what you see is like, sometimes it is worth commending the fact that like, okay, you're able to like, come up from this story. But sometimes, again, if someone, I'll be honest with you guys, if someone wrote a story on me, right, as the fact that I am an immigrant, like first generation immigrant, and I now become maybe the biggest independent news journalist or news commentator in the UK, and someone's like, wow, he really overcame being black and being an immigrant, I'll be honest, it wasn't that hard. If I'm being so real, like
it wasn't that hard.
I haven't done it yet, but like it wasn't that spectacular. It can add to my story, but if I'm being honest, like, in what ways did me being black stop me? In fact, sometimes someone could say me being black actually helped me. The fact that I'm black, I got a tattoo sleeve, I'm pretty good looking, I'd say, I'm quite hench. That probably helps me, because that creates me a very unique niche. People don't really see people that look like me talking about these things all the time. So sometimes a lot of things that actually look like a negative are actually a positive to me, because I'm actually quite unique in the space I'm in. So you can't always just look at it and be like, just because you're black, everything's going to be hard. Sometimes those things can be a unique thing that can actually help you and push you. And what I'm saying is, like, in a lot of these cases, like Obama was a very good one. He's of course exceptionally intelligent and smart guy. He was raised by a white mom, which probably obviously helped him from a socioeconomic perspective. Once he got to Harvard and became like the Harvard law, blah, blah, blah. Now the fact that he's black and he speaks so well actually started to help him a lot. Obviously, when it comes to like politics and stuff, like loads of white people voted for Obama. So those people subconsciously, they actually thought that his race was a positive thing. Let's see a new person, let's see a black person, let's see a different person. So it's not always a one-to-one thing that like your race was this thing that you had to, or any kind of identity thing, was this massive thing that you had to overcome. And sometimes it can be actually helping you. That's the counterpoint I'd make to that. It's not always just like, oh, because I'm black, because I'm a girl, because I'm a whatever, oh my god, I had to have it so bad and it was so difficult. Sometimes it helps you. I'll readily say the fact that I look the way I look helps me when I talk about, a lot of these people that follow me from the Middle East, they haven't really seen a black person talking about Gaza or Lebanon or Iran, and they appreciate that. They love the fact that, the message is getting out there, and it's a unique niche for me. If I make it now and I start telling you guys about, being black in this space was so challenging, I'm probably bullshitting you. But it'll probably be good for my story, so maybe you guys should believe that. Anyway, I really appreciate. Go on. Final thoughts for it's been 4 hours, so
that's fine.
No, go on. Give me. I've really enjoyed talking to you, so I don't mind.
I was gonna say, I feel like I agree. Like, there's an interplay with this race thing. Like, it's dynamic. Sometimes it helps you, sometimes it's against you. But I still think, just generally speaking, especially if we're specifically talking about black people, it's going to work against you. Like in that journalism example, like if you become the most famous, do you say the most famous journalist?
Yeah, political commentator, social commentator, yeah, whatever. Yeah, socio-political.
Yeah, so on that note, how many most famous social commentators in the UK do you know that are black? Does that not prove the point?
I guess it depends on how you want to look at it. It could prove the point that like those people are not getting those opportunities, or it could prove the point that people want to root for me because my story is unique and I'm going to be the first black person to do it. I'm sure there's loads of people that want.
That would just make you a niche exception then.
I'm not saying that will make it like everyone could do it, but I'm saying like that could help me. My identity being different is helpful. Like for example, maybe not a bad example. Maybe a decent example is like, see all these girls that are all streamers and stuff now. Yeah, some people could say like, yeah, streaming is dominated by guys and stuff, but it does help that like they have breasts and they can pull their zip down a little bit to the right angle, and people horny creepy men or whatever want to watch that. They could complain about the fact that this space is dominated by DDG and Destiny and all these people. Let's be honest, the fact that you have breasts, it looks good, it helps you, don't lie, okay? So like, stop saying woe is me because I'm such a woman and beleaguered. You're milking it as well, like, come on. Anyway, you and I more or less agree, Sha. And I like that. I've enjoyed talking to you. It's been really fun. What's your name, actually? You don't have to tell me your name, but like, I've been speaking to you for ages and to watch this. E-Man. Okay, sounds good, man. Hope you can follow me and join me for more conversations. You sound very reasonable. And are you Nigerian?
Yeah.
Everyone's Nigerian. I'm Nigerian too, obviously. But yeah, I do a lot of conversations about Nigeria as well. So please join the club as well, so I can continue to grow. I'm sure you've enjoyed this and you want me to keep doing it.
Have a nice day.
You too, man. Have a good evening.
In a bit.
I like you too, Lauren. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to cut it short. If you guys want me to grow to be the first black professor, the biggest black commentator in the UK, make sure you follow me, so I can reach that goal, and I can tell you guys how you guys are instrumental to my success, because I couldn't have done it without you. And it's actually really a success for all black people, not just me. You guys want black people to succeed, right? What are you, racists? You care more for views than that man's life. Oh, Kelza, you missed all the fun of the conversation, man. I have high levels of self-hatred. Fair enough, bro. It's okay. Just follow me. I'll tell you how much I hate myself later on. Oh no, guys, I have to go. It's been 4 hours. I said I was going to stop at like 3:30 now, but I'm tired. Don't end now. You guys were complaining about me doing this earlier. Now everyone wants to don't end now. Should I do a couple more? All right. Let's see. Wow, Kelza, don't be nice. Be nice. Don't be that way. All right, I'll do a couple more by popular demand, actually, because I enjoy it and I love talking to people. You're gonna have like 5 minutes though, so do get to the point quickly. Like, don't waste my time. Oh, Kelza says all this stuff and then he's requesting. Why do you want to talk, bro? I thought you came here to complain and saying I'm using him for views. Just go away then. Don't be in here. Don't come. Just go. Don't come. Okay, so anyone can get it. I'm an equal opportunist. I don't care. Go away. Don't. You know what? I'm joking. I'm okay. I understand that you have to rage bait a little bit to get people to notice you. And so what? I'm a black woman. What of it?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
So basically, to add to what you were saying in the previous call or whatever, basically you were saying that if a black person was in power, that wouldn't really help black people as a whole. But I don't agree with it, because if there's a black person in power, because the thing is, racism is like, it's a thought, but it's not a deep thought. It's just, I don't like you because of your skin. There's no deeper thought than that. Okay. So if people that were racist and were thinking black people can't get into places of power because they're dumb, they're stupid, they're unable to do so, and then you see a person get to that point of society where they're the prime minister, even if like they could literally be the prime minister, and it's literally just showing black people are capable. It doesn't even need to be for another black child or another black person to be like, oh, I see a black person in that position. That's a knock-on effect. Like, there are a multitude of effects that happens with these kind of things. But even a black person being like, oh, there's another black person in power, that will make them think like black people can do more. Even if it's a sense of like, you're saying we shouldn't have to, like, even if that person in power doesn't like, because what you said was right. Barack Obama was a black president, but that was just it. It was just because he was black that people were saying he's a black president.
I mean, I think the people that would say like, because Kemi Badenoch became prime minister, I now believe more in black people, are racists. That has nothing to do with any of us. There's no collective black consciousness or intelligence. We don't see a white person become prime minister and say like. But in any case, do you plan to vote for the Tories then in the general election?
No.
Why not? You don't want a black woman to be prime? I thought that would be good for all of us.
Actually, wait. She does actually spit like facts. Like, she's like, when she says some stuff, like I really do like agree with what she says, because she's very fundamental in what she says. So yeah, actually, I would vote for her. But like, there's some policies that you
don't seem very convinced. I just convinced you just now because of the point you just forgot you made.
No, it's not even that. But that's the thing. I'm not saying that I would vote for her because of the color of her skin. That's like disregarding your point. Your point is saying
oh, because she's black, should I vote for them then?
No, you made that point. You said having black.
I know, but then
yeah.
but then what you have now just said is, oh, so are you going to vote for them because she's black? No. I then said I like some points that she has made. That has nothing to do with her skin color. I could have said that about any single person in the world.
But you made the point that having a black prime minister is good for black people. You said that, right? Not me.
Okay, it could be good for black people. You're saying that having a black person as prime minister doesn't really do anything for anyone. That's your point. That's true. That's true. No. Okay, but that's not true because there's so much more, and then everything you're saying.
Really?
You're just thinking, yes.
So if Kemi Badenoch became prime minister, and if we believe her now, she decides to cut benefits and social spending, which the disproportionate number of people in this country that are poor are black. You know that, right?
Okay, I think
is that going to be good for black people or bad for black people?
I think that you have selective hearing because I have said multiple times. I said that I like some things that she has said in argument because she is the way she presents herself is grounded. I said that I would not vote for. I'm saying that her party has some things that I would not like. Me personally, I never said that I would vote for her because of the color of her skin.
So why did you make? Why did you make the point?
My point is that you have said there is no positives or there's nothing to do with a black person being in power. That is incorrect. If a black person was to get into power because people thought that person was able to get into power with their skills and abilities, that would have a positive effect for black people. That is a fact. So now what you're saying is a black person can only get into power because they're black, and that in itself is. That's what you're saying. Because that's what you're saying. Because you said that I would.
About?
Bro, because you've just said I would only vote for someone because of the color of their skin. That's incorrect.
I said that.
Yes.
I said I would only vote for someone because of the color of their skin.
Yes. So that because you said. So would you vote for her because she's black?
Wait, what?
Did you say that? Yes or no? Yes or no? Did you say that?
No.
You're a liar. You just wait. You're a liar.
I mean, I've been doing this live for 4 hours, and this is the first time someone's accused me of actually being an identity politician.
No, that's not why. I didn't say that you're an identity.
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is, I said there are positives for a black person being in power. You said, would you vote for her just because of the color of her skin? I said, no, but there are some things about her that I like. Your point is now saying, just because she's black and she would now implement some things that her party would want that's not beneficial for me. I never said that I would vote for her just on the basis of her being black.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, okay, whatever, fair enough. If you're retracting that point, cool.
I'm not because I never made that statement.
All right, so what's your general point? Sorry, is that your general point?
Yes, my general point is that there are positives for a black person being in power, just other than them being black. But there's like you can't say like having a black person in power does nothing for black people. That's incorrect.
So you're saying what it does for black people is that other people will see that and be like, if a black person is prime minister, I guess black people must be pretty smart.
Yes, because other people are actually dumb. Because that's racism is dumb. Racism is having an opinion based on seeing one person and then having that opinion on multiple other people.
All right, fair enough. I mean, needless to say, like I've made clear before, if it wasn't clear, I don't care about the race of politicians. That makes no difference to me one bit. I care about their policies.
Exactly, and that's also what I've said. I haven't said that I would solely vote for someone just because of the race of their skin. I agree with you on that fact.
Really? You could have led with that, mate.
Yeah, I agree with you. I said that. I said I agree with you with that. I said I agree that if someone's going to be in power, you can have a black person in power and they can still have shit policies that doesn't help you in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, no worries, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining. I'll see you next time. All right. 2 more guests. Yo, Boozy, making Mavi come home. Chaos, I think you
Hello,
want.
man.
I think you want me to block you, and I don't even block people on here. But just because it's 4 hours in and you're irritating me, I am gonna block you. So do you want to say your goodbyes before you get blocked, or you're gonna leave before I block you? I don't even like blocking people because I genuinely don't. People call me all sorts of stuff in the DMs. I don't even care. But you're just irritating me, especially because you're talking and you've also then requested. So like, I don't even know what your issue is. Like, if you don't like this place so much, you can just not watch. Like, just go and watch something else. but maybe this is part of you just getting my attention. So I guess that's how these things work. Sorry, buddy. Go on.
Hello, how are you doing?
How are you? I'm not bad, man.
I'm fine, thank you. Just wanted, first of all, to say, of course, Jason is a con man. He's a fraud. We cannot discuss it. The things he's guilty of, he's guilty of. The university should not have let him reach where he is. This we all, I think, we agree of. And the people who blew off the cover and the reporting that was done on it was merited. I think we agree on this, right?
Merited. I mean, I do think it was a bit sensational because again, these people are all race obsessed. So I merited in the sense of, I mean, I wouldn't say like they shouldn't have covered it or like they didn't have a right to cover it. But like,
No, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. 15 articles every day, even after he resigned, is absolutely insane. And I don't think it was done before. It was transformed into a national story.
Yeah.
But you are saying that he was not targeted based on his race?
No. I'm saying I'm saying he was. I'm saying we shouldn't focus his race. When I made my original video about this, he was still alive, obviously. But you had a lot of people on the liberal side saying like we should support him because he's black and he deserves our support. And I was saying like, no. If he like, let's just focus on the facts of the case, and if the facts are what the facts are, then let's just focus on that. That was my position.
Yeah, but what do you think about the intentions of the people who blew the cover upon him?
I think again they're playing the culture war. They're playing the culture war. They're playing the culture war. Oh, this guy's gone off.
Are you aware of Nathan Kofnas?
I've heard of him. Oh, more
Yeah.
people are requesting. I need to go. I'm tired. Go. I've heard of him. I think it's his IO. I haven't really looked into his story.
Yeah, he's super racist. He said that he doesn't. The percentage of black people in universities and top positions of the power should be 0% and everything. He was already kicked off because of his racism, and he believes in genetic superiority in cognitive abilities of white people and East Asians compared to other races. It was him, the first man who
blew the story.
Yeah. So this leaves me very confused.
Very confused. I like what you said. I'm conflicted.
I'm conflicted.
I understand, and it's a fair confliction to have. I totally agree with that because facts are facts, right? Whether the devil's saying them, whoever's saying them, like the facts are the facts. How much should your intention factor into stuff? Unfortunately, the fair way to look at that, in my view, is that we all have our intentions covering stuff. Obviously, we're not racist here or whatever, but people do cover stuff all the time because of their specific intention, motivation, and you can't place an arbitrary line as to like, okay, I want to listen to it because this person is doing it from a pure place. Like I said multiple times in this live stream, I cover a lot of issues because of my disdain for some people's racism. Wink, wink, blue and white country. Wink, wink. And I do that because I have a disdain for ethnic supremacy.
Yeah.
What of it?
But I agree with you. But aren't you playing fair here where the enemy is not playing fair?
I mean, no, because I actually think I blame a lot of the liberals for this identity obsession. I think we wouldn't have it as bad as we have now if they didn't start it in the first place. Like a lot of these kind of again liberal people doing like the kind of pre-BLM, post-BLM, like just obsession with identity a million times.
Trump and the Brexit were before BLM and everything.
The election. I guess that's a fair point. Trump number one was kind of it was kind of like that wasn't as bad as like the liberal. That was more on like the racist, like immigration side, which again I guess kind of identity, but is also like a political issue, which is a bit different from that. I'm talking about like the kind of all this between DEI, the woke stuff, trans stuff, all that kind of that identity stuff is what I'm talking about. And you're right. The identity stuff has been going on for a long time, obviously.
Yeah, but this is, to be honest, the woke and everything and class consciousness and egalitarianism, this was always the idea of the liberals, even from the Enlightenment, from the 1600s. That was always the end goal. So it's not something recent. It's just that the other side is getting really radicalized. And
Yeah. Good point. But I think you'd agree with me. Like, then the way to combat that is to do away with all of it. Like, on both sides, don't do it.
But they will not disarm.
I think you might have a situation where, again, we need a crystal ball or some kind of alternate universe and stuff like that. But like, if you think about the issue I talk about the most, right, which is Israel and the Palestinians, the point to be made there is that these are all human beings, and there's no need to be preferencing one person's victimhood over another. I mean, to be fair, maybe there is actually in the Palestinian direction, but like, ultimately the point to try and make here, in the same way a lot of the activists from before have made about all these issues, is that focusing on the sanctity of the human in the story here, whether they're trans, black, LGBT, Latino, blah blah blah, that's always the best thing to do, because it's just the most fair thing, because humans all have biases, and if you choose to like start focusing on identity in one way, everyone starts to use it. It just doesn't really work. So the best way to do it is just I don't think it's disarming. I think that is the leftist ideal position.
But I agree with you. But this was a very good idea in the 2000s. I think we're very past it right now. When you see Elon Musk
he's like he's a white nationalist. 100%.
Yeah, he's white nationalist, and you see reform, and every year there is a new party,
it's a challenging one.
It's more radicalized than the other. I think we're very past this. I'm ethnic. I'm not UK. I'm not from the UK, but I am European ethnic, and I'm very scared for the future of ethnics.
Yeah, it's not great. I think the best hope we have is just to keep on making it about like just judge people on how they are, because ultimately the right position is like their race is not why they do certain things. People want to focus on their race when they like commit a crime or whatever. That's not why they do that. They do that because maybe some mental health reasons or whatever. Let's just focus on that. I think that's just the best way to win the argument, because we all know race is like junk science, right? Like, it's not even a real classification.
Yeah, it's a stupid.
Exactly. So like, even trying to play into it in any good or bad way is just bad overall. Because even in a good way, you don't want to play into it, because again, it has nothing to do with anything. People do stuff because of other factors that race is like top, not very high on the list of the reasons why people do what they do. And that's the point we should try and make.
I agree.
All right, man. I appreciate your time. I do have to.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Wait, what country are you calling me from?
I'm from France. I'm French.
France. Oh, nice, man. Hey, I love the French people. I'm trying to diversify, so this is good. We're getting more and more people, man. Hopefully you're able to join.
We have a lot of UK people coming here in the
really
festival.
Oh yeah, fair. Yeah. Were you annoyed by them?
A little bit.
Did you go to the festival yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
There were a lot of English people.
Oh, nice, man. I know worries, man. Speak to you later.
Okay, see.
Allons-y. That is my ode to my guest that just joined. Guys, there's too many people requesting. I'm gonna have to go. I'm sorry. I'm tired, please. I'm gonna have to go. I'm sorry. It's been 4 hours. But my question, can you say do away with DEI if you aren't certain? I didn't say do away with DEI. I think again, you I don't know if you just came in or whatever. I do think we should be trying to help people that are from disadvantaged backgrounds and trying to get them in certain spaces. I agree with that. I think it's good for everyone. I think we need a healthy amount of it in society. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I can't have anyone tonight. I've tried. The positions I held were legitimate. So East, of course. I'm never wrong. So far on my channel, I'm batting 1,000. I know people don't want to believe it, but everyone eventually comes to my side on issues because I'm a reasonable man. And that's why I have a reasonable man take as a playlist, which you can all go and watch when you're done with this live, so you can get more and more of me. That's why sometimes people are like, "Oh, you're a transphobe. Oh wait, you're not like just a race identity person. Oh, you actually oppose what Israel's doing." But then you're also, I just take the reasonable position and I'm right all the time. So it's very easy not to box me in because I just call things as they see them. And sometimes it takes a while for other people to see it too. but eventually people will get there. So why shouldn't Arday have held his position? I mean, no one made him resign, Sosa. That was his choice. Anybody make him do that? Anyway, I think I'm going to leave it there. Will you ever acknowledge cognitive differences between the races? No. Fuck no. I ain't doing that. Impossible. I'm not racist like you, Zav. That's not like a racist position. I don't take racist positions. Again, I've been doing this for 4 hours and 22 minutes. You guys don't get that yet? Cam, appreciate you, bro. Speak to you later. Have a good night. I know it's 11 o'clock. Exactly. Dr. Joe, you have it right. You're a person after my own heart. You don't have to just approach the problem, think about what the arguments are, and just take a position. You don't have to preemptively decide, I'm going to always be on this side. Why would you do that? You sound unreasonable, bro. Like, listen to the facts and decide for yourself. It's very, very simple. It's very easy to be right all the time. 2 ways you can do that. Listen to the facts and decide all the time. But if that's too hard, just follow What in the World Weekly and you can be right all the time. All the people that follow me are right on every socio-political opinion I cover because I'm always right. So it's very, very simple. All right. That being said, I would like to speak to everyone later. Oh, shout out to... I am making a game, by the way, for all of you that are new here. I'm making a card game, What in the World Games. It's going to be a trivia game based on yearly events. So when I make the 2026 version of this game, Dr. Jason might be in that version. We shall see. But look out for that. I'm going to let you guys know when it comes out. It's going to be reasonably priced and it's going to be really, really fun. You can play it as a drinking game. You can play it as a educational game. You can play it as a history game to try and remember what happened in the year, all that kind of stuff. It's going to come with a dice, so you can roll the dice. Each card has 4 questions, so you can roll the dice to try and decide which color of question you're going to answer, and then you go ahead and answer the question. So it should be really, really fun. If that sounds interesting to you, you can message me to know more about it, or you can follow me and I'll talk about it in my new lives. But when it comes out, it will be on my Shopify. It will be on wherever you want to buy them from. So if you enjoy things about what's going on in the world, that's why I do what I do. I really enjoy speaking about it. I really enjoy discussing it, learning about it. But I also want to enjoy it in a fun way, which is why I'm making Recall, which is going to be a yearly review of the biggest events shaping our world. So if that sounds interesting to you and you want to find more ways to enjoy the world, stick around, follow me, continue to join my lives, join my Discord as well. I'm trying to use the Discord to grow that as a way for us to continue to build a repository of stuff to talk about. So hopefully the way I want to do this is as I grow, I don't just want it to be me suggesting topics. So if you join the Discord and you have a topic that you think is interesting, you want to talk about, if you put something in there, if I see it, enough people will agree with you or they disagree with you, we'll bring it to the live stream and you can come and discuss it and debate it with people. I think it'll be fun in the next few weeks to try and host debate nights and stuff like that. Just you have strong opinions, let's hear both of you out, debate each other respectfully, let's see what happens. These are the kind of things, these are the ways to enjoy life. Right now I always say real life is more fun than fiction. Where can you get this kind of drama in real life? It doesn't really exist in fiction or drama or TV. The best way to get it is real life. And so to that extent, we should try and enjoy it. But also, I genuinely believe we're all modern historians. So we all have a role in trying to commemorate and remember the things that are going on in our world. And part of how we do that is give commentary on it. So what I do with these live streams is I do them and I post them on YouTube. I'm going to try and clip them. I'm still working on getting that serious in life. But when I start clipping them, people can see what we've been talking about, see what we've been discussing, and they can share their thoughts, they can talk about it, and they can join us, and we can continue to grow the What in the World radio tent. Hopefully by this time next year I have a bigger radio station or whatever, and I can have callers and host events and stuff. I know I'm going to be able to do it. I'm pretty sure. I'm growing really, really fast, and that is thanks to all of you that have an interest in What in the World. So thank you for everyone. To look out for the card game Recall, and I also love the fact that I have one of the most active comment sections in my videos, in my live streams. People are always just talking, which shows again there is massive interest in these things. I think the second caller that came on today was talking about, why are you talking about it? I think you just stop talking about it. Again, these people, I don't listen to anti-intellectuals, people that I feel like we shouldn't be talking about the things in the world around us. You sound completely ridiculous. These are people that shouldn't be taken seriously. But again, that's why I don't take them seriously. and I talk about the things that are going on around us because I'm very interested in it. So that is my life position. And like I said, if that sounds interesting to you, do make sure you're following me. Make sure you join the Discord. Make sure you join the club as well, top left, as a way to continue to memorialize our world events and enjoy the world around us. Thank you, Bakari, for the roses, man. Thank you, D, for the roses. Thank you to Ben, Columba. Thank you to Indigo Child for the heart me for joining the club. Thank you to Desi. Thank you to Alicia. Thank you to One Love. Thank you to the Truckers. Thank you to Fly, Atom, and thank you to J Red as well. All right. Enjoy the rest of your evening, guys. It's very interesting that you all have nothing better to do but talk about what's going on in the world on a Saturday night. This is a great thing to be doing, of course. I joke, but it's just kind of funny to me. All right, I'll see you guys on. I'm going to go live tomorrow as well. Probably a very short one because I'm going out in the evening. So I'll probably do something quite brief. Probably just when I'm getting ready. I'll keep that one more lighthearted. It's not going to be about anything exciting like this. It's going to be more about just vibey stuff, social stuff. And the next live stream should be on Monday evening. We're going to be doing Premier League predictions. Who do you think wins the Premier League and why? That should be a very, very fun conversation. So do make sure you join us for that. As a guy, girl, intersex, trans, whatever. Join us. Let's talk about who wins the Premier League. Ahead of the Premier League season starting on, I think, next Friday. Next Friday or Saturday. Arsenal. I mean, I think Arsenal is probably the most likely bet given that every other team is just so in flux apart from Man United. But I think Arsenal is not a bad bet, but I want to hear, why exactly. AI, am I still at this? Now, I'm about to go. AI, I'm just about to go. Again, people that are new to me know that 4.5 hour lives, I do that. I'm like that. In fact, I'm actually working on trying to do a stream marathon where I do 12 hours straight. Given that I get quite this tired at 4.5 hours, I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do that. But I think once I put my mind to it, the Lord will give me strength. He's my shepherd and I shall not want. All right. On that note, good night, everyone. Good night, Sosa East. Good night to the pink person. I can't see who you are. Good night to all my detractors and people that agree with me. I love you all the same. As long as you're willing to engage in a conversation, that's what I care about. Flying Atom, thank you for the kisses. So I don't really care if you disagree or agree with me. If you're willing to engage with me, that's what really matters. And so I appreciate everyone for the engagement, positive, negative, indifferent, otherwise. That is how we build a community of people talking about what's going on in the world. And of course, we're not always all going to agree, but that's not really what's relevant. Having a conversation and documenting history, which is what this is all about. That's what really matters. If you're not following me already, let me see who's not following me already. Do make sure you do that now. AI, make sure you're following me. Sosa East, are you following me? Yes, you are. I'm going to call out some people. Ahmed is following me. Adolf, he's following me as well. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Adolf. L, are you following me? You're not following me. Evil Flower, L, please do make sure you follow me before you go. Futuristic, make sure you follow me before you go. Let me just click on this and see who else is in here. Call you all out by name. Molly Giles, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. AB, okay, AB just came in. Yeah, if you want to follow me, I'll appreciate that as well. That's how we grow the platform, guys, by continuing to build the network. MA, Ruth, Kola, Elia, Gary, Mujita, Angel, that's a nice name. Guzman, Joaquin Guzman, Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, the former president of, was it El Salvador? That got brutally taken out by the evil US and their demons. James Brady, if you can follow me, I really appreciate that. Who are you? Who are you? User 202583174228. All right, good night, everyone. Enjoy your evening. I am user.